You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
Deadly free and smoking on the money. And me got some cushion on my...
So what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
All right, sing it, guys. Marcel's not here yet. He will be in. Hi, this is the 420 Radio Show. We are live at 420radio.ca and lifestyleradio.net. I'm gonna, Lori's here and Ross is here and Chris is here. Marcel will be in a few minutes. And the one, the only gentleman that everybody likes to call Dr. Bob, Dr. Robert Mallarmead is here with us. Hello, Dr. Bob. How are you?
Hello there.
It's a pleasure to hear your voice again. Sir, you have one of the most kindest voices I've ever heard speak.
I think a lot of people would disagree with that, especially my 3 ex-wives.
Oh, well, you know, when you're talking cannabinoids and cannabinoidal medicine, it's like music. It really is. And we've all been very, very excited about this week having a chat with you. I thought what I'd like to do is give you a minute to tell people who may not know who you are and why you're here.
Well, that's a tough question. Who am I and why am I here?
I have a tougher one for you later.
Figure that out. but actually, what I'm going to talk about will explain all of that from the point of view of what I really am. But for just the trivial sake, I'm a retired PhD in molecular genetics and biochemistry. And what I really am is an old hippie that loves to get stoned. And I'm 69 years old now. I've been smoking and using cannabis for about 53 years pretty regularly. Lately, and for the past number of years, constantly, basically. I like to eat it. So what I've done for my whole life is try to understand what life is. And thankfully, from my perspective, I think that I now understand what life is. And that's what I try to share with people, because once you understand what's really going on from the point of view of physics, in other words, I can describe physical phenomena that will take us up to the point where we understand what life is and how it works. And at that point, we can understand the very special, unique role of the endocannabinoid system in the life of all vertebrates, and especially man, and how that's going to contribute and how it has contributed to us being here, but how it's going to contribute to where we're going. So that's it in a nutshell. I was chairman of the bio department at the University of Colorado, and before that I was research professor, assistant professor at University of Vermont and New York Medical College. So I was a lab geek for many, many years. I love lab experiments, and
I think it's safe I think it's safe to say you know your shit. Right?
I know a bit of science, I must say that. I'm kind of mentally ill. What I do is I sit around stoned and read all the time.
I guess I do that too. I read the news all day. I sit here and I post news all day, so I'm reading all day. And I'm dyslexic.
Well, I'm ADD, so I watch television, old westerns,
ADHD here.
And everything else while I do all my work.
Netflix and Showbox for me. I have ADHD. I'm on disability for it, so we're totally on the same wavelength.
Oh, I'm very ADHD. I tell you, it's difficult often for me to read one sentence.
Well, since we've brought up the ADHD, I know the guys will want to talk to you too, but they can shut up. I've been here longer. Since you brought up the ADHD, I have severe ADHD. I talk about it all the time. My life has been totally impacted by it. I'm on disability for it. I have a hard time with, I have social phobias before it. I've had Dr. Behrman on the show. David Behrman was on the show, and he enlightened us onto why it works from a brain point of view. But I've always been interested in that whole, when you give a hyperactive person Ritalin, it calms them down. It works the same way, cannabis, for me anyways. The sativa does one thing and the indica will do another, but it's switched with some people. Can you explain why?
Yeah. I can't explain that all, but I can give you some general ideas.
Okay.
Actually, it's better if I talk about what life is first, because then the answer that I would give you would be more meaningful, because everything that I understand about biology and health springs forth from this underlying understanding of what life is.
You have the floor, sir. You go ahead.
Oh, I can go on forever. So shut me up whenever you want me to. Whenever you want to.
We're not going to shut you up.
So, I studied molecular biology. I was still in undergraduate school when the genetic code was discovered back in the 60s.
Wow.
I was in undergraduate school back then as well. And what I searched for after learning a lot about molecular biology, at that time relatively simple compared to what we know now, but at that point the big discovery was what's called irreverently called the Holy Trinity: DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis. And it linked all of those together for all living forms. By discovering the code, you knew how the linear sequence of DNA could become the linear sequence of amino acids, which make proteins. Okay. So I took a course in thermodynamics, trying to understand what made life. I mean, you can understand that we have DNA and genetics and all of that, but how did that come about? Where did that come from? So I took a course in thermodynamics. Thermodynamics is a branch of physical chemistry, and thermo, heat, energy, dynamics, flow. So flowing energy. Unfortunately, the classical thermodynamics is not about flowing energy, and it's about what's called equilibrium conditions when things are already done, so they're not going to do anything else. So how can you look at life from that perspective? And in fact, from that perspective, life is statistically impossible. So that was kind of confusing and frustrating, especially since I'm a mathematical moron, and that course tormented the hell out of me because I'm a mathematical moron. However, along the way, I discovered the work of Ilya Prigogine, who got the Nobel Prize in 1977 for creating a new field of physics called far from equilibrium thermodynamics. And that is, in fact, what we are. We are far from equilibrium. You want to get closer to equilibrium, get sick and die. Or, wrap yourself up in a plastic bag and leave yourself rotting for 1 million years, and eventually nothing anymore will happen. So the difference between these two forms of physics, one says life is impossible, and the other basically says life must happen. So, of course, that makes a lot more sense. However, it wasn't for many years that Prigogine really kind of reached the apex of his understanding. And that came out in a book called The End of Certainty. And it's a very, very profound book. It's only, it's a short book, but my God, is it dense with, he's one of the smartest people that ever lived. No question about that. And what it basically tells you is that time is this constant change that only occurs when you're not at equilibrium. If you're at equilibrium, everything's randomized, and you can't tell. There is no time because there's no change. So with that perspective, we go back, we have a Big Bang. We don't have to worry about where the Big Bang came from or what's going on there. What we know is that we have this expanding universe, and that as things cooled and planets formed and they cooled, that at some point on our planet, life emerged. So that's where I would like to really now focus on what's going on. I'd like to give you a whole evolutionary history lesson.
Please do.
As to, pardon me?
Please do, but I have one question first. Before you get,
yes.
Do you mind if we smoke pot while you're speaking?
Yeah, you got to pass it to me. And
All
figure
right.
out how to do that.
All right.
Okay, I don't smoke very much. I'm an eater. I start my day by eating about 100 milligrams of high quality oil.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then I repeat that at least one more time during the day.
Wow.
I've got a lot of arthritic conditions, and when you understand what I'm talking about in this discussion today, you'll understand why I do that. Cannabis, the quick summary, the quick answer is that cannabis is an essential nutrient for modern man. Forget this drug bullshit.
Yeah.
It's a nutrient that if you want to live a healthy, long life, you've got to consume it regularly, period. So what I'd like to do now is explain why that's the case.
Okay.
All right?
Please do. Please.
So go ahead. Sorry.
No, please continue. That's all I said.
Okay. Sometimes these late delays, scramble my brain a little.
Yeah, mine too.
All right. So about 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth condensed out of basically stardust, and it has a very hot core, so there's energy there, and it's constantly bombarded by sunlight, as well as all the electromagnetic radiation that we're constantly bathed in, as we move through the Milky Way, et cetera, et cetera. So what Prigogine discovered are these things called dissipative structures. And it's very important for us to understand what that is, because we are all dissipative structures. So it'd be nice to know what we are. And what it basically is saying is that we extract information and energy from our surroundings, and we use that energy to maintain our integrity. And we get rid of our waste to the environment. And from a scientific point of view, what that's saying is that the entropy of the universe increases by us actually forming a collection of molecules in which information is increased. Information is the opposite of entropy. And there's this law in the basic law of the way things work called the second law of thermodynamics that says entropy must increase. All right? Which is disorder. So that always led to the paradox. How are we here? How is life here if it's organization and if the natural tendency of the universe is to go to disorder? And what Prigogine showed is that as long as you have flowing energy, it can actually organize mass, which is then the mass is becoming more negative entropic. It's becoming organized. So this now adds a new twist to what everybody thought. See, before you thought, if I took all the molecules that made me up, for example, and I disassociated them so that they were individual molecules and atoms, and I put them in a big dye tumbler, and I threw out that dye tumbler, what's the likelihood of me coming out? Essentially zero. But I'm here. So how did I get here? So what Prigogine discovered by creating the physics and the supporting math for verifying observations that had been previously poo-pooed because it didn't make sense from the standard view. And what these were special chemical reactions that, in particular, there's one reaction where electrons flow from where they don't want to be to where they want to be. So now you have flow. It's basically electricity, right? Electrons flowing. So you have one chemical that has a lot of them and wants to get rid of them, and you have other chemicals that would like to have more, and as soon as you provide the appropriate channels, those electrons can flow and you can convert things, okay? So what Prigogine showed is that there are a number of circumstances where flowing energy organizes matter. And that's what we are. You see, as soon as you stop the flow of a living system, the living system becomes a dead system. If we stop eating, we stop shitting and pissing, we stop breathing, we are stopping the flow that maintains our organization. Now, I'm going to give you a very simple example of that in a different context, because flowing energy can take on many different forms. And flowing electrons is exactly what powers life, but there are other examples that we're all familiar with, and yet we don't think about them in the context that I'm trying to describe, because we haven't been educated that way, because far from equilibrium thermodynamics, when it's taught, is typically in advanced physics courses and graduate courses, and it should be taught in kindergarten by giving people demonstrations of things so that they understand that what I'm going to describe to you is very special. So I'm going to give you a very simple explanation. We've all pulled the plug in our bathtub or flushed our toilet. What do you see? You see a whirlpool that forms. Well, that's a structure. The molecules are no longer random. So they're organized. And what's driving that organization is gravity. And once the toilet reaches the bottom, the water reaches the bottom, that spiral disappears. It's the same thing that accounts for tornadoes or hurricane weather patterns. When you look at those patterns, what you're seeing is a structure that's dependent on the flow of the wind and the heat to generate that structure, okay? So in that case, gravity or heat can be generating flow-dependent structures. In our case, it's the flow of electrons from chemicals that want to get rid of them, in particular hydrocarbons, the carbohydrates that we eat, the protein that we eat, the fats, they all are made out of carbon and hydrogen molecules. And in order to add those hydrogens onto the carbon, it requires energy. And that energy comes from the sunlight. And before life formed, what it did was it powered chemical reactions that formed these heterogeneities, these structures in liquid. You know, if you just pour a liquid and let it sit there, you're never going to see a whirlpool form. But as soon as you allow gravity to act on it, you can see the whirlpool forming. Okay, so flowing energy is the critical deal here. And so once life first emerged, well, let's go back. Before life emerged, you had these inorganic, meaning pre-life, chemical reactions that were forming in the prebiotic soup, the ocean. And as time went on, you had areas where the things were concentrated, and you had things coming and going, basically. Think of, you know, the sunlight's hitting it. We have daylight cycles, so you're going to change you're going to have heat gradients forming. All of these things lead to these concentrations that can eventually form these flow-dependent structures. So you had now the ability to generate prebiotic chemical organization before there was ever any life. And as that process continued, because the earth kept getting hit by more sunlight, and you had the warmth of the earth, and you had different chemistry providing sources of flow. Eventually, things got complicated enough that out popped life. And then the same process kept happening. Life keeps taking in more energy, creating more complexity, because what's really going on with all living systems is they're trying to survive. Well, you're trying to survive, but think about your life. Every instant is different, which means that you've got to constantly change to be alive. And what I'm trying to get at here is that change is a constant occurrence as the universe unfolds, as the biochemistry and chemistry on the planet continues to evolve, powered by the sunlight, basically. And as a result, we keep having instabilities in this big chemistry set called the planet Earth. And those instabilities generate higher forms of organization. In the same way that life formed, according to what I'm telling you, which nobody else will tell you, as this chemistry keeps flowing, it gets agitated, and so much energy flows that the only solution is to get more organized and create a new regime. It's a non-linear change. You go from nothing to something in terms of organization, okay? So the first the first organisms were bacteria. They were called prokaryotes because they had DNA, but they didn't have nucleus and a lot of other of the complexity that characterizes our cells, which are called eukaryotic cells. Eukaryote meaning true chromosome, as opposed to prokaryotic meaning early chromosome, essentially, okay? So for 1 billion years, sunlight and the chemistry from the heat of the earth allowed those microorganisms to reproduce and to thrive. But you got to look at what was going on back then. First of all, until they appeared, there was no organic matter. And, excuse me, as they lived and died, what you now did was you generated all of these hydrocarbon corpses from all 1 billion years of dying bacteria. And these bacteria, as they were using the sunlight to make themselves as a byproduct, as a waste product, they made something rather important for us, oxygen. And what that did was it ultimately changed the entire atmosphere of the planet, from one that had virtually no oxygen to one that had a lot of oxygen. So on the one hand, we now had oxygen, and on the other hand, we had hydrocarbons, where sunlight was used to force the hydrogen onto the carbon. So that means energy was in there. And now now you can burn that. All right? So that's how life evolved to a higher complexity to generate the kinds of cells that form us. So the first eukaryotic cells that were formed were protozoa. You know, amoeba and paramecium that you all saw in high school when you looked under the microscope. And those cells did not have endocannabinoid receptors. They didn't have a CB1 receptor or a CB2 receptor or a lot of the other receptors, but they did have receptors, so they have to communicate with their environment, because their environment is what keeps them alive. As you suck negative entropy, organization, and chemical potential out of your surroundings. So they kept getting more complicated as well. And we went from protozoa to sponges, which are pretty unsophisticated. The sponge is not very smart, you know. It doesn't really have a nervous system or a brain. It's got some cells that start to take on those functions. So look for a second at what your nervous system does. It takes information from outside of you, and it brings that information into you. Sight, sound, smells, taste, all of those things are regulated and brought into the system, the collection of molecules that is you. And on the other hand, your immune system is monitoring all the mass that comes into the system. Those are the only things that can come in, energy or mass, right? So your nervous system deals with the energy, and your immune system deals with the mass, because you're eating things from outside, and you've got to be able to bring them into you in a way that's safe and harmonious. So if you look, for example, in humans, our gut is where 70% of our immune system is, because that's where you're taking in all that mass. But we're also taking it in through our lungs and through our skin. So we have a lot of monitoring devices there to make sure that we deal with the things that are coming in such a way that they don't kill us. So these prokaryotes evolved into multicellular organisms that kept getting more complex over time. And it's very important to understand what evolution selects for. It selects for survivability. It selects for adaptation. It doesn't select for strength. It doesn't select for intelligence. It selects for the ability to adapt so you can survive, period. So organisms kept getting more complex, but they had a limit in terms of how much they could adapt. And it was at that point that the chemistry set got complicated enough that it had to, before you have a major change in these far from equilibrium phase changes, as they're called, the system itself starts to go crazy. It's like what's happening today with our politics, with our weather, with our banking, with our finances, with our economies. All of these things that you're seeing today around us are the same kinds of things that always happen. Yeah. because they're the product of this continuous unfolding. We are in a big chemistry set. It's called the planet Earth and the biosphere. It's a combination of the inorganic, the geosphere, along with the biosphere and how they interact for the life to continuously survive. So what happened with the emergence of the vertebrates, see, these other organisms, your insects and your worms and your lobsters, they don't have the level of adaptability that we do. And our lineage emerged from when a new level of adaptability occurred. And that's when the vertebrates were formed. And quite amazing and mind-boggling is the following truth. Along with their emergence, also for the first time, you had a cannabinoid receptor. You had the CB1 receptor on nervous cells. Now remember, those protozoa had the biochemistry that produced endocannabinoids. You had anandamide in a protozoa, which is anandamide is one of your main endocannabinoids. But it didn't have receptors because they were part of these flowing biochemical structures that had not yet evolved the sophistication of communicating into a more complicated scenario, that of the vertebrate. So let me explain now what really is going on, because it's so simple. You see, it's just people don't understand because nobody says it other than me. So what happened is, think about your brain, think about your head. What's the big characteristic? If you put your hand on your head, what are you feeling? Heat. You're always going to be hot. Your head is the hottest part of your body, and your neck, right? They're always giving off a lot of heat. Why is that?
And that's why
your brain is.
That's where you experience most of your pain as well, right?
Yeah, but the point here is that flowing energy organizes matter. Your brain is the most complicated piece of biology on the planet.
Yes.
So it's got a tremendous amount of organization. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to maintain that. Because if we cut off your food supply and you die, your brain is going to decrease its complexity until it stops everything, right? So what we want to do is maintain our distance from equilibrium. We want to be charged up with life. And we want to be able to continuously adapt to our environment so that we, as a living entity, can continue to survive and thrive and grow. And with the emergence of that CB1 receptor, something very, very special happened. Again, this is only from my perspective. Everybody else will tell you that I'm nuts, but I can prove it all. And they don't even talk to me about it because their heads are so far embedded in their asses that they can't see any light.
There you go.
And I'm talking about doctors and professional scientists.
Hello. Is there anybody out there?
So what's going on is this. You couldn't develop a complicated brain with the existing biochemical machinery of the invertebrates because we generate energy in different ways. And the most efficient way that we generate energy happens to also be the most dangerous. So we have a series of chemical reactions within our mitochondria known as the electron transport system. And what that is a way of taking these electrons that are coming from the reduced hydrocarbons, the food that we eat, and passing them through the complexity of biology until they have no more energy. And what do we put out? CO2 and water, right? That's what you're breathing out, and we get rid of our water with our urine and along with our ammonium compounds, et cetera. And your feces is basically, 80-90% bacteria. We actually have more bacteria living on us and within that tube of our digestive system because they're much smaller cells. Remember, the prokaryotes are not as complicated. We actually have more bacteria living on us and part of us than we have our own cells. How's that for bizarreness, right? We tend to, it points up the stupidity.
That's scary, actually. That's scary.
Well, no, it's not scary because we need them.
Oh, okay. So then it's not scary then. It sounds scary.
No, it's
though.
all symbiotic. Everything has to live in harmony with everything else so that everything keeps flowing.
Yes. Okay. I get you.
All right. And the bacteria in your gut regulate your state of health to a tremendous degree now. It's found more and more because the right bacteria live in harmony with you and the wrong bacteria don't.
Yeah,
and they cause inflammation and you get all sorts of illnesses.
That was the scary part.
We have to live in harmony with our environment. And what you want, see that everything is so stupid because everything is driven by marketing. So every time some asshole comes up with an idea that might sell something more, the morons go and peddle shit, and we, the blind sheeple, go and buy the crap.
Yeah.
Let me give you a prime example, and the significance of this will become clearer later on.
Okay.
Today, what do we see as one of our major causes of health disease, lack of health, is what's called metabolic syndrome. The overweight, the diabetes, the heart disease, all of these come from metabolic syndrome. Well, what is that? It's that we're eating the wrong foods and we're making too many free radicals. And it turns out that it's because we're eating too many sugars. So what has occurred over the past decades, peddled by the government and all the wise nutritionists and all the other morons, fat-free diets. Well, when you're on a fat-free diet, you're not burning any fat, you're only burning carbohydrates. And carbohydrates are very much enjoyed by this very efficient but dangerous pathway that I'm describing to you. The electron transport system that efficiently makes ATP. We break down most of our stuff ultimately to glucose, and then we funnel that glucose through a variety of pathways ultimately to make ATP, which is kind of like the dollar bill of biology. It's used for everything. It's the energy source. Just the way a dollar can get you anything, ATP can get you anything. All right. So where are we here? We have living systems. We're making waste, which in a case of humans is we're eating hydrocarbons. Just the way you burn coal and gas, we eat our food, which are hydrocarbons, be they proteins, fats, or carbohydrates. They're still all hydrocarbons. And we burn them down to CO2 and water. And at that point, we've taken everything out of those molecules because you can't do very much with CO2 and water without putting more energy back in. Matter of fact, we use CO2 and water as a fire extinguisher because it doesn't burn anymore. It's already lost its energy, okay? So where I'm going with this is the following. The CB1 receptor that gets you stoned has a very unique role in modulating energy flow in nerve cells. And what it basically does is it fine-tunes that efficient energy-producing machinery so that you can stay in the efficient mode longer than would otherwise be possible. What determines possibility is how many free radicals are being made.
Now, is it like a battery?
Back up again.
Like a battery?
Pardon me?
Thing? Like a battery?
Well, a battery is the energy flow, period. Think of the charged battery as you eating your food.
Okay.
And the discharge battery is when you're spitting out your hydrocarbons, your CO2 rather, and your water.
Your spent energy, yeah. Yep.
So that's discharging your battery. By you being alive, you're discharging your battery.
Wow.
And there are two components to that. One is your physical self, you got muscles and bones and all of that. But the other is the fact that you're flow dependent and all of your chemistry is constantly flowing. And if it's not flowing harmoniously, you're making free radicals and you're aging yourself. So you reduce aging by having harmonious flow and reducing free radical production. Now I'm going to tell you something that's mind-blowing. But this is
my mind's already blown, man.
Mine's gone, man. Holy
My
crap.
mind blew like 15 minutes ago, Bob.
Keep going.
I'm like, ooh.
Am I comprehensible? Are you
Oh,
guys
for sure.
listening?
I'm tripping into
All right,
existentialism here. So.
Please keep going, sir.
All right, so listen to this now. one single free radical molecule, all right? One single free radical. It could be an oxygen with an extra electron, or it could be an oxygen with a hydrogen with an extra electron. Free radicals have unpaired electrons. Electrons like to always exist in pairs. And as soon as you have an unpaired electron, it's looking to hold hands with something else, which makes it reactive, okay? So a single free radical molecule will react with all sorts of things depending on how strong that free radical is, all right? Some of them are really strong and they react with anything as soon as they touch it. So a single free radical can interact with one of the bases in the DNA in one of your cells, and it can change that base. And if all of your homeostatic mechanisms don't prevent that, and then your DNA repair mechanisms can't fix it, and your immune system can't see the fact that you've created, for example, a cancer cell, that single molecule can amplify up through the organization of your biochemistry and kill you. Cancer. Okay? One fucking molecule can kill you. Now, you've got about 15 trillion cells of your kind, eukaryotic cells, making up your body. And every day, every one of those cells gets about 20,000 of these damages caused by free radicals, where one in the wrong place can kill you. And yet we're here alive talking about it.
It's kind of like
Pretty
people.
wild.
It's kind of like people, eh? Some people are just bad for you.
Exactly. It all depends on where they are and what they're doing, right?
That's
you
right.
Put them in a jail and they can't kill anybody.
Well, but and those people that are bad for you can actually affect you. I mean, I know that I'm affected by my surroundings, and when there's what I call drama going on, it really affects me, because obviously I'm right there. I'm going to get drawn into it, but I really don't want to be there. And then when it's done, it's like I've been punched in the gut and I feel ill.
I know exactly what you're saying, having had 3 ex-wives. No, so back to where we were here. A single molecule can kill you. You've got 20 million. I mean, you've got 15 trillion of these cells, each getting 20,000 damages a day. What that should be telling you is that your biochemistry has to be very specifically designed, selected for, to survive free radical damage. And that's the heart of what I'm going to talk about. Because what I'm saying is that while I'm on the one hand saying free radicals are bad for you and they damage you, on the other hand, they are critical regulators of your homeostasis. Because what happens is the complexity of your biochemistry has evolved so that you can do things on the one hand, but doing things is always going to make free radicals. So you've got to be able to do things, and you've got to be able to deal with the free radicals. And that's what all of your biochemistry is about. Letting you do things and letting you not kill yourself with free radicals. So we are constantly exposed to them, but they are what allows us to actually exist. Because in the complexity of our biochemistry, what we've selected for is the ability to self-monitor ourselves. The same way cannabis gives you awareness, your biochemistry has evolved self-awareness in that there are countless biochemical entities that detect free radical changes in otherwise normal entities. So I'll give you an example. We said a free radical could damage your DNA. Well, you have enzymes coded for by genes in your DNA that constantly slide up and down your DNA to check out if there's any screw-ups in your DNA. And if there is, they chop them out and repair it. It's called the DNA repair system. That's actually what I got my degree in. free radical damage caused by X-rays. But now we're talking about free radical damage caused by our metabolism, by our very essential metabolism. So what I'm telling you now is that free radicals have two roles. On the one hand, they are damaging, and on the other hand, we wouldn't be here without them, because they are the constant signals that tell us anytime there's any imbalance in our biochemical flow. Because anytime there's an imbalance, we wind up generating free radicals to an excess degree, which starts to label things. And eventually, our biochemistry gets so screwed up that we have to shift into a safer mode. That safer mode is fat burning. So when we are burning fat, what you're really doing is you're recycling your biological molecules that were labeled with free radical damage. And what that allows you, it's the same, everything is a fractal. Our society is a fractal. Think about our society. The smarter we got, the more capable we were of doing things, the more waste we made. And now we're choking in our waste, so we're getting some feedback that says, hey, if you can't breathe your air or drink your water, maybe you're doing something wrong and you better fix it. And if you are living on a planet and you're making so much CO2 that you're changing the atmosphere, and it's going to destabilize our polar caps, and they're going to melt, and they're going to flood our shorelines. And by the way, what's going to also happen is we're going to melt the permafrost in Russia and release all that methane, and that's going to give us such an incredible, effect on our weather that the planet will turn into Mars, literally. Well, we hopefully have developed enough brains so we can say we better do something about this, all right? But your biochemistry has also developed those brains, and part of that is it turns on fat burning. So instead of making things to be more differentiated, more sophisticated, and more advanced, it backs up and it says it's time to recycle our shit, get rid of the garbage that we're choking on, and clean up our act. Well, think about it. If you're recycling your parts, you don't have to make everything because you got parts that you can use. So you're going to require less energy. So you're going to make less free radicals, and you can afford to be a little less efficient in making them. Now, let me backtrack to something that I didn't finish earlier. So here we have our brains, and let's go back to the point when we were invertebrates, and we couldn't really get a better brain because otherwise it would get too hot and it wouldn't work anymore. And now we evolved the CB1 receptor, and what it's regulating are calcium channels. And calcium was critical when you go back before life occurred. You know, you had the cliffs of Dover, calcium carbonate, and depending on the acidity of the ocean, it'll either dissolve them or not. That's exactly what's happening in you with your bones. Your bones are either releasing calcium or pulling it out. And why is calcium so critical? Because all of those flow-dependent structures that are involved in you doing anything are always activated by calcium, probably because of the role calcium played in that prebiotic soup. So if you're looking at your muscles, your immune system, your nervous system, your endocrine system, production of insulin, everything is dependent on calcium. So what that's telling you is that calcium's got to be involved in energy activation and therefore free radical production. So once you fine tune that with the cannabinoid receptor, it allowed for our brains to evolve more. So the early invertebrates had no ability to really fine tune that way, so their brains were limited. Once we evolved with this new chemistry, we as vertebrates, our big deal is adaptability. Look at the difference between a vertebrate and an invertebrate. We've got that spinal cord with our nervous system, our Wi-Fi running through it, you know, our broadband running through it, communicating from your brain to your big toe at an instant. And all of that requires energy And all of that will generate free radicals. So we have things that will quench those free radicals. Antioxidants, our vitamin C, our vitamin E, all of those goodies that we eat from our veggies, they will help negate the free radicals. But the more you do, the more you make, and eventually you make more than you can quench. So now you've got to shift your biochemistry so you don't make so much. And ultimately, the solution to doing that is to turn on fat burning. So when you turn on fat burning, you're making fewer free radicals, and it goes hand in hand with the recycling that I was talking about. In biological terms, it's known as autophagy, self-eating. You eat yourself. A cell that is damaged pieces eats its damaged pieces and recycles them so that the cell can live and do whatever it was doing or divide if that's what it needs to do.
So I guess the meaning,
Right?
there really is a meaning to the words "eat me."
Oh yeah. So now what you have, let's jump now up the evolutionary scale. What you see is that as vertebrates kept developing more and more complexity, their brains grew in complexity. And what you see is always an increase in that CB1 receptor, to the point that the more evolutionarily advanced areas of the human brain, for example, have more receptors than a monkey or than a dog, or you go back, There's a constant increase in CB1 receptors in the most evolutionarily advanced areas of our brain. Hint, we need to get high. It's what keeps us alive. It's what allowed us to be here. Let me give you a very.
I'm gonna cut you off 1 second. Let's take a quick break, and then we're gonna come back and let Dr. Bob finish, because I gotta go to the can, and I don't want to miss a thing. And we need to play
my
a thing.
brain needs to process some of this shit.
That's right. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're going to listen to a song and Chris's news, and because I don't want to take another break, I just want to let Dr. Bob go. But Chris did some news for us. Is that all right with you, Dr. Bob?
Absolutely. Of
Awesome.
course. I adapt. That's what it's about.
There you go.
It's accepting change and working with it.
So now, as we're going forward and accepting change, I noticed this afternoon that you shared a song by a band named Pussy Riot. and I
listened to him laughing.
I heard it earlier, like really early in the evening last night, or like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I saw you posted it. Now I've got it and I'm going to play it, but I would, if you wouldn't mind elaborating on what you posted, because I found it very interesting what you said, if you remember. He's looking.
You're asking who?
You. Do you remember? Do you remember what you said about the song when you posted it, the video?
No, I don't. What did I say?
I'm going to find it right now here. Just give me 1 second.
But see, I'm very interested in that because I'm very interested in freedom, and we hear all of the stuff about Russia, and Russians hear all of the stuff about us, because you're dealing with political people peddling their loads, basically to keep their shit together.
Exactly.
That's the group of the
Pussy Riot,
the musical group of women that were arrested for
Yes.
performing in a church, right?
Pussy Riot, they're called.
Yeah, they did 2 years in jail.
Yeah. I'm just
so
you post a lot of stuff, man. I'm trying to find it on your wall now. Go on, continue while I'm looking, please.
Well, so I'm always very interested in politics and world affairs. Yeah. I guess in particular because I owe my life to Adolf Hitler and to Tojo, because my father was a GI in Germany and my mother was a young Fräulein, and I popped eye. Yeah. So, and then when I was growing up, this was in the early 50s.
Yep.
My father had come back from World War II. You didn't have very much TV, but what we did have on TV was Victory at Sea. So and my mom was German. You know? So I always was involved with that whole consciousness of the war. So I think that made me very tuned in to history more so than otherwise. Plus, my birthday is December 7th.
What you said was, I've got it here, and then I'm going to play it, and we're going to all go and run to the bathroom real quick. We all need to remember where we came from. Stardust and neutral selection, with a little help from
I should have said natural selection.
Sorry, natural. I'm dyslexic. I did mention that. Natural selection with a little help from the endocannabinoid system. No, that was hard to say. Endocannabinoid.
We could tell you were struggling with it there.
Yeah.
Well, everything that I'm telling you now, that I've been telling you this past time, is exactly what that statement means.
Okay, well, we're going to listen to the song. Now, I will say some of you may be offended, so if you are, please don't leave. Just turn it down. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so after Chris does his news. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live with Dr. Robert Malamede, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Some of you may become somewhat uncomfortable as parts of this film unfold. If you will listen carefully, you will agree that the concepts will contribute to the rearing of a mature person who has a healthy, responsible attitude toward the sexual side of his life.
Does your vagina have a brand? Let your vagina start a band. If your vagina lands in prison, then the world is gonna listen. My vagina is tough and dangerous, shaking up the major labels. Vagina gonna take the stage, 'cause vagina got a lot to say. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vagina's where you're really from. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vagina's where you're really from. Vagina's gonna win the race. Vagina gonna play in space. Vagina gonna top the charts. Vaginas fill your shopping carts. Vaginas in the art museum, and people buying tickets just to see them. Put your pussy on a diet, then paparazzi gonna start a riot. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vaginas where you're really from. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb, vaginas where you're really from. V-A-G-I-N-A, we got pussy for days. Back up, pussy don't play. First they come and then they stay. You gon' always go and find it when you need it. You gon' always come back and repeat it. Oh, 'cause you know what home is. Go down like you know what dome is. Whoa, man, when I'm losing focus. But JJ on hocus pocus. Don't act like you don't know this. Girls running like US Open. Throw a fit right now. Put up a fist right now. 'Cause you the shit right now. I'm probably acting like a bitch right now. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb. Vagina's where you're really from. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb. Vagina's where you're really from. My pussy It's sweet just like a cookie. It goes to work, it makes the beats. It's CEO, no rookie. From senator to bookie, we run this shit, go looky. You could turn any page, any race, any age, from Russia to the States. We tearing up the place, I rip shit like Sinead O'Connor. I wear my badge, it's a badge of honor. I take pride in the way we rise. One love to Maya Angelou, the if we'll wonder how we do it all. Sometimes I wonder. I could play nice so I could bring that thunder. So sad I got it in right here, but this vagina gotta go make them numbers. Don't play stupid, don't play dumb. Vaginas, where you really from? Don't play stupid, don't play dumb. Vaginas, where you really from? Don't play stupid, don't play dumb. Vaginas, where you really from? Don't play
This is how we all came into the world.
That's not all you go out with girls for, is it?
Going out with girls is fun.
Growing your own vegetables, flowers, or even medicinal plants can be a challenge without the right equipment and proper know-how. At BMA Hydroponics, not only are they your urban horticultural experts and suppliers, but their staff holds the customer's needs paramount to making a sale. Family-owned with decades of experience and knowledge, they offer free advice in person, by phone, or email. BMA Hydroponics wants to ensure you have the advice you need, which is why you'll find tips and tricks on different ways to grow, like wick, ebb and flow, drip, or aeroponic system, as well as other helpful links at bmahydroponics.com. If you can't find what you're looking for, just let them know, and they'll do everything they can to get what you're looking for. At BMA Hydroponics, each staff member also possesses a federal exemptee MMAR license, making their strong suit empathy, experience, and dedication to their customers. Because when you know how to grow, you'll have results that make you proud. BMA Hydroponics in Belleville, Ontario. Visit bmahydroponics.com.
I'm Coulter Wonka. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
Welcome to the 420 Radio Show, and this is your 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. Richard Bergman used to investigate people in BC for cannabis grow-ops in possession of pot as a sergeant in the RCMP. But now the retired officer is fighting the war on drugs as a civilian and concerned parent in the suburban Ottawa. He pleaded with Chief Charles Bordello at the Police Services Board meeting Monday to crack down on cannabis dispensaries, especially the two that have popped up in his Orleans neighborhood, one of which is just steps away from a kids' tutoring center and a martial arts club. Loving and caring parents cry disbelief when they walk their children to tutoring clinics and taekwondo studios that have a marijuana store right beside it. Speaking on behalf of parents who didn't have time to attend the board meeting Monday evening, Bergman called the lack of police enforcement a direct assault on our children. Police across Canada are faced with the challenge of enforcing the current laws that are poised to change with legalization of cannabis, as the new federal government has pledged to do. In Toronto, police have raided countless shops over the past few months, only to see some of them reopen the next day. Cracking down on them, Bordello said, is more complicated than just showing up at the front door with a police badge. There have been no such raids targeting the 16 known shops in Ottawa, but Ottawa's police chief confirmed there are active investigations into the businesses. We don't have at the Ottawa Police Service the ability to say you can't open, Bordello said. We don't have that legal authority. The chief also suggested that the city have a role in mitigating the proliferation of these businesses by strengthening licensing bylaws to prevent them from opening in the first place. Councillor Jody Middick, whose Innes ward has 2 cannabis dispensaries, said after the meeting Monday he has received hundreds of emails and phone calls from upset residents. While he said he will support recreational cannabis once it's legalized, he said he echoes his constituents' calls for police to take action now against the illegal pot shops. And now Shoppers Drug Mart wades into the cannabis market while Justin Trudeau stands around with cold feet. With the promise of legalization around the corner, the pharmacy has decided to take advantage of the burgeoning market. A public request by shoppers to sell pot in its stores shows the pusher stigma has finally begun to fade. Shoppers is part of the Loblaws chain known across Canada for its family-friendly Canadian superstores and President's Choice brands. The move by Shoppers Drug Mart shows government inaction can't stop the evolving position of cannabis in Canadian society, but the longer Ottawa waits to make its rules, the more it loses control. Sky High Holistic of Santa Ana, California, was involved in a controversial raid over the summer in which 3 police officers with the Santa Ana Police Department were caught on Sky High's surveillance camera eating cannabis edibles and playing darts. One officer can even be heard making jokes about wanting to kick Marla James, an amputee, in her quote-unquote fucking nub. The dispensary was now applied enough legal pressure that the city of Santa Ana has agreed to pay a settlement of $100,000, money that will be split between dispensary volunteers Marla and David James and a physician who lost the use of his utilities as a result of the raid. The city has also agreed to drop all charges. The 3 police officers responsible for embarrassing the entire Santa Ana police force had either resigned or been terminated at this point. This is because the Orange County District Attorney's Office went after them, slapping all 3 with a variety of charges ranging from misdemeanor theft to vandalism. They have since pled not guilty and are due back in court some point next month. Not long after being charged, the cops filed a lawsuit with the Orange County Superior Court in an attempt to get the video suppressed as evidence, claiming their privacy rights had been violated. However, the complaint was tossed out of court because the judge said cops should not expect privacy in their on-duty performance of an official function at a cannabis dispensary. The Bolivian government's Special Force for the Struggle Against Narco-Trafficking, FELCN, have seized 8 metric tons of cannabis across the region this October. Several campesinos were arrested and crops burned in the fields at various locations. The Bolivian newspaper La Razón named the site of major raids. Both lie on the edge of the rainforest, just where the plateau drops down into the Amazon. This transition zone is the country's key cocoa production area, but now more and more cocaliers, or cocoa leaf growers, are apparently turning to cannabis. According to the official reports by the Prensa Latina, from January to August, the FELCN seized 114 tons of drugs in 7,874 raids across the country. But unfortunately, they don't break the stats down by the drug. And British Sugar will be swapping tomato plants for cannabis seedlings after signing a long-term contract to supply this crop to the drug company GW Pharmaceuticals. The cannabis plants, which are of a non-psychoactive variety, will be grown in British Sugar's 18-hectare glass house in Wissington, Norfolk, where the company, a subsidiary of Associated British Foods, is currently cultivating tomatoes. The space is the equivalent of 23 football fields. Every year we try to work out the best commercial assets for the glass house. Paul Kenward, managing director of British Sugar. Our glass house is very well suited for growing that particular variety of cannabis plant family, and it's fair to say that the return will be better than on tomatoes. We're confident of decent yields. GW Pharmaceuticals, a UK biotech, has developed an experimental treatment called Epidiolex for severe forms of childhood epilepsy. It is derived from compounds in the cannabis plant that have achieved stellar results in the final stage trials. The glass house will provide enough raw crop a year to treat 40,000 children globally, making British Sugar a major supplier to GW. GW wanted a very professional grower, and we have that expertise. This is a crop that grows into medicines. We need to be grown consistently and reliably, said Mr. Kenward. By growing this crop, we are indirectly helping sick children and doing something socially worthwhile. GW plans to file the drug with the U.S. regulators in the first half of 2017, and Chief Executive Justin Gover hopes that the treatment could be on the U.S. market by the end of next year, with the European launch following shortly thereafter. And the number of cannabis and hemp fairs in Italy has skyrocketed in recent years. The biggest in southern Italy, the Canepa in Mostra, was held in Naples this month under the shadow of Vesuvius, the region's 1,277-meter tall active volcano. Crowds flocked to the event for entertainment, dynamic conference speakers, and roughly 90 different exhibitors. Opening the fair, which ran from October 14th to 16th, was the charismatic mayor of Naples, Luigi de Magistris, who has signaled his openness to cannabis as an industrial resource, medicine, and source of inspiration. His support curried favor within the cannabis community, and organizers presented de Magistris with a 3D printed crown of hemp leaves embellished with a 22-karat gold hemp leaf. Hopes are high that De Magistris could help fuel a soft revolution in Naples. His approach is certainly different from the past. His predecessor, Rosa Russo Gervolino, was responsible for an anti-cannabis law during his time as Minister of Domestic Affairs. The law so disgusted the Italian people that the country passed a referendum in 1993 to fully decriminalize cannabis use. Italy's legal hemp economy is growing fast. The country is now Europe's third largest producer after France and Lithuania, with 2,070 hectares harvested in 2015. There are roughly 120 farms growing hemp in southern Italy, as well as dozens of paper manufacturers and other processors. Kinesis of Sicily produces bioplastics from hemp, and one of the bigger players, South Hemp Techno, opened a hemp processing plant in Crispiano Tarantino in 2014 that it's widely considered the best in Italy. Public opinion and media coverage are evolving along with the industry. 10 years ago, the Fumero cannabis shop was discredited by the media as a new shop where drug addicts could find replacement organs. These days, the same publications seem much more open to cannabis becoming part of the mainstream. All this is unfolding as Naples works to reinvent itself as an open, modern, and tolerant city. And that's been your news. Peace, love, and hippie shit. Back to you guys.
Tune into the Pace Radio Show and catch Kim Cooper, Debbie Stoll-Skiffen, or Allison Merlin, along with myself, Al Grant, as we talk to Canadian and international cannabis advocates who are working hard to help patients and to end cannabis prohibition. Catch us live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at lifestyleradio.ca.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
I'm feeling really good and very strong and very happy that I am now almost free of seizures and 48 for 48 days. So I feel so much stronger and better and much more better than I ever felt before in my whole entire life. This is like the best day ever. This is like a dream come true.
Tune in to the 420 radio show. Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. With Marcel, Lori, and Al. Along with their guests. Tunes. 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. And weekly grow tips from Ross Middleton of BMA Hydroponics. Pull up your couch. Grab a coffee. Light up and join us right here on lifestyleradio.ca.
And we are back. This is the 420 radio show, probably one of the most stimulating shows I've had in a few years. We're talking with Dr. Robert Malamud, or as we in the community lovingly call him as Dr. Bob. And
Dr. Bob, crazy Dr. Bob.
Your bong is ready, sir.
Jason's here too. Dr. Bob wanted to continue where he left off, so we're going to let him. So enjoy.
All right. So we were talking about complexity and how evolution continues to generate more complexity, and how with the emergence of the vertebrates, something new happened. We had the CB1 receptor, that gets you high. And what I want to explain now is how, by virtue of that modulating efficient energy production, it led to the human brain. And how, as you look up the evolutionary scale, you keep seeing more and more CB1 receptors in the most evolutionarily advanced areas of our brain. And by the way, our endocannabinoid system is the most abundant neurotransmitter system in your brain. and we don't teach it in medical school. Your endocannabinoid system in general homeostatically regulates everything in your body because it regulates free radicals, which regulate everything in your body. So we don't teach the most fundamental reality of life in our medical school. So now I want to explain this, the kind of the proof of that, in a sense, in one particular aspect.
Please do.
Your brain is 5% of your body weight, and it uses 20% of your energy. And you feel your head is always hot. Well, it's hot when you're making energy efficiently, which is why you need to make energy efficiently. Otherwise, it would be too hot. And as you know, brain and the head is very susceptible to injury. There's a fundamental reason for that. The reason is that it's always in that sugar burning mode, in that electron transport system mode for making energy efficiently, and therefore always susceptible to any free radicals that would be made as a consequence of any kind of backup in the flow. There's an interesting little visual to this that I'd like to try out on you guys. Imagine you have a hose, and it's got a turn on one end and a shut off on the other end, and that the hose has a bunch of pinholes in it. Now, if the hose is open and you turn on the faucet, those pinholes don't leak and the water comes out the end. That's energy flowing through your electron transport system. And the water that comes out the end is used to make your ATP, your energy, okay, in this little visual here. But now imagine you either turn the faucet up really, really high, or you turn down the outflow so that pressure builds up in the hose. Now you're going to start to have leaks. Think of those leaks as your free radicals. So that's what goes on. As soon as too much goes in, like you're eating too much, or not enough is going out because you're not exercising and using the fuel, then you wind up making extra free radicals. But because these free radicals, remember, one molecule can kill you, and you're making this incredible number in all of your cells, what I'm saying is that most of your biochemistry is simply designed to keep the energy flowing and to keep you keep the cells from self-destroying with too many free radicals. In other words, apoptosis or necrosis, which are the two general forms of cell death. Apoptosis is kind of a slow unbubbling. It forms little balls that are membrane bound, and they can be eaten up by your immune system, as opposed to if you poke open a cell and it bursts all its guts out, because then it's extremely inflammatory. Because all of the things in the cell, so you got to remember, everything is talking to everything else. All of those chemicals that we're dealing with here are parts of flow and parts of harmony. And it's like an LSD trip where you're watching all of these visuals interacting and flowing with fluidity. That's what's going on in your biochemistry. And for things to be activated, your mitochondria, the energy factories, they open up little holes and they let calcium in, which then activates the electron transport system. So you make all this ATP. But if there's any impairment in the flow, then you make more free radicals, which then homeostatically tell the system to do something differently, because otherwise you're going to make too many free radicals and the cell will die. And ultimately an organism will die if enough cells die. So anyway, 20% of your energy usage comes from your brain, which is only 5%, which is why your brain has to be in that energy efficient mode, which is why it's so susceptible to damage. In contrast, you look at your heart, 70% of its energy production, 60, 70% comes from burning fat. So that means it's in the recycling mode. So, your heart goes through a burst where it needs a lot of energy, makes electron transport system, makes free radicals, damages things, and then it goes back to fat burning, recycles the problem, and everything is cool, except if you're eating the wrong foods. And for example, all that fat that clogs up people's arteries, it's not because they're eating fat, because they're eating carbohydrates. The carbohydrates are turned into saturated fats. You cannot make unsaturated fats. They are essential nutrients. We get them out of fish and seed oils, things like that. And they happen to have the ability to turn down inflammation. How do they do that? They turn on fat burning. So there's a lot of nutraceuticals that are very good for you. Vitamin D turns on fat burning. Resveratrol, that comes from red wine, turns on fat burning. Your polyunsaturated fatty acids, your omega-3s. Again, the stupidity of the medical industry. Every doctor will tell you, eat fish oil and polyunsaturated fatty acids. They're good for you. Take in your omega-3s. And then they'll turn around and they'll say, marijuana is no good for you. We don't know what it does. We know what it does, but they don't know what it does because they don't read the literature. Those fish oils are how your body makes pot. That's why it's good for you. Those same doctors don't understand that every time they get hungry, it's because their brain made some pot and they gave themselves the munchies. They don't understand that your endocannabinoid system regulates everything in your body from conception until death. Your immune system, digestive system, endocrine system, cardiovascular system, nervous system, digestive system, reproductive system, muscle, skin, bones, everything in your body is regulated and kept in balance by the pot that you make and the pot that you eat. If you don't have pain, chronic pain, your body makes enough pot. If you are in chronic pain, you need to take in some more, and you need to change your diet so you're not screwing yourself by what you're eating. And that goes back again to the insanity that's been perpetrated on the public with fat-free diets. You know, just think, use simple little logic here. You think your arteries are going to clog up with fat if you're burning fat or if you're making fat? You know, it's that simple. And that simplicity holds everywhere. You know, for example, let's look at diabetes quick. You know, here you have either insulin-resistant diabetes or you have type 1 where you don't make any insulin at all. All right. Well, let's look what's going on. You're eating all these carbohydrates. You're making all these free radicals. Your sugar levels in your blood goes up. That alone, for physiological reasons, is not good. You know, too much sugar changes the osmotic activity of your blood. It's not healthy, okay? So your pancreas senses that and makes insulin. And what's that insulin do? It binds to receptors on cells throughout your body and tells them to take up the sugar and burn it. Well, what if they've been burning too much and they've been making too many free radicals and the cell has said, too many free radicals, shift pathways, do not burn any more sugar. Well, guess what? That's what's called type 2 diabetes, insulin-resistant diabetes. And what is it? It's simply your cells saying, stop killing me. I don't want any more sugar. But being stupid as we are, we ignore that and we keep giving them the shitty diet until the pancreas is burnt out making insulin. Because it keeps trying to make insulin because the sugar levels are too high in your blood, but the cells are saying, I ain't going to help you anymore because you're killing me. And then finally the cells stop producing any insulin because they undergo apoptosis because they made too many free radicals trying. It's crazy. And if you have type 1 diabetes or if you're insulin dependent, I have many friends now who no longer use insulin. Why? Because they go on a ketogenic diet. A ketogenic diet, you make ketone bodies when you burn fat. And if you make enough of them, then it shows up in your blood. So it's a big fad right now, a ketogenic diet. Why? Because guess what? You lose weight when you're burning fat. So my one friend who's like 300 pounds, he just lost 20. He hasn't been taking insulin for about 3 months now. His sugar levels are normal because he uses oil every day, which turns on fat burner. See what's going on. I didn't get into the CB2 receptor yet. Let me back up and try to dissect this further. Your CB1 receptor regulates your calcium channels so that you can stay in the sugar burning mode and make energy efficiently so that you can have a brain. In contrast, and it evolved later. Your CB2 receptor turns on fat burning. Now, the more your brain is advanced, the more, those early vertebrates were able to run around, which means they were exposed to more things, which meant that they needed to develop their immune system in order to survive the greater levels of exposure by being more alive because they were using the CB1 receptor, okay? So, because remember, your immune system is monitoring mass that comes into the system. Well, it turns out that CB2 was first discovered in the immune system. It was called the peripheral receptor or the immune receptor. But after all this time, and I've been talking about this for years, the scientific literature never really talks about what I'm telling you. CB2 turns on fat burning. It turns on autophagy, self-eating, okay? Now, let's look at what goes on with viruses. Let's look at HIV, okay? HIV developed in a differentiated environment. It's developed, in humans, and we have this very complicated system of everything, us, and yet this virus has evolved the ability to kill us. Well, that virus evolved, all of its adaptability evolved in the differentiated sugar burning mode of our cells, of our immune cells, that for the most part, when they're making antibodies or doing these other things, they have to turn on sugar burning, all right? Because they need to make the energy efficiently. So HIV has evolved and lives in a world of sugar burning, where cells are communicating with each other because they're differentiated and sophisticated because they make energy efficiently. Well, guess what happens if you turn on fat burning by eating lots of cannabis and taking nutrients like I've described that turn on fat burning? You control HIV. So I've got one friend who's had HIV for 26 years. When I first met him about 5 years ago, he was fully drug resistant and had full-blown HIV. He had HIV count in the millions, had no T cells, had dyslipidemia from all the years of using the antiretrovirals. And we were in Washington, D.C. lobbying for a biotech bill because he needed new drugs. This guy's a piece of work. And he comes down with a Kaposi sarcoma. These, this is what killed everybody back in the day before the antiretrovirals. You see people with HIV with purple blotches all over them. It's basically a blood cancer. It looks like a skin cancer, but it's really blood vessels that are growing cancerously. And eventually it hits your organs inside and you die. There's no cure. It's all bullshit. The doctors say, we could treat it. Yeah, they pick off a couple of your scabs and then you die. That's treatment. How ridiculous can you be? This is the #1 cancer in Africa.
Wow.
Because you got so much untreated AIDS. Okay. Yeah. And they just let the people die horrible, painful deaths. All right, so my friend comes down with one. We're in Washington, D.C., in Congress, and I pull out my jar of oil. I say, here, put this on. And he was hesitant because this guy's a character in his own right, but I don't want to go off into that right now. I go back to Colorado. He goes back to New York. 3 days later, I get a phone call. He goes, Bob, what the fuck is going on here? I'm holding a Kaposi sarcoma in my hand. They're not supposed to fall off. So now it's 5 years later. He's got undetectable viral load, even with a spinal tap. He has normal levels of T cells, although they're not all functional. And he got rid of the dyslipidemia on his back. You should already know what's going on here. You're not going to deposit fat on your back or in your gut, in your organs. If you're burning fat, you're not storing fat. You're only storing fat when you're eating all those carbohydrates and burning all those sugars. All of that fat is there because your body is trying to protect your cells from you killing them with all the sugar. So we can control viral infections. We can control cancers. It's all the same kind of a story. You see, when you're always in the sugar burning mode, that's normal for us because we eat too many sugars. 100 years ago, we ate much more fat, and that's why the ketogenic diets are so healthy for people. So we're able to promote health by reducing free radical production. And again, free radicals are the heart of aging. They're the heart of all age-related illnesses. So whether you're talking about cognitive dysfunction, Alzheimer's, or you're talking about autoimmunity, multiple sclerosis, you're talking about heart disease, cancer, all of these things tend to start, for the most part, as sugar-burning cells making too many free radicals. And then, and now I'll tell you some very radical things now that nobody in the scientific world believes except for me, but they don't even know it because they don't want to hear it. The metabolism that changes between fat and sugar burning changes by virtue of chromosomal architecture. You've got every one of your cells has 1 yard's worth of DNA in it. That's crazy. When you think you can't even see the cell and it's got a yard's worth of DNA, and it's got to duplicate that and then partition it into dividing cells. That's just insane. It's beyond comprehension to visualize that. Anyway, where was I going? I forgot where I was going.
While you're thinking, I have a question, actually.
Yes.
Al Graham of the Pace Radio Show here on Wednesday nights asks, are autoimmune conditions... Oh, Al, he asked me something else. I got to find it again here. 1 second here. Sorry. Are autoimmune conditions related cannabinoid deficiencies?
Yes, because they're related to free radical excess.
Okay. I hope that answered your question. Did you remember what you were saying?
No, of course not. I don't remember what else. I don't remember saying anything.
Marcel, maybe we should take a second here. Marcel, why don't we were talking off break about the fact that Marcel had MS. Why don't you elaborate, Marcel?
Oh, actually, that's a perfect thing to talk about here.
What was that?
So that's a perfect thing to talk about. MS is an autoimmune disease, and it winds up basically destroying the myelin sheaths, which is basically insulation over your wires, your nerves. And without that insulation, your nerves don't conduct properly. And as a result of not conducting properly, they make more free radicals and they eventually die. So that's why you progress from bad to worse, typically. So when you take enough cannabis, you turn on fat burning, and your nerves can burn fats as well. They just normally are not doing that. But when you burn fat, you produce ketones. And ketosis, can serve as a replacement for glucose in your brain. And it turns on the recycling, but the other thing that it does is it turns on stem cells. Think about it. Stem cells are cells that can replace your other cells when they're aged and damaged. So, for example, in your brain, your cannabinoid receptors, your CB1 receptor, is responsible for neurogenesis, making new neurons. Okay? What does it make new neurons from? Stem cells. So you want to have enough stem cells that you can make enough neurons to replace the ones that are dying. Okay? Now, you take the high doses of cannabis, the neurons that are dying are going to stop dying because they're going to not be making as many free radicals because they're going to be burning fat. And you're going to be expanding your stem cells because stem cells divide by burning fat. Stem cells have two different modes of division. They can do what's called symmetrical division, where they make one stem cell turns into two stem cells, turns into four stem cells, and you're only making stem cells. That's all driven by fat burning. That's all driven by the CB2 receptor. We know that that hemopoiesis, the production of new blood cells, is promoted by cannabis. We know that in the nervous system, you generate new nerves, neurogenesis, and you make new connections, plasticity, driven by the CB1 receptor. But what you need to be able to do as you turn on sugar burning in the fat burning stem cells is you need to have enough stem cells. So the fat burning expands the stem cells, and then the CB1 differentiates them, and that's why you've overcome your neurological deficiencies. Now, there is a school of thought, and this may be the situation where we're seeing different people essentially curing themselves of MS. Because I've seen that as well now with people who've taken the high doses. And what I think is going on is the high doses are expanding your stem cells, and because you're using cannabis, your CB1 are then differentiating them. And I think there's probably a lot of different ways, a lot of insults that could trigger the immune response that leads to MS. And there is a whole school of thought that MS is caused by things like Lyme disease, Burgdorfia, the bacteria that causes Lyme disease, or other viruses or bacteria that wind up promoting this neurological deterioration as a result of immune cells acting on inflamed and in an inflammatory situation. So taking the high doses of cannabis could have actually killed whatever pathogens were leading to the immune response that led to the MS. So that would be my take on what's going on there.
Right. Chlamydia pneumoniae is the one in the lungs that's been associated with MS, and that was back in the 1800s. So
no, there's a variety of things that have been implicated, but and I know of one doctor that I haven't spoken with him for 20, 30 years, but he was down in Tennessee there. I forgot the University of Vanderbilt, and he believed that all MS came from different kinds of pathological infections. And he was using PCR, which is a very sensitive technique to amplify DNA or RNA, if you're looking at an RNA virus, for example, so that you could detect things that you couldn't detect by other means. It's extremely sensitive. So this has been going around for a while here. And I was actually on the phone the other day with an alternative physician friend of mine who hasn't drank the pharmaceutical Kool-Aid. And she was saying as well that a lot of this MS is again, just a variant on certain types of infection. So it's out there, and that would certainly be an easy way of explaining how cannabis was able to reverse it.
Oh, I figured that out a long time ago.
Oh, no, that's awesome. Yeah, but you didn't explain it like that, Marcel.
No, but see, here was my take on
You've
MS,
never really no.
I was told that it was an autoimmune disorder. I was told that it was by, of course, neurologists.
No, but it is autoimmune because your immune cell system is doing it on your cells. But the question is why.
But then the other aspects were the vascular aspects, and this is why the CCSVI treatment is so successful for so many, because they actually get some blood flow out of their brain. And then, of course, the fungal one, which was the chlamydia, the pneumonia chlamydia. I looked at cannabis as well. It works and is patented as a neuroprotectant. So if it's neurological, then I'll use cannabis. Antifungal and antibacterial, cannabis does that, so I could cover that base. And cannabis is a vasodilator. So it would cover the vascular issue. So no matter what they threw at me of this is the reason of MS, cannabis was already proven to be able to correct all of those conditions.
So again, remember, everything in life is holistic. So if you're healthy holistic. If you're ill holistic. And cannabis regulates everything. So it's the ultimate modulator of your holistic biochemistry, being able to drive you through either safely through sugar burning or by protecting you and turning you into the fat burning. It's just amazing because it will promote, from what I'm believing, your stem cell regeneration of your organisms, your organisms.
That'd be nice, though.
I'm 69 years old. I have all sorts of nasty inflammatory crap because of my genetics. And cannabis has kept me, quite remarkably well through having gone through a variety of nasties. I've got what's called HLA-B27. It's one of your immune genes that tends to promote pro-inflammatory stuff. in particular something called ankylosing spondylitis, which is basically arthritis of your back and spine, as well as psoriasis. And well, I've got psoriasis. I don't have the ankylosing because I've used cannabis my whole life. Doctors are quite surprised. I've got a variety of arthritic conditions. At times, like 1 year ago, every joint in my body hurt. I was in so much pain. I had gout on top of all of that, and I was recovering from heart failure from having AFib for 12 years. So what I wound up doing is just significantly increasing my already high doses of cannabis and doubling or quadrupling all of the fat burning and antioxidants that I consume. And now, a year later, I haven't had gout for a year. And that, in conjunction with going to a chiropractor regularly, so that to help with the sciatica, all of these things come together, and I'm feeling pretty remarkably good. I run regularly. I go to the gym. I should have been there tonight, but I'm on the phone with you guys. I forgot.
You could have done it running.
You could have done it from the gym.
Yeah, you could have been on running and working out on your phone.
No, I don't run in gyms. I can't stand treadmills. I run outside. I go to the gym and I use the weight machines, workout machines.
So
I've exercised my whole life. When I was in high school, I was on the gym team, gymnastics team, and when I went to college, I started out as a chemistry major, but my second year in school, I used to like explosives. And I played with explosives and blew myself up and wound up in the hospital. So I dropped out of being a chemistry major. When I was 16, two things happened. I started college and I started smoking dope, and then I blew myself up at 17. And so I changed my attitude towards schooling and everything else, because I was, even though I started young, I'm not a very good student because I'm basically very ADD. I have trouble reading a sentence.
Yeah, me too.
So I jump around, and jumping around is great because that means I read a little bit of everything.
That's right.
And that's why I know so much.
They taught me in public school. They taught me how to scan because I have ADHD and I'm dyslexic. So they taught me how to scan, and that helped me a little bit. But what really helped me was the screen right in front of my face. I mean, I get an exam and I freeze up. I have a hard time. I forget everything. I fail automatically. But you give me a practical exam, a hands-on exam, and 90s.
Yep.
Right. The computer screen has helped me. I sit in front of 3 computer screens all the time. I read news. I won't say for a living because I don't make a living at this, but I read the news 99% of the day. And I was never able to do that as a kid. I don't think I've ever read through a book completely in my life.
Yeah, I don't read books either. I can't.
Movies, yeah.
I don't read whole scientific articles either because I can't. It's plus at this point I know everything they say. As soon as I read the beginning, I know where they're going, and as long as I know the techniques, I understand it all.
You see, but yeah,
but it allows me to just jump around.
You take it from a different perspective, though. You take it your brain works science all the time. Like it's you're always thinking about a solution,
Yep.
right? So, I mean, from a learning point, the absorption, how you retain all of that information, you must have either a huge penis or a big brain, one of the two. Because you're storing it somewhere.
Well, you know what? It's flow dependent. It's a different kind of learning. Let me tell you how I taught my classes, and you'll understand what I do. So my advanced classes, which included endocannabinoids and medical marijuana, aging, and DNA repair, those were the 3 advanced classes that I really loved. And I don't give any exams. And the first 2 weeks of the classes, no matter which class I taught, advanced or non-advanced, would be about the far from equilibrium thermodynamics, so that people would understand that we're all part of this constant creative flow.
Yes.
And then I would take attendance, and I would give the students credit for asking me questions or answering my question. And I made them sure they understood that my class was a joint research project between them and me, trying to show whether the things I'm talking about, which are the things I've talked about tonight, are real or not. Their job is to question me and show me where something is wrong, or let's work together and show that something is right.
So now
at the end of the year,
here comes the skill testing question. There's going to be an exam after this, people. I hope you've been taking notes.
No, it's the exact opposite. Came the end of and I told them right in the beginning, there's no exam.
Okay.
At the end of the year, they have to write out. I give them their grades based on their attendance and the questions. I give them a number, and I show what the numbers, different people in the class had their numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what they have to do is they have to give themselves a grade and write a one-page justifying the grade they gave themselves. Because the whole design of the class is not to be stressed. Because listen, everything I'm telling you about, health is distance from equilibrium. You can go further from equilibrium by developing your muscles or your mind. So it's natural for us to be healthy by learning more.
Yeah.
And that's all part of what I teach them. And the responses I got were that students learned more in my class than any of their other classes. It was the only class they would go home and talk to their family and friends about, and they loved it.
And that makes sense to me because, back in the 60s, I would go to history and we would walk in, and I can't even remember his name. He was that memorable. We would walk in and he would be writing on the board, and there would be 6 boards full of his writing. And he would say, write that down. It's going to be on a test at the end of the week. Then I would go to my next class, which was music. And then I'd be out back smoking a doobie with the music teacher. And then we'd go in and we'd make some awesome fucking music. I'd blow the trumpet for the band and all that shit. Like totally different teaching styles. You can't get away with that now. I'm the son of a doctor and a vice principal / teacher. So, both things are done totally differently now,
Well, I know that it worked for me because the stuff that I've learned and that I explain to you people is because my students have asked me the hard questions. You see, we spent years with teaching those classes so that they verified it all with me. It really was a joint, no pun intended, the research development project in all of my classes. I wasn't there to teach them.
Yeah.
We were there to learn together.
And at the top of the show, I don't remember if I actually said it, but I know I was joking with everybody just before we started the show. The one question I wanted to ask you was why? And you explained why. You really did. I got it.
Why what?
Why does it work?
Oh, yeah, because it's the essence of our life.
Do you think that cannabis could be considered the tree of life?
Absolutely. I work, my friends, I work with people all over the world. I have a lot of crazy friends. And in Jamaica, my friends are the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church, leaders of the church. I'm involved in a $350 million project there because they're reorienting the entire economy of the country. It's a whole deal. But anyway, for them, cannabis is the sacrament. And for me, scientifically, they are correct.
I have to agree.
Doctor, here in Canada, I don't know if you're aware, Health Canada is taking it upon themselves to think that 3 to 5 grams is the maximum amount that any patient really would need in the way of cannabis. And I'm thinking you probably disagree with that, huh?
Well, let's see, if they had 5 grams and you had an efficient extraction, that would give you, a tenth, let's say. So you'd get 1/5 of a gram of oil. That's not nearly enough for most people who need it for serious health reasons. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what I thought you'd say.
Especially when at one point I was using 5 grams a day.
Yes. Is that the person who had MS?
Yeah, that was 5 grams of oil
Yeah.
per day.
Yep. So you don't need to take that anymore, 5 grams, do you?
No, actually, I'm taking.
How long did you take it for before things got fixed?
I was researching it and changing formulations to find better way to work, and that didn't happen until about 2012. So from 2012 is when I figured it out. 2013 is when I started implementing it, and I started cutting back on my dosage in 2015 because the neurological damage was already repaired, and I was starting to get high. And what I found is my body was repairing. I was starting to get high where I was never high before. Now I'm taking maybe 1/50th of a gram a day.
Oh,
in
20
a different
milligrams
formulation.
a day. Very little.
Yeah, I'm taking an extremely small amount.
You also smoke a lot too, right?
But I smoke a lot.
Well?
Microdosing now.
Yeah, I microdose now and for me, it's more. I stay completely pain-free. I stay completely symptom-free, and I don't get high, so I'll just leave it at that dose.
Oh, nice.
But let's also remind people that even though that works for Marcel,
it doesn't necessarily going to work for everybody else.
That's right. But there may be a combination of what Marcel is doing and what another patient is doing.
That's why.
That's one of the things
clinical trials.
I always emphasize. You know, we as individuals, even if you took twins, the biochemistry of 2 twins is not the same. No way in one cell is it the same, let alone in 15 trillion cells. So we are all completely different. Even if we have the same genetics, our biochemistry is completely different. And the cannabis plant is so unique in its ability, not just with THC and CBD and the other cannabinoids, but all the other terpenes that are in there are all profoundly important in terms of modifying these biochemical pathways. Something that I've come to realize, and I now absolutely am convinced it's true, is that when you look at other herbal medicines, when you look at all of the Chinese medicines, almost every medicine you look at, when you look at what the active ingredient is, you will find that that active ingredient turns on fat burning and hence is anti-inflammatory. And all of these terpenes that we can get out of all of these different fruits and vegetables are in cannabis. So different strains emphasize different cannabinoids, different terpenes, and different other things. And the key is to match up the plant with the person. There's no way to do that up front. People should just get out there, get stoned, use different ones, find what works, and then, live a happy life.
I'm glad you said that.
Amen. Amen. Hear, hear.
If I had a hand clapping machine
people,
right now, it would be going off.
Everybody's saying, what's the ratio of C? That's bullshit. There's no magic ratio.
How much do I take is the question that I got. How much do I take every day?
Yeah, that's becoming stupid like the FDA. The FDA is the biggest farce. The fact that these assholes talk about the double-blind standard as the golden standard, the double-blind control. Think of what they're doing. They take some poison pill and they figure out that you can take certain amount of this and not die, and that they can demonstrate some statistically significant change in some parameter that may be so insignificant as to have nothing to do with your health, but it was still statistically significant.
It makes it justifiable.
And it's just insane. Yeah. They're going to test it in some subset of people, and then magically, you take this quantity, this amount of times every day. We don't care if you're man, woman, young, old. We don't care what your diet is. None of that matters because we did the triple blind. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
But
there we
I'll
go.
Jump in here on this one.
Here we go.
We kind of have no choice but to do those types of studies to appease government like Health Canada. So we're doing double-blind studies using a cannabis product.
We're doing what fucking Health Canada should be doing.
Right. And we're
Of
getting
course, but they won't do it.
astounding results, and we're starting our PTSD trial this week.
Sweet. Well, you know what? Listen to this. This is what's going on, and this is what's going to happen if Canada's as stupid as the U.S. But looking at what's happening in the U.S., it's actually beautiful because they're the idiots, the blips, the backward-looking cannabinoid deficient people are committing suicide and they don't even know it. So it's my contention that backward-looking cannabinoid deficient people run the world. That's why the world's so screwed up. And what we're experiencing right now is a phase change and an evolutionary change. Remember, I told you that cannabinoid levels have always been selected for increased levels. So we now know that, and we are experiencing it by using more. We don't have to wait to evolve more cannabinoids like has always happened. We can do it ourselves because we're smart enough to know that we can use the plant. So what's happening in the United States is you're going to have the backward-looking people adhering to the big pharma model, going to the doctors, wasting their money, getting sick and poisoned, and you're going to have the people who are operating on state-level medical systems going to their dispensaries, and we've already seen it happen now in Colorado and other states where it's legal. A dramatic reduction in Medicare costs, Medicaid costs, because people would rather spend money out of their own pocket and feel better than take free poison.
We've actually been proving that in Canada for quite some time.
Well, this is now an epidemiological experiment because within the next few years, it's going to be completely apparent that the one side does better. We already know, for example, that cannabis users have thinner waists, that they have lower levels of diabetes, that they have lower levels of bladder cancer. We know that it inhibits Alzheimer's. There's going to be so much Alzheimer's in the United States that it's going to bankrupt the healthcare system, which is already bankrupt, but totally by the year 2050, they estimated it. Well, who's going to be the ones who get Alzheimer's? The people who are using pharmaceuticals, who are eating the shit diets, the GMOs, and all the other crap. And what you're seeing now, we're in the middle of an evolutionary change. You see, one of the things I haven't talked about today, and this is really, I believe, to be extremely profoundly important science. The metabolism, as I told you, the fat-burning cells have a unique architecture. They close up the genes that burn sugar, and the genes that are burning fat are exposed. You can change the architecture by what's called epigenetics. You modify not the sequence of the DNA, but either the bases or the sugars and other things so that the architecture changes, all right? You acetylate your histones, and that opens them up. You deacetylate the histones, and it closes them up, all right? But when they're open and expressed, that's also when they're more susceptible to genetic change, to DNA damages. A stalled transcription fork will cause strand breaks in the DNA. Strand breaks in the DNA are recombinogenic, and they promote changes and duplications, which is how you wind up evolving genes. So what I'm telling you is that metabolism becomes epigenetics, and then epigenetics becomes genetics. This is totally against everything that everybody in the standard scientific world believes. And I am quite certain that I'm correct.
I think you're
it's
correct.
Targeted mutagenesis for a targeted evolution.
Wow.
Wow is
It's
right.
very wow.
Wow. They really
You
can't
see,
really
so
sing
let me
it
give you
out
some
like that.
examples of what this means, all right? You take a person with breast cancer, and they have a hormone responsive breast cancer. So what do the doctors do? They give you some anti-estrogen, tamoxifen, or they have newer ones. It doesn't matter. It's the same point. What they're going to do is they're going to block some of the roadways, all right? You're on one side of town and you want to get to the other side of town. Well, there's the highways, there's the back ways, etc. Okay? And as soon as one area clogs up, the traffic goes someplace else. Well, that's what happens with your biochemical pathways. So when you're in the differentiated mode, when cells are talking with their neighbors and they're working together, even if they're working together bad, they're still talking to one another, okay? And when you have a cancer, they're working together bad and they're promoting a solution for the cell to survive. Guess what that solution is? Cell division. They're dividing to live. And when you have drug-resistant cancers and you treat them with chemo or radiation, guess what? They grow faster because that's how they're surviving. Instead of just burning and making the free radicals, they're shifting synthesis so that they're making more. You know, there's always a balance between synthesis and degradation and energy use and energy burning. And if they're not appropriately harmonious, that's when you make too many free radicals. So cells select different roadways, you know. All right, let me back up and give you another story here.
Okay.
All of these different roadways are used at different times. So one of the characteristics of cancer cells is what's called the Warburg effect. Everybody hears that cancer cells like sugar and cancer cells are acidic. Well, they're acidic because they're burning sugar, but they're not burning sugar down to CO2. They only burn them down to make lactic acid, which is acidic, okay? Because by doing that, they're bypassing the electron transport system. They're making energy inefficiently but safely, all right? So I forgot where I was going with this.
Now there's one downfall.
I know where.
That's the one downfall. Memory.
Well, but you know, that's actually a good thing. Because if you didn't forget, you would be hardwired. If you're hardwired, you don't have creation.
Fair
You're
enough.
Stuck.
I get that.
It's anti-life.
There
you have
you
to
go.
learn. You have to remember and forget, because it's only by forgetting that you have creation.
So kids, remember when your dad is telling you fucked up, he's telling you he loves you.
Yeah.
It depends on the dad.
I guess.
Yeah, I suppose.
I guess so. Yeah.
You see, I've one of my sons is very normal and linear and remembers and knows everything. My other one is as big of an airhead as I am, and it's only by the grace of God, so to speak, that I survived in the world and succeeded, because I'm such an airhead, you know. I was suspended in 6th grade, and then they skipped me, so I never did the 8th grade. I always felt stupid, though, because people would learn things. You know, people get to learn a song. They'd come back the next day. They'd know songs and poems. I could never do that. Crazy. So anyway, I hope I've given you a lot of stuff to think about.
Certainly have. It's been really mind-bending. Just following along and trying to comprehend everything that you're saying is just... It's been a challenge, but it's been so informative and has led to a lot of deep thought for me. That's for sure.
I've got about 80, almost 90 YouTubes out there that explain all of the basis of what I've talked about in more detail. You know, so you can look at individual
I watched 2 of them today.
I've watched a few of them over the last little while too.
So where I was going a minute ago is that this Warburg effect that so characterizes all cancers is also part of our normal cell cycle. Because think about it, everything's obvious when you see the clear with clarity, you know. When that yard of DNA has to replicate inside of that little teeny cell, you don't want to expose it to free radicals, because when it's replicating, it's not protected with histones and other proteins. It's not all wrapped up. It's out there naked and exposed to free radicals. So guess what? Cells don't use the electron transport system when they're replicating their DNA. They use aerobic glycolysis, the Warburg effect. So it's a normal part of our cell fluidity. The problem comes when you select for the wrong stuff in the wrong place. Just the same way that you don't want free radicals to be produced when cells are dividing like that. You don't want, a virus doesn't want you to produce too many, because then the cell will die, and yet the virus is telling the cell to turn it into a factory for making viruses. So they have to have ways of controlling this free radical production. And it's the same thing. The cells, if you have enough cells that are existing in all of these different states, because they're in different states of replication and other challenges, they're in all of these different adapted states. And now you go and you hit them with chemo. Well, some of those cells will die, and some of those cells will be in a state that allows them to survive. Their metabolic pattern at that time allows them to survive. They have an epigenetic platform that is consistent with their survival. And that epigenetic platform over time will mutate and turn that platform into the future genetics. That's why you see cancer cells. Like if you look at a breast cancer tumor, it's got like 100 different mutations in it. Well, those mutations came because you selected different roadways as you tried to block with tamoxifen. You see, you tried to block that end. So all you're doing with all of these therapies is selecting for drug resistance, the ones that you can't kill. And cannabis kills best, from what I'm gathering, when you have a sugar-burning cell that hasn't been treated with chemo or radiation, and you give it a lot of cannabis, and it forces it into fat burning, and they don't have the machine. They can't do the switch. It's like putting diesel fuel in a gasoline car. It doesn't work, and they die. However, if some of them survive, because they're in a metabolic state that allows for survival, then you got to deal with that. But now they already know how to go back and forth between these different metabolic platforms. And what seems to be working, and it's speculative, but it makes sense, and there's a whole lot behind what I'm saying, but intravenous high doses of vitamin C. Vitamin C in high doses doesn't act as an antioxidant the way it does when you eat a little bit of it, or even if you eat a lot of it. When you inject it into the blood, it interacts with the iron and generates free radicals. So cells like cancer cells or virally infected cells or bacterial cells, infected cells, they have all dealt with different ways of protecting themselves from the excess free radicals that occurred from the perturbation. So you've got to be able to screw that up. And when you add the vitamin C intravenously, when it interacts with the iron and generates all of these free radicals, that causes the drug-resistant cells to overload and kills them.
We're all in the gaze of your listening.
The hell took a bong hit sideways.
Yeah.
So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
What a story. Wow. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I've given you a lot of stuff, but you won't find it in any books anywhere. And if you tell it to doctors, they'll tell you you're crazy. But you know what? Stoners right away know it's true. That's how I knew it was true, as I figured it all out. It's obvious.
It makes sense the way you explain it. It makes sense.
If you take a minute and actually listen to what you're saying, it makes sense. And like Chris said earlier, when I'm listening to it, I'm drifting off. Oh, butterfly. Oh, wait, what is he saying? And you just come right back the way you're going. It's very smooth. I really enjoyed listening to you, sir.
Well, I'm glad it was enjoyable, and hopefully it's some use, and hopefully some of your listeners. I put all this stuff on my Facebook page too, but I'm saturated, and I have to set up a fan page or something. But I'm just, it takes me time to get anything done because I'm so nuts.
Of course.
I feel smarter already. So
please tell people where they can find you, though. Tell people where they can find you, where your website is.
Well, if you go to Facebook. I got a Facebook page. I will set up a fan page so I can mirror things to that. I just am lame. And I've got about, I think it's very close to 90 YouTubes out there. And some of them are extremely, I believe, educational with novel thinking, like the stuff that I've, told you tonight. There's more details on all of that stuff, be it HIV, metabolic plasticity, breast cancer, estrogen receptors, blah, 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 I've got tons of stuff out there because what I do is as I think about stuff, I put it out there so I can get feedback and so people can utilize it. And, it works. It does work for all of the things.
I think that we could be here all night if we wanted to, getting high and listening to Dr. Bob. But 2 hours has gone by. I wanted to make sure that people know we already did the where they can find you. You just did that, didn't you?
Yep. Did you tape this? I hope.
Oh God, yes. The podcast is ready. It goes out about 10 minutes after we've done it. So,
okay. So if you could send me that link, I'd
Absolutely.
like that, and I'll post that on my site.
Oh, we'd appreciate that.
I also have I set up a foundation, a nonprofit foundation to try and help people like Shona, where the law is fucking sick people.
Yeah, and we didn't even get to talk to her about that.
Pardon me?
We didn't even get to that conversation. That'll have to be a whole other conversation.
Well, we can do this again sometime. But there's a lot. What I want to do is I want to go to the World Court and charge the various governments and agencies with crimes against humanity. And I lay out my arguments for that, which is based on all the stuff that we talked about tonight.
Wow. And how is Shauna doing?
She had surgery on Monday. I didn't speak with her today. Yesterday, she was looking better and feeling a bit better. A number of people have volunteered to bring her medicine. Hopefully they have. So we'll see. But at least she's feeling better. She has all these adhesions from various surgeries in the past. And the doctors tried to tell her that, she's a hypochondriac. And I mean, you're just dealing with idiots out there. I'm telling you, the medical profession really is criminally insane.
I agree. Totally. 100%. I know more crazy doctors than you can shake a stick at. And ones that just plug their ears and go, nah, when you try to tell them the truth.
It took me 5 years to talk my doctor into signing me for 3 grams. And he just kept, I know nothing about doses. So between conversations with me and other patients slowly started coming in. By the time I actually asked him, I waited a year, and he said, well, you never brought me the papers.
The only thing a doctor has to really know is that there's no lethal dose.
Yeah.
And to verify that, my friend who I told you about with HIV, he also happens to have a PhD in molecular epidemiology. And when he went to South Africa to the HIV conference earlier this year, he didn't take any medicine for 2 weeks. If he doesn't take his medicine, he comes down with Kaposis. He came back from there sick as a dog. He had, I think, 16 Kaposis popping up on his body. This guy is a real piece of work, let me tell you. It's a story, and you can have a show just about him.
No.
But in any event, he took, and this is the second time he's done this, about 50 grams of high concentrated oil orally in one day.
Wow. That's a lot.
He goes into a cannabis coma for a few days and comes back and the Kaposi's gone.
Unfortunately, I never gotten over that hump, that get rid of the high and just feel better point, because I don't have enough. It's a constant roller coaster of having some, don't having some.
There's no 50 gram hump, Al.
No, of course not.
No, well, that's the crime. That's the crimes against humanity, right there. That's the whole point. This is an essential nutrient. If we don't consume enough of it, we die younger, and we suffer along the way to a greater degree with all of the age-related illnesses. And this is the condition our government wants us in. Fuck them. That's all I got to say. Fuck them.
On that note,
fuck them for sure.
Dr. Bob, it has been a complete pleasure talking to you, and I hope you'll come back and do it again.
All right, guys. You be well.
We're going to
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
say goodbye.
Thank you very much.
I got one Halloween song we're going to listen to before we leave, and then we'll be back next week. I don't know what's going on. Does anybody else? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Not next week. I got the week after that.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. This is the 420 radio show. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Bob, for spending the last couple of hours enlightening us. The podcast.
Thank you for having me.
The podcast will be literally up when I push the button. And we'll be back next week. Thanks for listening.
Have fun, guys. Take care.
Night, everybody.
Peace.
Yep.
This is Bubbles from the trailer park, and they're playing some fucking excellent music on lifestyleradio.ca. I hope I didn't sound too nervous there.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
I was working in the lab late one night when I heard the gurgle of a water pipe. So I turned to see my monster in a cloud of smoke, who said, "This shit ain't bad. Here, have a toke."
We smoked some hash.
We smoked some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
It was his personal stash.
We smoked some hash.
We got completely trashed.
On monster hash.
We smoked some monster hash as we partied in the castle with the living dead. Mouths were dry and eyes were red. The ghouls and goblins shrieked and screamed. Won't somebody please pass the Visine?
They smoked some hash.
They smoked some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
From Frankie's personal stash.
We smoked some hash.
And they all were smashed.
On monster hash.
They smoked some monster hash. The mummy was toking on a ball. Wolfman said, "Don't bogart that, pass it along." The swamp thing was toasted, rolling on the floor, laughing hysterically and pleading for more. The scene was rocking as the werewolves moved to the undead reggae band's dance hall grooves. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Frankenstein baked some Alice B. Tokeless brownies and cakes.
We ate some hash.
We ate some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
It had the graveyard
We
smash.
ate some hash.
And we all got
On
trashed.
monster hash.
We ate some monster hash. The party would have gone on till we all passed out. But just then we heard a blood-curdling shout. "Watch out! Beware! Cover your necks! Dracula's got the munchies and he's totally wrecked."
He smoked some hash.
He smoked some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
He was completely
He
smashed.
smoked some hash.
That Transylvanian's
On
trash.
monster hash.
He smoked some monster hash. Now every night the dead rise up from the grave to partake in a happening THC rave. For you, the living, this hash was meant to. When you get to my door, just say the toys sent you.
We smoked some hash.
We'll smoke some monster
Some
hash,
monster hash.
and we'll all get
We
trashed
smoked some hash.
from my personal
On
stash.
monster hash.
We'll smoke some monster hash. Yes. Easy, boy. Save some for daddy. This is good.
Tune into the Pace Radio Show and catch Kim Cooper, Debbie Stoll-Skiffin, or Allison Murden, along with myself, Al Grant, as we talk to Canadian and international cannabis advocates who are working hard to help patients and to end cannabis prohibition. Catch us live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at lifestyleradio.ca.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how to achieve the growth. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing?
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. I would like to thank you for joining us, and more importantly, our special guest tonight, who is joining us, which is Major Neil Franklin, who is retired. He was able to join us. If you're unaware, there was a hurricane that just happened, and it came right through where he lives, and we're thankful that he was able to have electricity and to be able to join us today. So thank you, Neil, and all the best to your family and friends and your surrounding community there in Florida there.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me this evening. Truly blessed, and you're right, electricity just came back, so we're going to have a good show here, hopefully. Great questions you guys have for me. So,
well, thank you very much. As due to your law enforcement experience, there were various issues that have come up for us as veterans. We just spent an interesting couple of days up on Capitol Hill. We had 26 meetings, and we met with all different types of law enforcement, basically, based on the Armed Services and Veteran Services committees. And many things came up for us while we were there. But at the same time, we wanted to reach out to an experienced law enforcement professional because more questions came up for us that we were just kind of curious about. And so with that in mind, I'm going to kind of go into our first question, which is we were curious since how do your fellow law enforcement officials at your level, being that you were a high-ranking officer, you've come up through the ranks. How do your fellow law enforcement at your level feel about cannabis prohibition? You were led to enforce it over the decades, and you have, and being, needless to say, extremely seasoned. How do those officers and yourself feel about it after all these years, or decades, really?
yeah, well, I would say that the feelings are rather mixed. And a lot of it depends upon your background. Okay. For instance, most of the commanders at my level, if their background is narcotics investigation, maybe criminal investigation, maybe coming from a place where they've been able to use cannabis prohibition laws to their benefit in the work that they do, you would find that many of them still support it. If their work has been relative to, drug and addiction on highways, and, for those who are familiar with our strategies when we're doing drug and addiction on highways, when we're looking for drugs like cocaine and heroin, and unfortunately now fentanyl is being trafficked up and down our interstate highways and more. When you're looking for that, cannabis, marijuana is that one way that we can easily get into your car, into your truck, or your boat, whatever it may be that we're looking at, because of its distinct odor. But now, as we're starting to change state by state, there are a number of states that have already said, well, we, law enforcement, can no longer use the odor of marijuana to search. It's no longer probable cause to search, and legislation has been passed at our state levels to deal with that. But if you're from a place of, say you're at my level in policing, structure-wise, as a commander, and you're maybe you oversee community policing efforts, maybe you oversee some administrative efforts, maybe you oversee, maybe you're running a precinct and patrol or more, maybe you have a command area, a broad area that you oversee, and you're trying to improve relationships with those people in the community so that you can get more information to solve violent crimes. Because any commander that really knows his or her business in policing, they know that you can't solve violent crime in that community without the input, consistent input, information coming from the community. And we know the evidence is clear, it's there. Just look in New York City, where we, stop and frisk, where we've had that issue for a while. We know that cannabis, marijuana, creates a barrier. When you're enforcing those minor cannabis laws, it creates a barrier between police and community and citizens. So it depends on your background, and where your work is in policing. But I will say this: if you go back 20 years and you ask that question, the vast majority would not be in agreement with moving forward and ending prohibition of cannabis. But what has changed really in that 20-year period is education, not just for the general public, but it's really changed for law enforcement on a number of different levels. And I know that we'll get into that during our conversation tonight.
Well, thank you. That's a very enlightened perspective. And needless to say, we appreciate you again coming out, because we don't usually have the opportunity to talk with officers straight to face about cannabis or prohibition itself, much less talk to experienced brass. So we appreciate again you taking the time. The next will be Council Member Al Byrne with our next question.
Major thanks again for being with us tonight. It's really an honor to have you here. And wow, what you just said to me was amazing. Listen, my question is, we have the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as an organization of the federal government, and it has created a
Al, I lost you there for a second.
Yeah.
Got him.
He froze. The question is, what are your thoughts on the ATF singling out cannabis for special warnings when it is certainly not the only Schedule I substance to be made legal by a state law?
So when I'm going to speak a little bit about ATF, but when I speak about ATF, we have to understand something about our federal law enforcement organizations. ATF, DEA, and FBI work closely together. I mean, they're joined at the hip under the Department of Justice. And if you know anything about the history of the DEA, recent history of the DEA relative to its thoughts on cannabis, you know that they're not inclined to move in the direction that we want them to move in, ending its prohibition. If you just go back just a few years to Michelle Leonard, when she was being interviewed, I mean, she was being questioned by members of Congress, she was being questioned by others regarding comparing cannabis to drugs like heroin or meth, and those drugs that are in that Schedule I category, and she was it was an interesting interview where she kept saying that, well, all drugs are dangerous and cannabis, basically she was trying to make a case for keeping cannabis in a Schedule 1 category, when just about everybody knows that it shouldn't be there. Many know that it shouldn't even be scheduled. But I say this, just to say that ATF and the FBI are going to support what the DEA say about a particular drug regarding its scheduling system. They're going to back each other up. So relative, to this question about, again, ATF singling it out relative to guns. What can we say? I mean, until Congress moves on it, that's going to be their position. Until we get our legislative body to finally step forward and say, okay, enough of this, it's over. We're going to change it. We're going to end the prohibition of it. ATF is going to be there. They're going to continue to hold these their positions on relative to guns and the possession of guns and the purchasing of guns. The FBI is going to be right there with them. DEA is obviously going to be right there with them. So we got to get Congress to move on this. But you ask individual members of ATF, you have individual members of DEA, those folks who are working in the trenches. They're just like in regular law enforcement that we just talked about. Their positions have changed quite a bit. But the hierarchy, those folks at the top, they're political, and whatever the political rhetoric is, that's where they're going to be. They're not going to step out of line.
Yeah, they're they kind of follow the flow of things altogether, unfortunately, which we always kind of hope that they would have their own individual mindset, but that's not necessarily the way things were set up. And you
absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. And just real quick, when we're talking about this, is one of the things that we've been working on in LEAP. We have numerous discussions around, and LEAP, for those who don't know, Law Enforcement Action Partnership, is trying to separate politics from policing, trying to separate as much as we can politics from law enforcement, so that you don't have this political pressure to enforce laws that we know are archaic, that should not be enforced. The political pressure causes so much heartache among the ranks. And if we can move away from that, if we can, however we can, wherever we can, it's always a good thing for policing and what we do within our in our communities.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
First of all, thank you so much for joining our show. My question is the ATF's policy costing lives because they are not, they're discouraging their members from not using cannabis for post-traumatic stress disorder as a treatment that we all know really works? Is that a policy that you think is costing lives?
Well, Nate, I'm a firm believer that it's costing lives in a number of different ways. Let me first begin with the rank and file members. We know that we have enormous amounts, just like with veterans, we know that we have enormous amounts of PTSD among the ranks. You look at our suicide rate in policing, extremely high. You look at alcoholism among the ranks, extremely high. And when compared to the national average of people across the country, if you're a police officer, your PTSD levels are extremely high. Your rates of suicide, your chances of committing suicide are extremely high. Alcoholism and yes, drug use are extremely high. You will find that drug use mainly in the area of prescription drugs for a number of different reasons, obviously. The domestic issues and abuse, extremely high within the ranks of policing. I can go on and on. We know that there are police officers across this country, I've talked to many myself, who would love to be able to use cannabis to deal with their issues of PTSD. All right, we know that. They are quite familiar with some of the work that many of you have done, you know, and some of the progress that's been made with managing PTSD among veterans. They know that. They talk to veterans. They know it works. They know that there are people dealing with PTSD who have been able to get off of these very powerful and problematic pharmaceutical drugs. Right? So because the federal government has yet to move, police departments across this country will not cross that line. They just won't do it in allowing their people to use medicinal cannabis. And it's a shame. I know of one police officer, I will not mention his name because his case is still being adjudicated administratively and probably soon civilly. But because he's still dealing with some things administratively in a very large Maryland police department, this police officer has come to us, has come to LEAP, seeking help because what he did, knowing how medical cannabis can help him with his psychological issues, including PTSD, he started using it. He actually applied for, and he did it the right way according to Maryland law. He applied for a card, medical cannabis card. You know, so he did it the right way. He wasn't using it while he was on duty, and he wasn't using it so close to going on duty, going on a clock that he would be under the influence. Very smart, doing it the right way, but now he's got issues. And now he's being administratively pursued by his agency because of this. So they're not only police officers that know it works, want to use it because they don't want to lose their lives. And here's something else they also notice. Number one, like this particular police officer's family life is better, his home life is better, right? He again is no longer taking those pharmaceutical drugs that he was using to manage depression, right? No longer using alcohol the way he was to go to sleep at night and to manage. So he thought he was managing depression using alcohol, right? So he was using prescription drugs that were not prescribed to him, which is illegal. So these are some of the things that he was doing. So in addition to it being better for them in managing depression, PTSD, so in hopes that they do not take their own lives. And yes, in policing, we've known police officers to not just take their own lives, but also to take the lives of their family members at the same time. But here's something else that we also know. Because of the depression, because of the unmitigated psychological issues that police officers are dealing with, the force that they use when they are enforcing laws, the force that they use on citizens when they are enforcing law tend to be extreme. Okay, because what they're holding in is going to manifest itself at the first opportunity. So they're going to lash out, they're going to strike out, usually beginning verbally with verbal abuse of citizens, doing traffic stops, doing other calls for service. They're cursing at citizens, they're mistreating them, and then it escalates into the physical force. So we know that to be a fact. And as we know across this country, unfortunately, police officers have and continue to take the lives of many people when I know and I firmly believe that other courses of action could have been taken. Not just the instant when the deadly force was being used, but from the onset of the interaction with the citizen, de-escalation was an option in many of these cases, but it never even got to that before deadly force was used. So we know that if our police officers are healthier, mentally healthier, that they're going to interact and treat the citizens better they're going to use their judgment much better. They're going to do a better job of keeping emotion out of, a situation that they encounter. So it's not just safer for the lives of the police officers and those close to them, but it's safer for the lives of the citizens who they interact with on a daily basis.
Oh, that is.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to add that in Canada, all law enforcement and all military, when they're off duty, they're allowed to consume that.
Well, unfortunately, this is the United States, and we're not supposed to follow other countries. Other countries follow us.
Well, unfortunately, we're using other countries' policies to help change our own U.S. policies, and one is the Canadian Veterans Policy, because they actually give away 3 grams of cannabis to their veterans who receive 100% disability. So that's 3 grams per day, any modality, and ordered and coming directly to you. So
I did not know that. That's fantastic. Thanks for that information.
That's a program they've been running since 2007, and they spent last year about $120 million providing their veteran service members with that free cannabis. So that's one of the things that we were talking on Capitol Hill that we're trying to do, is get introductions between them. So next up is Council Member Michael Green for question number 4.
Well, again, thank you so much, ATN, and thank you so much for being our guest this evening. What you've just said, in response to the previous 3 questions, all fascinating. And the question we had drafted for number 4 dovetails very tightly into what has preceded. Our question is originally drafted is, what are your thoughts about the desire within active police ranks to use medical cannabis in their amongst themselves? And you've begun to address that. The example of the Maryland officer obviously comes up, and what you've said about reduction in violence, not only towards themselves, abuse, et cetera, amongst police officers, but how they approach the public is fascinating to me. So 2 things occur to me. One, to the extent that local agencies, states where cannabis would otherwise be legal, is it the finances of federal policy and the interaction between the monies that federal government provides states? Is that a major factor? And 2, amongst membership, rank and file, is there a growing consensus, and is there a time where that'll actually be manifest itself in some kind of political pushback where a positive change may be enacted?
Okay, so a couple of quick points. First of all, just to add to my desire regarding active police officers and using cannabis, medical cannabis. I was kind of excited a little while ago when New Jersey passed its adult use for cannabis in general, right? And, part of that policy was for law enforcement to be able to use cannabis, not just medicinally, but period. While off duty, of course, while off duty, just like alcohol, use it off duty. You can't come to work under the influence. But things are on hold there for now. We're eventually going to get there. It's no doubt in my mind. So obviously my desire is that police officers and many folks who are employed in a number of different disciplines, that they be able to use the same way they would be able to use alcohol while off duty. Obviously, you cannot come to work under the influence. If the employer says you cannot be under the influence while working for them, then fine. But while you're off duty, I believe it would be beneficial in a number of different ways. Not just medicinally for policemen, but generally speaking, I think there would be a number of police officers after a very strenuous day in the streets of a city like Baltimore to go home and to relax with some cannabis instead of a 6 or 12 pack of beer or a bottle of wine or a 5th of Jack Daniels or whatever they might be sucking at. I think it obviously would be more healthy. It would be healthier for them. And I think it would go a long way in helping them to effectively release and manage that stress that they encounter, many of them encounter on a daily basis. So obviously that's, how I personally feel about that. Regarding the money that law enforcement may be receiving, and they do receive for certain levels of drug enforcement, to my knowledge, there's no longer anything that specifically addresses cannabis enforcement. However, there are still funds available through the Department of Justice for drug enforcement. I just heard, now, she didn't mention any money when I heard the current head of the DEA speak a few days ago about the influx of fentanyl coming in to the country in the form of pills, multicolored pills, which she says is very attractive to children who would happen to come across these or see them. And I don't disagree with that, not one bit at all. But she's talking about ramping up, here we go, drug war, no longer 101. This is drug war like 2.5 or 2.8. We're taking it to the next level. She's talking about doing the same things over and over again, going after the cartels south of the border, spending who knows how much money doing that. We've seen this movie over and over again, but here's how law enforcement does that. The most effective way to stop and search cars and trucks and people on our highways and in our cities to look for other drugs like fentanyl or heroin or what have you. The most effective way to do that, to get into someone's pockets, which I mentioned earlier, is the odor of cannabis, is the odor of marijuana, whether it's burning or whether it's, sometimes large, bundles of marijuana you can smell. But the burning odor, which most police officers are very familiar with and trained in many of our states can still use that burning odor as probable cause to search you or your car. Now, when those dollars are attached to finding drugs like fentanyl, finding drugs like heroin and cocaine, and reporting those numbers back to the Department of Justice, to satisfy a grant application so that you can get more funds, then yeah, a good way to get into someone's house or car to search is cannabis. So that's kind of the nuance relative to that.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because it occurs to me, if that were the case, and if drug enforcement continued to step up and made those stops, claiming they had probable cause, but found nothing, which would have to these days be more often the truth than not. We're not talking about mules running 50 kilos in from Arizona here. You're talking about some serious drugs with heroin, fentanyl, et cetera, I would have to surmise statistically it'd be looking like we're wasting like a tremendous amount of money on less than meaningful stops as opposed to real interdiction. So I don't know if you want to respond to that comment, and then please.
Yeah, you don't have to wonder about that. You're absolutely correct. The statistics are extremely low. You see, because not just for finding, harder drugs are those numbers extremely low when they stop someone and search them because of the odor they claim the odor of cannabis. But those numbers are extremely low for finding harder drugs. They're also extremely low for finding guns. The police know that they know it's just a matter of numbers. The more cars they stop and search, the more people they stop on street corners and search. It's just it's numbers. It's a law of averages. You're eventually going to find harder drugs. You're eventually going to find, guns, but you're violating the rights of people. You're stepping all over their constitutional rights. And it's just not right. And then you have the racial implications that come with that as well. But go ahead.
No, exactly right. So I guess even though this wasn't a question we formulated earlier, do you have an opinion what it's going to take to wake up organizations under the Justice Department like the FBI, DA, et cetera, and maybe the federal government, Congress, and the president for lack of a better term, maybe nobody likes this, just get woke about cannabis and move on to the things that certainly are more important?
Well, what may happen before Congress gets to the point where they move, what could happen before that to help it on? Maybe a lawsuit or two, right? Maybe it's something for the higher courts to deal with. I mean, it's about time. I mean, we kind of thought that we were kind of like almost at critical mass, because I like to look at history. I like to look at history, when things change. And if we look at alcohol prohibition, it was state by state that decided, you know what, we're no longer going to enforce the 18th Amendment, the prohibition of alcohol. And Maryland, my home state, was the one state that never ever agreed to enforce it. But as each state made it known that they're no longer going to enforce the prohibition of alcohol, the 18th Amendment, as more and more states came online, the federal government finally had to say, okay, it's over. And they passed another amendment to end it. I kind of thought that we're probably there, at least. I'm telling you, when we get through November, when we have a number of additional states, Maryland being one of those, where the people are going to decide that it's over, then maybe this will be the turning point. Maybe after this election in November, maybe we'll have enough critical mass via the states to get Congress to move. And if not, like I said, maybe a lawsuit or two that are in play might have something to do with helping to move that ball across the finish line.
All right, thank you very much. Next, Wade Laughter has a follow-up question.
Yes, thank you, Chen. And I really want to thank you for joining us this afternoon, this evening. I have all kinds of respect for persons who are willing to do police work. Back in the day, I lived in San Francisco for years, rode motorcycle, got to know cops who rode motorcycle for the San Francisco Police Department. And I would run into them at this one specific bar and got to be friends with more than a few of them. And one of the things I came to realize is one of the things that's hardest about your job, you spoke about PTSD, and in a police officer's day, every single person they interact with is having one of the worst days of their life, right? Over and over and over and over, simply because you needed to come there, be it because someone was killed or there was a robbery or a horrible car accident, whatever. And that stress is cumulative. And some of these guys and gals at that point actually were heroic at their consumption of alcohol. That's really where I'm going with this. And they were friends, and I felt like it was hard to watch them slowly killing themselves. Alcohol is a poison. And I really, I know I'm saying a lot about myself here, but I'd really love for you to maybe talk a little bit more about how cannabis could have a different effect in the lives of not just the officers who do this duty for our culture and communities, but also for their families. I mean, you made reference to that in passing, but I'll stop there, sir. And thank you again for joining us. I'd love to hear your response. Thank you.
Just real quick about the alcohol use, and I'm going to mention two TV shows that are very much real to life. One is extremely real to life. I mean, it's a very accurate depiction. The first one being the HBO series The Wire, and unfortunately, both of them are about Baltimore. And I speak to that because I'm very familiar with Baltimore and Baltimore policing. The HBO series The Wire, if you remember, there were a number of different scenes in that series. It's a 5-year series. One particular bar that the police officers would frequent, after work, and they would get extremely intoxicated. And there's nothing worse than an intoxicated police officer who believes that they're above the law. They become intoxicated and they go out and do things. Their behavior is obnoxious because they carry this badge in their hip pocket and a gun on their hip, and then and they know if they get stopped by another police officer because someone calls in a complaint, or they get stopped for driving while under the influence, then it's most likely that they're not going to be held accountable for that behavior. So, in episode after episode, you see this real life depiction of what happens at this particular bar, and how intoxicated these police officers get. A second show is more recent. This is about the gun trace task force in Baltimore that was recently discovered, and big case by the FBI, uncovering this squad of police officers who were out committing robberies of people. They were committing home invasions of people. They were stealing drugs, selling drugs, stealing money, you name it. They were doing it, planting evidence, whole laundry list of things. And as a matter of fact, the FBI is still looking into the Baltimore Police Department because there are probably others who are somewhere involved on the peripheral. But if you watch that, they would have the shift parties, where they go drinking, but right behind the police station, the precinct, the district station, after work. They would go out to these strip clubs and become extremely intoxicated, abusing the patrons as well as the sex workers at these clubs. And it doesn't stop there. It goes home with them. So this is where I'm leading. They go home intoxicated, and they go home and they become intoxicated while there. It affects their children. We know that alcoholism, whether it's psychological or otherwise, can be transferred from a parent to a child. Seeing this day in and day out. We know that kids mimic their parents. Many of them want to be like their parents. But this causes a lot of trouble at home. We do get a lot of calls in policing, to the homes of police officers who had been drinking, who are intoxicated. And it doesn't do a lot of good for the home life, their spouse or their children, whoever else might be in that household at the time. But again, that second show, it's called We Own This City. I forgot to give you the title. It's called We Own This City. And it's a very short series. Again, I believe it's by HBO, but I encourage you to watch that as well. And you can just see how much drinking goes on. And I'll end with this. So did you understand that this show, We Own This City, is a real life depiction? The writers of that show are actual media, newspaper investigators of that gun trace task force. They use the actual court dockets, the court records, the records from the FBI and their investigation, interviews. It's so real that they use the actual names of everyone who's involved. They don't substitute names. They use the actual name of the sergeant, the actual name of a police officer, the actual name of the captain and the commissioner and the state's attorney and all of that. This is real. I mean, it's horrible. If we could just, again, the difference that substituting alcohol with cannabis would make is just unfreaking believable. And every cop knows this. And the reason every cop knows this is because whenever you get called to an incident involving violence, it's highly likely that someone's intoxicated. Not all the time, but highly likely that someone's intoxicated. And every one of these police officers will tell you that they probably have never had, like me, have never had a call of violence where the person was under the influence of cannabis alone. Never, never. And if you find a police officer who handled a call of violence and the perpetrator was using cannabis only, it's going to be extremely rare, or maybe the person had some underlying mental health issues prior to using the cannabis.
Yes, that one is usually the most important one there. Next up is Gage Ansler. Gage.
Major, it's a pleasure to have you on here. So absolutely good to see you and good to talk to you. Thank you for being here. You know,
Thanks,
I don't think there's a lot of data on this topic, but you know, it seems that rural police departments are more likely to enforce cannabis laws than, say, urban police departments. And maybe this could be because that rural areas are more likely to be conservative and maybe have less tolerant attitudes towards cannabis use. So do you see a difference, personally, do you see a difference in approach in rural versus urban, you know, in rural versus urban responses to cannabis uses? And I'm talking maybe between state police departments, local border patrol, sheriff departments, you know, range in that range. You know, what's your opinion on that?
Mm-hmm. I think you're going to see a direct correlation with, so it's, earlier we talked about federal organizations, right? ATF, FBI, DEA, so on. So if you start there at that, you know, 40,000 foot view of law enforcement being the feds, and you work your way down, and you come down around 20,000, 25,000 feet, this is your state law enforcement organization. And you keep coming down, now you've got your major cities, and then all the way down to your rural and small town police departments. I think that you'll find, generally speaking, is that the farther down you come, the more likely you're to find a police department that is in line with using cannabis off duty, at least for medicinal purposes. And you know, the politics is just completely different, as I mentioned earlier. It's easier to get things done at a local level than it is at one of these bureaucratic, you know, overly bureaucratic, bureaucratic institutions like the FBI and the DEA, ATF. You know, even my agency, the Maryland State Police, and the bureaucracy, the politics at the governor's level, you know, in the state house and blah, 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 you know, it's just crazy. Then you get down to cities like Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, you know, you still have the politics there, but you get down to, say, like a sheriff's department, sheriff's office, you know, where if you have a progressive, forward-thinking, forward-looking sheriff that says, this is nonsense, especially if they ran on that platform, right? So if I've run into sheriffs who have run on a platform of, you know, this cannabis prohibition is ridiculous, right? Because we know that the vast majority of the public agrees with them, you know, so they run on that, they win on that. And so that now they're not afraid to say, you know what, it's ridiculous. You know, our state just passed the law, you know, to make it legal. You know, we're not going to be out there enforcing these laws. We're not going to be doing this. We're not going to be doing that. And they have the support of their constituents because they're elected into office. They're going to do what the people want them to do. But unfortunately, at the governor's level, for instance, I mean, at the say state police superintendent at his level or her level, for instance, they're put into that position by the governor. The governor can yank them just as easy and quickly as he put them into that position. So they're going to, whatever the governor's position is, that's their position, no matter what they know, no matter what their education level is regarding cannabis and cannabis use, they're going to side with the governor. They're going to play that role. So again, as you come down closer to the people with these smaller agencies, you know, sheriff's department, you're going to find a different perspective. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm here in Florida, and we have sheriffs here in Florida that think cannabis is the most evil thing on the face of the planet. So again, I'm just generally speaking, that's what we see, and it's just easier to make decisions at the local level, and than what it is at some of these higher, heavy, bureaucratic with bureaucracy and yeah.
Gotcha. That more talk, less walk. So understand that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Next up is Council Member Tony Landry.
Welcome. Thank you, Neil, for being here tonight. And my question is, how do you feel about driving under the influence of cannabis? In terms, maybe comparison to alcohol or some other drug or.
So earlier I talked about crimes and violence, alcohol, people using alcohol versus people using cannabis, and what I see and what we generally see in policing. People using the alcohol, violent, people using the cannabis are just so relaxed and so chill for the most part. And I've never arrested. Now, understand something. When I was working the road, I was at the one barrack that I worked at the longest. It was between me and this other trooper. We were the highest DUI riders in that part of the state, not just in that barracks or in that county, in that part of the state. I've stopped people who I thought were under the influence of cannabis, but I stopped them for something altogether different. I could smell it. And some of them admitted to using it. But prior to stopping them, I didn't see a driving behavior that would cause me to question their ability to drive. I'd give them a field sobriety test. And again, their balance was fine. They could answer my questions and all that. I say that to say I've never arrested anyone for driving strictly under the influence of cannabis. Now, they may have been smoking cannabis and also drinking, then yeah, they got arrested. But never just for cannabis. Again, I arrested numerous people for driving while under the influence of alcohol, whether they were involved in an accident, as many of them were, whether they were just all over the road, step out of the car and they practically fall flat on their faces. But I must say, hundreds, if not close to I probably arrested maybe 500 to 600 people for DUI in my career. And not one of those arrests were for someone strictly under the influence of cannabis. And I want to say something here because you'll hear our elected officials and others who are against ending the prohibition of cannabis. You'll hear them scream and jump up and down, oh, there's going to be more people out driving under the influence of cannabis, making our roads more dangerous, blah, 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 blah. Now stick with me here on this. So here's something that people have to understand. Is that number one, there are already a lot of people out there driving under the influence of cannabis. There always have been, and these are people who, if they've had too much to smoke, where their judgment and their motor skills are influenced at a level where they're dangerous, to themselves and others on the highway, then that person is a lawbreaker. Okay, so they break the law, just like someone who drinks too much and goes out and gets behind the wheel of a car and they're intoxicated. They're lawbreakers. So yes, we do have a number of people out there who smoke too much and drive, and they're lawbreakers. But they've been out there, they're going to be out there because you know what? They break the law. Now understand something though. The additional people who will start smoking cannabis once it becomes legal, they're not lawbreakers because they're waiting. They're waiting for us to say it's legal, now you can smoke. So why would they become lawbreakers all of a sudden, smoke too much and go drive a car when they shouldn't? So my point is, there won't be an increase in people dangerously driving while under the influence of alcohol, because the increase in the user population are law-abiding citizens. They're not going to all of a sudden break the law. And then you know what? And you look at the data doesn't reflect that. You know why? Because you'll have a study over here that says it does, and you'll have a study over here that says it doesn't. So there's no, I'm going to say, there's not enough cooperation out there among these studies to say that in these states where cannabis is now legal, that our roads have become more dangerous because of people driving under the influence of cannabis. The evidence just isn't there, so, but again, if someone, even those that probably have had too much to smoke and drive, they're not driving 30 miles over the speed limit. Like some of these people who are intoxicated by alcohol, they might be driving, 10 or 20 under the speed limit. But anyway, I'm not one to, I don't believe, seriously do not believe that our roads become more dangerous because of us making cannabis legal for adults to use or for medical patients to use.
Well, our last question, you kind of answered outright, because it was basically all about driving under the influence and your thoughts on driving under the influence of cannabis. So I put up another question for Tony. So Tony Landry, you want to go ahead with that question?
Yeah, sure. At what year did you realize, or did you come to realization that the drug war was an absolute failure? Does that sound right?
Yeah. So I would say that it really didn't even happen within like 1 year. It was a process for me. And I think it was a somewhat of a lengthy process for me, is because many of you know that I spent a lot of years in drug investigation, in policing. I mean, man, I not only drank the Kool-Aid, I was making the Kool-Aid. You know, I was the one in the kitchen with the big, you know, glass pitcher with the smiley face on it and packs of Kool-Aid and a, you know, 5-pound bag of sugar, just mixing the Kool-Aid. Because I not only worked undercover, I commanded drug task forces, I commanded a whole region in the state of Maryland, you know, of 9 drug task forces at one time. So I'm not just going out there doing the work. I'm ordering people to do it. I'm giving them direction, and I'm feeding them this propaganda that I was taught about why we had to do this. And I was doing this with a lack of education about the history of drugs and the history of our drug laws in this country. And so I started in my later years as a commander, commanding drug task forces, I started to see a little sparkle or glimpse here and there about some things that just didn't seem right, how we would target certain communities of color. So I began with seeing an imbalance in how we applied the law, you know, in certain communities. Same thing with poor communities. Knowing that we had drugs in some of our affluent communities, we didn't dare touch those communities. We didn't dare go into a affluent community with drug dogs and just randomly scan cars for drugs, because we'd find ourselves, you know, reassigned the next day to some worthless job. But in poor communities, we just had a ball. You know, we thought it was fun. So, but when I got to the end of my career with the Maryland State Police, I started working for the Baltimore Police Department as the head of training. And this was in the year 2000. And it was a good friend of mine, Ed Totley, who was working undercover for the Maryland State Police. He had worked a number of cases for me under my command. And he was working with the FBI October 30th, one night when he was making what was supposed to be a final buy of cocaine from a mid-level drug dealer. And he was assassinated that night by a drug dealer. He was shot point blank range in his head. And that moment kind of made me start paying attention to the violence that surrounded the drug trade. And it was easier for me to do because now I was out of the Maryland State Police and I was in a different role completely, training. And in Baltimore City, around that same time, we had 2 police officers who were killed by local drug dealers in the city. And so I'm starting to see these pictures of violence surrounding the drug trade. And then I think what was really critical, that 2 years after Ed was killed, I was still working in Baltimore City. It moved from police violence being recipients of the violence to citizens being recipients of the violence, be it that an entire family of 7, mother, father, and 5 kids, were killed in one night by the neighborhood drug dealer who had set up shop on a corner right outside of their home. And she was doing what we tell every citizen to do: work with us, come work with us, the police, give us the information we need on these people selling these dangerous drugs in your neighborhood. Work with us and we'll come clean them up and, you know, make the arrests and take them away. and you'll be in a better position. She started working with the police, giving us information on this drug dealer and his crew, the mother, Angela. She wasn't afraid that her boys would become addicted to drugs. Her fear was that her boys would be recruited by this crew and then would be in a completely dangerous situation. She knew that their lives would be over, either in jail or dead. So she started working with the police. When this guy found out about it, the head of this crew, he said it was time to send a message that you don't screw with him or his money. And he set their home on fire in the middle of the night while they were asleep, killed the entire family. So it made me I started paying attention to the bodies, right? The shootings, the shootouts, the retaliation, the people getting caught in the crossfire, these kids. And I eventually, even though locally I was doing some searching, I eventually stumbled across Jack Cole and the Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. And I just started meeting other cops who started feeling the same way, and many for different reasons. But that journey, which started my education, my true education regarding drug policies and drugs in this country, led me on to seeing our prison population and what that was about. It led me on to seeing and understanding what was doing more harm to policing than any other set of policies in this country. And I love policing. And I quickly learned that our drug prohibition policies have separated us more from the people we're supposed to be serving than anything else you can think of. I started learning that these drug prohibition policies, if we were to end, would solve more ancillary issues and problems in our society, within our society, and in any other single issue on the globe. Those set of prohibition drug policies would solve so many other issues, not just in this country, but globally. Immigration, right? It would solve the cartels who are doing things other than moving drugs. They're heavily into human trafficking. It would strike such a blow to those organizations and organized crime. It would be unimaginable. It would allow us to end the stigma of drug use in this country. And again, this conversation we're having tonight, regarding being able to use cannabis for PTSD, not just cannabis, but to explore more in the world of psychedelics for PTSD issues, right? It would solve, it would solve so many issues. I think it would strike a blow to alcoholism in this country as well, no doubt. But and child abuse and physical and mental child abuse. I mean, the list is long. Poverty issues that would definitely do wonders for our overburdened prison population in this country. I mean, we could sit here and talk all day about, or all evening, about the things that would happen. So that place of violence, starting my road of education, that started over 20 something years ago, and my education is still continuing today. And I'll end with this. Regarding this journey of education that I've had and continue to have, those that have been introduced, like I have, to this education, to learning the history, to learning other things, I don't care what your journey is like. I don't care what your discipline is. I don't care what you've done, what you plan to do. Once you've started this journey toward ending prohibition of cannabis or anything else, once you start down that road, I've yet to meet anyone that has stopped, turned around, and headed back toward prohibition. Not one single person, and I've met thousands. They may have slowed down a little bit, but they've never reversed their direction once they started moving to where, to where we are on these issues. Some make it all the way to the end, like I have. Some pause in the middle, only go as far as cannabis, only go as far as psychedelics, but no one has ever turned around and headed back in the other direction.
Going along that line of discussion, I think Wade Laughter had a follow-up.
Yeah, again, I really wanted to thank you for joining us this afternoon. This has been an amazing and educational conversation. My question originally was about the interest in particularly mushrooms, but other forms of psychedelic therapy. But you brought it up and covered it pretty thoroughly, that you think there's area of interest there, and then made reference to the idea of decriminalizing drugs as a whole. I was going to ask you what you thought about how Portugal is handling drugs in the use of drugs in their communities. But you've just done an amazing job of covering the bulk of what I wanted to ask you about already. And so I guess I'll just close again by thanking you for taking the time to talk with us this afternoon. And I think we could all look forward to ending the war on drugs and treating drug addiction, because there are drugs that have high potential for addiction and little, if any, redeeming medical value, which is the whole concept of scheduling. But cannabis obviously doesn't fit in there. And I think informed as versus political choices would be ideal in this area of policy. And I'll stop there, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And you mentioned Portugal just real quick. Absolutely wonderful. Their harm reduction approach to drug use is it's special. And I know that members of the law enforcement community, high-ranking folks, have made trips, along with some of our political folks, have made trips over to Portugal and have looked in deeply into their program over there. I'm very excited about it. Unfortunately, it hasn't moved too much here. But when you look at things like psychedelics, we worked on decriminalizing them in the district, in Washington, D.C. We worked on some of those policies out in the Northwest. We worked on some of those issues in Canada, by the way, along with cannabis in Canada. We had a very strong branch up there in Canada right prior to them legalizing cannabis there. But psychedelics, I just returned a couple of weeks ago from a retreat in upstate New York of law enforcement folks who were talking about police officer wellness, health and wellness. And it was primarily about psychedelics. What do we think about the potential? And it followed really what you guys have done in the veteran community regarding the use of psychedelics for PTSD. I'm excited about that. Again, I was advocating for it. We've been working with MAPS for a very long time, regarding psychedelics and decriminalizing psychedelics, and the research that still needs to be done and should be done. But this retreat really got me excited. And hoping that somewhere soon down the road we can begin the use of psychedelics within the law enforcement community as it relates to PTSD, depression, and some of the other things that we're challenged with and dealing with.
Thank you. Councilmember Al Byrne, you have a follow-up.
No, actually, I don't. Neil, the talk of Portugal just gave me a question. As you're aware, the medical community in the United States is pretty much centered on their own research. In other words, I've used the term ethnocentric a lot. The research that our government looks at is ethnocentric U.S. research, whereas the rest of the world has done quite a bit of research on their own. And while that other research medically is ignored, I'm wondering if it's the same for law enforcement. I mean, you have a place like Portugal, you have countries like the Netherlands where cannabis has been some sort of legalization for quite a while. Has their violence level dropped in these places, or has it increased? And the next part of the question is, just like the medical situation, does anybody in the United States pay attention to that?
Yeah, so again, that's one of the reasons we have been advocating for, and LEAP was also trying to build its own coalition of law enforcement police chiefs to send over to Portugal. And you're absolutely right, the violence has decreased in places like Portugal. But one place in particular is Switzerland, where Switzerland has a heroin maintenance program, and what the police, initially when, President Dreyfus in Switzerland, implemented this program, they weren't on board. But then when they started in violent crime, property crime, and theft, they immediately, got on board with it, because as any police officer would tell you, many times when it comes down to these robberies and these thefts and so on that you see on a daily basis all the time, it's users who are trying to get the money they need to support their habits, right? So, because we've created a society that pushes them out to the margins of society, right? We ostracize them, we kick them out of their jobs, out of employment, they have no money, we put them in jail, they come back out, they can't get employed. However, they still have their addiction and they still feel the need to feed that addiction. So what do they have to do? They have to buy it from an illicit market, which means they don't have a job, they got to go steal money. They got to go rob somebody. So the police started saying, wow, this is great. We're seeing reductions in these types of crime. So yes, the evidence is there. But again, the challenge is getting our people here to admit that we were wrong, to admit that we do not have the best or the right approach to dealing with this issue of drug use in our country. It's very difficult it was difficult for me. It's very difficult for a police officer who spent so much time enforcing these laws, literally your entire career, enforcing these laws, and then to get 10, 20, 30 years into your career and to have someone tell you that, you know what, it wasn't, not only did you not make any progress, truly, you didn't make any, may have looked like progress, but when you gauge progress like this in policing, say you have rapes, or say you have burglaries in a particular area, and you finally latch onto the person who's committing the rapes, or you finally latch onto the small crew that's committing the burglaries or store robberies. You know what? The rapes go down, the robberies go down, the burglaries go down when you make those arrests. That's progress. That's clear, crystal clear evidence of progress. But when you take off a drug crew on a corner, the drug activity on that corner doesn't stop. Not only that, before you know it, you've got shootings now occurring within that 5 square block area. What happened? Well, you've just arrested the regulator of that 5 block area. You just arrested the crew that actually had the violence. Yeah, they were selling dope, but you know what? They had the violence under control. They had it tamped down because they want to make money. Now you've got a void in that marketplace, and now you've got the neighboring crews fighting for those valuable street corners. And so they shoot it out, and then you have retaliation. And you know what? You still got people selling drugs there. That's not progress. That's when you realize you've actually made things worse for your community. And when you tell a police officer that, when you explain that to them, when you really sit down with them and say, look, man, these laws we've been enforcing, we haven't really been doing all this good work for our communities. Let me tell you why. This is what happens. Bam, 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 bam. It's hard to accept. You know, for me, it was hard to accept the fact that I arrested all these people for smoking marijuana. All these people, all they did was just smoke a little bit of weed, a little bit of cannabis, and maybe sell me a dime bag, back then, or a couple of grams here, a couple of grams there. No violence whatsoever. And their freaking lives were ruined. Hundreds of people like this. Hundreds of people like this. And now to tell a cop that, you know what? That wasn't good for your neighborhood or your community. That actually made it worse. And here's why. You just gave all these people criminal records that they really didn't deserve because of these screwed up policies we had. Not that it was your fault, but you were taught something that and given a job to do that wasn't for the benefit of your society, for the benefit of your community. And this is why these people are now, for the most part, unemployable. That means they're a financial drain upon your community, your society. These particular people, maybe that person was the head of a household. You can go on and on with the list of people that you arrested and what happened to that family unit. Not just that person, but in many cases, that family unit, that household. You arrested that person for selling a little bit of weed, but they weren't carrying guns. They weren't shooting people. They were making just enough money by selling weed to put food on the table, or maybe to pay that electric bill or to pay that rent. And now that income's not coming in, and that family is now out on the street, and they're now receiving money from social services. He may have been doing this, but you know what? He had a great relationship with his kids, and he kept his kids in line. Now he's locked up. Where are his kids? So when you go through story after story after that and explain it to the cops, it's hard. It's a bitter pill to swallow. To think that you spent 10, 20, 30 years doing this type of work, and not only was it for nothing, but in many ways you probably made things worse for your community.
Councilmember Tony Landry has a follow-up.
Yeah, you had mentioned the psychedelics. I wanted to know if you were familiar with the Concord study in 1961 through 63. They gave psilocybin-assisted therapy to 32 prisoners on the reentry program, and it reduced the recidivism. Upon coming out of prison, they went through a ceremony about a week of psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy, and the majority of them didn't return back to prison. I was wondering what you thought on that, if you had ever heard of that study by, I think, Dr. Leary. I'm not sure the first name, but the Concord Prison Project study.
So I'm not familiar with that, but I'm not surprised at it, because the many people that I've spoken to who have undergone the therapy, for whatever their issue or reason, they speak to not just how their lives have improved, but why, because of now how they see things and what they understand, and how they feel about the meaning of it all. So I haven't heard of it, but I'm not surprised at the results of that you just explained to me. Not at all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Todd Scatini.
How you doing, guys? Thanks, Neil, and please accept my apologies for showing up late. It is homecoming here in
No problem.
So I just want to say thanks for giving your time tonight. I am the son of a Kern County Sheriff's deputy. I grew up in a cop house in California. Both my mom and my stepfather worked for the Sheriff's Department, and I saw a lot of PTSD within. Now I recognize it as PTSD within their friend circle, and I watched them experience losing at least 5 members of their friend circle to suicide or other significant illnesses that were born from wearing the badge. And I was wondering if, did the police or does law enforcement look at the military and the veteran community as a real ally, because I think we certainly have a synergy. You know, now after having spent 27 years in the Army and having seen kind of law enforcement from a kid's point of view, I recognize that a lot of the issues that we suffer from are very similar to what's going on in the law enforcement community. And I was wondering if there's any sort of like potential for alliance or a coalition that we could create, because I think our voices really resonate together. You know, we are a certain class of society. We are the warrior society, and the law enforcement is a certain class of society that's so deeply respected, yet it is us who is judged by the content of our urine. And I feel like if the law enforcement officials would have access to cannabis, perhaps we could get a long way very quickly.
Yeah, that's a really good question, because obviously, if you can build a coalition of folks and continue to grow that coalition, you can really get things done. Just real quick, and that's kind of like what LEAP is about. Trying to assemble this coalition of folks, teach them what we've been taught. Show them not just teach, but show them the data, give them the history. Building a coalition on a number of different topics. Obviously, drug policy being one of those. We actually modeled the organization after veterans following the Vietnam War, right? And assembling these voices to help change the landscape, the policy landscape. And one of the challenges that we do have in policing is this. First of all, with retired folks from policing, piece of cakewalk. I mean, these guys get it. They don't feel the political pressure. They no longer feel the pressure of, a squad or a division can place upon you, or your patrol squad or whatever can place upon you while you're active. And my point is this, and this is why it tends to be so different for us in policing. So we have this thing in LEAP that when we're trying to convince law enforcement of these issues and where we need to go and what we need to do, we really try to stay away from doing it in a group setting. In a group setting, what we find is that we'll start the conversation. It could be at the FOP Lodge, it could be at a convention somewhere or at a conference, and we have the group setting. They're in the room, they're sitting, they're listening intently. And as we start going and talking about this, doing it in a good way, that work, you'll see them, they heads perk up, they'll sit up and they'll start leaning a little forward, and they're like, damn, I never thought of it that way. You can just see eyes open up. Then all of a sudden, the good old how can I say, the cop's cop, right? The guy that's been there for 25, 30 years, who's sitting back like this, and he'll say something like, say we're talking about, or so we had the question about driving under the influence of cannabis, right? And he'll be sitting back and say, yeah, come on, man, this is a bunch of bullshit. You know it, I know it. Everybody in here knows it, that we're going to have people driving stoned all over the daggone place out there. There's no way in the world we're going to agree to legalizing cannabis. And he uses the word like we and us and all that, and he's looking around at people. And first of all, nobody in that crowd wants to rebuff, wants to push back against that guy, because that's the guy, right? Nobody wants to push back. So if you don't have a presenter who is savvy enough to be able to, to come back and answer, to confront that guy, and to do it in a way where you're not disrespectful, but by asking the right questions And so if you're not talented enough or savvy enough to do that, you just lost the room because of groupthink, because of, just in that policing world, you want to be as part of that group or that crowd as you can be. And you don't want to say or do anything different than the crowd. And when that guy speaks up, that's the crowd speaking for the most part. So we tell our speakers, we tell our members, speak to people one-on-one, and then when they ask the questions, you answer the questions, and you answer the questions a lot of time with asking them a question, but speak to them one-on-one. It's hard, it's very difficult to get an active cop, especially if they're like members of a drug squad or a drug unit or another unit. It's very difficult to get them to do something that's different than the rest of their squad or crew because they don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to feel like when they're out there on patrol, they don't want to feel like they're by themselves because they want to make sure they get backup when they need backup. And it's just a very interesting world. But again, I think that we have done enough work over the past 10 to 20 years to create a significant groundswell within policing, especially as these states continue to come on board, online one after another with cannabis. Again, it's really this can drop it any day now. It could literally drop any day now. The floodgates open up and then the feds move on.
Are there any police forces that you know of, Neil? I know the New York Police Department initially they had dropped testing for THC, but then immediately put it back on. Are there any police forces that you can think of in the U.S. that are no longer testing for THC?
That's a really good question, and this is why it's a difficult question to answer. Is because in most states, by far, it's not that the police department that sets those standards. It's not an individual police department. It is, in some states, they refer to as the police certification regulatory as POST, Police Officer Standards and Training, which is run by the state. And they certify every police officer who's hired by an individual police department. In the state of Maryland, it's called the Maryland Police and Correctional. No, it's no longer correctional. Maryland Police Training Commission. So they set those standards of testing for THC. There might be a few states where you can do it as an individual police department. Now, you can set higher standards, but you can't go below what those state standards are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Alburn.
Neil, we're getting close to the end, and I wanted you not to depart from us without saying you're forgiven for arresting all those cannabis people in your past. You did your job. We've all been where we had to do our job. Yeah, you're welcome. Just to support your position now, which of course I agree with. You might know this book, but it was written by a guy named Scott Baum, and it's called Smoke and Mirrors. It's probably 20 years old, and Scott interviewed 200 government employees, ex-government employees, who had been somehow involved in the war on drugs. And now they were ex, and he asked them, did you think you did the right thing? And they said, at the time I did my job, but I would never do it again. Now I think that the number was 199 out of 200 of those men and women thought the war on drugs was not the right thing to do. But Neil, thank you for your service. You've done a good job for a lot of people in a lot of places. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to, say this, and of course, thanks for that. I appreciate that, Al. I'm involved in I'm actually a plaintiff, one of a few plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the Department of Justice right now. regarding medical cannabis and the Second Amendment. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping to be able to make the October 12th. There's going to be so there's a motion to dismiss by the Department of Justice. And there should be a hearing in Tallahassee on October 12th. And I think I'm going to be able to make that. And so as the plaintiff, my position is, I've had a number of back surgeries, dealing with some pain issues, trouble sleeping at night. And I know I still have some, maybe some mild depression issues from policing and some of the stuff, but mainly for me, I got this pain issue. I have taken opiate pain medication in the past to deal with it. I just had knee surgery, so that's another thing that's working on me, but mainly my back and my neck. So I got here in Florida 2 years ago, and within the past year, I applied for my medical cannabis card here in the state of Florida. Also, since moving to the state of Florida from Maryland, I like to shoot, and I've been able to buy a number of guns, and I've bought a number of guns. But I realized that if I'm using medical cannabis, I can't buy guns. I can't possess guns. I have a national concealed carry permit as a retired law enforcement official. And now I haven't used medical cannabis yet, because when I got my card, I realized that, oh, wait a minute, on this federal form, I can't lie and check no as to whether or not I use an illicit drug at the federal level, because cannabis is still illicit. So if I lie, I go to federal prison. If I check yes, I don't get my gun. Now there's my Second Amendment. So as a plaintiff in this suit against the Department of Justice, my position is I'm being pressured. I have to make a decision between whether or not I want to suffer pain-wise and use these powerful opiate-based pain medications that we know be extremely addictive. Why are you, the federal government, making me choose between my Second Amendment right, especially as a retired law enforcement official? You're making me choose between that and a pain-free life, absent opiate pain medication. Why are you making me choose these? And so therefore, they need to settle this. They need to remove cannabis, at least from that form, medical cannabis. They need to, in my opinion, they just need to move it from the scheduling system so that people like me can abide by my state law, get my medical cannabis card, deal with my issues for whatever they are for obtaining that card, and still have and exercise my Second Amendment rights as relates to buying, purchasing, and carrying firearms.
Absolutely. And that's one that is one that is an issue that we are aiming up and gaining steam toward, because various, we've got almost 40 states now that have medical cannabis, and just due to that basic fact alone, we should have equal enforcement in a sense of access to our Second Amendment across those. I, as a dispensary owner here in California, I can't own a firearm either, and that is has its own problems and issues of being, one, I'm a combat veteran, I know how to handle my weapons, but at the same time, it's the laws that are inherent around me dispensing medical cannabis, as well as being a veteran on top of that. But it's something that we need to also be inclusive of is, and one of the things the Veterans Action Council wants to do is we want to be more inclusive of our police and first responders, especially in the talk on PTS and suicide, because I know that there's a lot of focus specifically on, veterans and veterans focus specifically. But as you stated very succinctly at the beginning of our discussion, how high the suicide rate is amongst LEOs as well as first responders. So in talks of post-traumatic stress, Second Amendment, etc., I hope the police force and first responders know that they have allies in us veterans, and that we are here, and as voices that we are here to lend a hand and our voices to the cacophony so that it can be heard loud enough so that we can move things forward. That's it for our discussion for tonight. I want to thank Neil Franklin for joining us. Needless to say, it was a challenging situation with the hurricane that came through yesterday. And again, all the best to your friends and family and to your community there in Fort Myers and the surrounding areas there in Florida. And thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. Do you have anything that you'd like to talk about or plug, or any events that you're coming up that you'd like to speak toward?
No, actually, I don't. My at least my immediate calendar, except for this event here, has been wiped clean because of this hurricane that just came through. As a matter of fact, earlier today, I was supposed to be addressing members of Congress at the Congressional Black Congress up in D.C., but the airport here is still closed in Southwest Florida, so that did not happen. And I don't know what's on the horizon, but I would like to just mention one thing, something else that I am working on, and that is in this area of prohibition that continues to get us, this country, in trouble. We're traveling down a same, I'm going to say, dangerous path with another drug, that is nicotine. Now, understand, I think we all understand that smoking cigarettes is extremely hazardous to one's health. But I'm, a couple of things real quick. Number one, I'm a 64-year-old man. You know what? If I want to smoke a cigarette, I can smoke a cigarette. I don't smoke, never have smoked. I just wouldn't do it. But right now, the FDA is appearing to be moving forward with banning menthol cigarettes. Now, on its face, you might think, okay, so what's the problem with that? They want to ban the sale and manufacturing of menthol cigarettes here in the United States. But what they fail to understand and realize, we all agree with the health issues, but what they fail to realize from a policing perspective is that within the Black community, 80% of Black smokers, more than 80%, prefer and use menthol cigarettes. Now, if they can no longer buy menthol cigarettes tomorrow from their neighborhood store or gas station, do you really think that that's going to end the use and purchasing of menthol cigarettes within anybody's city or community? The answer is hell no, because they will become just as valuable as other drugs being smuggled across the border. They will be coming from China. Menthol cigarettes will be coming from who knows where. Menthol infusion kits will be sold over the internet and elsewhere. Basically, we would be generating a $30 billion underground illicit market for menthol cigarettes. So you know what? I'll stop selling heroin on a corner and I'll start selling menthol cigarettes on a corner, because you know what? The laws, the penalties are not as severe. However, the competition is just as severe. So guns, tools of the trade, as gangs and crews compete for corners of selling menthol cigarettes. Basically, we haven't learned our lesson from alcohol prohibition or drug prohibition. And here we have the FDA attempting to move forward with something like this. And unfortunately, there are groups out there that don't want to stop at menthol cigarettes. They want to take it clear across the board for all tobacco products. And that would be just another huge disaster for this country. And we would have more violent crime on our streets. And we'd have deadly cigarettes now flowing through our neighborhoods. And and with this, when you have any type of illicit market like that, the first people that you hire, that these crews hire, are kids. You know what? So if your goal is to keep cigarettes out of the hands of our future generation, you're just going to open the doors, because they're going to sell to other kids. They're going to take them to school and sell them, and they're going to be the ones carrying the guns. And it's a nightmare. So we're working on that. Hopefully we'll have some success. That was one of the things I wanted to speak to members of Congress about today. But just keep that in your mind when you see this information coming out regarding the FDA. Whatever you can do to push back at it, just tell them, hey, let's not try to solve yet another health issue with cops, courtrooms, and prisons. We don't need it. And violence. We don't need it.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. What an honor it was to have you tonight. Cannot thank you enough for your hard work and dedication over the years and your continued work with Law Enforcement Action Partnership. And we wish you nothing but the best. I would like to, I'm wearing my Bud for Blood shirt that I got today, my heat shirt. We did a Bud for Blood campaign with Kristen Yoder,
Nice.
where we got cannabis users to go out and donate blood. So I want to thank you again for that successful campaign. She's actually turning that into an organization. It's been so successful because, cannabis users don't give blood as well as they should. And she's shaming them into giving their blood, and it's working. So keep at it, sister. And again, I want to thank Neil Franklin, our council members, Michael Green, Tony Landry, Gage Ansler, Michael Crowitz, Al Byrne, Nate Landau, Todd Scatini, and Wade Laughter. I myself and Etienne Fontan. I'd like to thank you all for joining us for our our VAC roundtable tonight. It is to enforce or not to enforce, with our special guest Neil Franklin. So thank you everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back in 2 weeks. Y'all have a
Thank you, guys. Pleasure seeing you all.
Thank you, Neil.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We are very excited to have with us today on the spot Jazz Samra, the owner of Sativa Bliss, as well as the founder of the VIP Media Group, which is hosting the Elevate Conference coming up this week, September 12th to 15th, 2023. Just for those people that might tune in, a year from now. You've missed it, but hopefully this will be an annual thing. Jazz, thank you so much for joining us here on the show.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
We have been hearing a lot about Elevate. We have heard a lot about you. We have frequented Sativa Bliss multiple times out where we live. All of that stuff we are going to eventually talk about and find out kind of all those business connections. But as people who've been watching the show know, as the newbie and the doobie combined, we seek to break the stigma. And in order to do that, we really believe that it's the stories connected with the science that is coming out. But those people's stories about the why that they use cannabis, the how they got into it, the consuming with intention, and hearing all of that is so important in continuing to break down the walls that are now coming down and allowing events like Elevate to even happen in the first place. So, MJ, why don't you take it away here? This is her favorite part of the show.
It's literally the only question that we always ask every single person, and it is my favorite question because I love the experience behind cannabis because it changes depending on who you are, the method of consumption, where you are. There's so much that can affect it. So my question to you, Jazz, is I want to know about your very, very first experience with cannabis, whether it was pleasurable, not pleasurable, whether you smoked it, ate it, topicals. So I'm gonna sit back and let you go wild with your story there.
I think my very first experience was probably a good, almost 30 years ago. I started really late. I think I was 24 years old.
Okay.
It was at my friend's he's getting married. I grew up in Vancouver. So my friend was getting married and we knew nothing about cannabis. I never grew up in the culture, didn't even ever seen it in my life. And he brought a joint and we just went across the street from the house we were at. And smoked it. I guess all it took is a few puffs. My friends that smoked it were all beginners, and we had a really good time. A lot of giggling was happening when the adults would come downstairs and check in on us. We couldn't stop giggling. It was just a lot of consuming food and snacks and giggles is what I remember the most out of it.
So if you were with a group of friends that you were all first-time consumers, who was the ringleader? You have to get their name, but who would be the ringleader in that group to say, "Hey guys, let's try this," and everyone goes, "Sure, why not?"
Brought it. I can't remember who that person was, but somebody brought it, right? And
it was
we
Buddy.
Just kind of casually tried it, right? It didn't take much. It took a couple of puffs, and that was it.
And so then that became have you been consistent since then?
No,
Did that start
actually,
a lifelong thing?
To be honest, since I got into the cannabis industry, I maybe tried it 4 or 5 times up until 2019, 20 actually, when the stores opened. It's only after that where I started experimenting. So I can call myself a newbie and maybe transferring into a little bit of a doobie, but not I'm sure nothing at the level that MJ would be at, right? I'm getting high just looking at her smoke, literally.
That's funny. We did a thing when we were at Lyft where I asked from the stage, if anybody can guess how much I can consume in a week, what my average consumption is in a week, we'll give you a prize, but you got to be within half an ounce. And a couple people in the audience were like, "What? Within half an ounce? How much do you smoke?"
I could go through. So I just do some vaping right now, and maybe 2 or 3 puffs. I can have one vape cartridge probably last me 4 months. I'm probably the worst customer for a cannabis store, but I'm living into that motto of don't get high on your own supply either, right? So it's
nice. What I love about your story and why these are the types of stories that I think really helps break down a certain stigma. And when I first met MJ, and I grew up in a very conservative religious environment, I performed as a professional stand-up comedy, mostly in churches for at that point coming up on 12 years. And when I first had kind of met MJ and we started this podcast, people who are followers of this show know that I lost a lot of friends and contacts, most of which just assumed that now I was going to be this pothead. And I think when you hear stories like yours, and hopefully stories like mine, where you say, like I tried 4 joints when I first met MJ, that was 5 years ago, and I haven't consumed anything since. And your story is such a good one too, to say, look, it's not like you have a joint and next thing you know, you're sitting on the side of the road with no life ambitions,
with pink hair,
consuming all day long. And I just think it's such a valuable story to tell.
Well, honestly, I think when Jazz said, I only take a couple puffs and I'm good, I feel like, Jazz, you might have figured it out for yourself, like what your body needs. Because clearly I shouldn't have to consume 3 ounces of cannabis a week.
Yeah.
There's something wrong there. It's clearly either not the right strain, not the right ingestion method. Maybe I feel like I'm doing something wrong financially for sure.
Actually, that's a car payment, right? That's
I don't even want to talk about it.
Yes, it is, Jazz.
Yeah. No, I got into it very, very lightly, and I was actually nervous when I got into the cannabis industry. A few friends kind of talked me into it. I got into the industry primarily because of CBD. I started researching it and said, okay, CBD is a good thing. Seemed to have a huge future with all the medical benefits. And that's how I kind of entered the industry. I did have to do a lot of soul searching to see if this is the industry I wanted to be in. But because of the medical benefits, I decided to get into it. I had to tell my parents what I was doing, sharing it with some family members who I knew there was going to be some stigma and judgment about it. I didn't really have the intention of going into the retail space. Just the way that the laws and everything kind of panned out, it became an opportunity. So I decided to pursue it. But it was really awkward. Nobody that knows me would have ever imagined I would be in the cannabis industry, when in fact my own my youngest brother, who's like 12 years younger than me, I didn't even know he consumed cannabis because he was afraid to tell me. And only when I opened up the stores is when I found out that he actually consumed regularly every night almost. Right? So
yeah,
I often have told people that that MJ was the first person I met who consumed cannabis.
He told me he didn't know anybody, and
I didn't know anyone.
That's impossible. It's impossible. It's because nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I now think back of sitting in the church that I grew up in with all of these elderly people who probably were taking it at various things for health benefits, but would never ever discuss it. So as far as I knew, who in my life was possibly using it. And now I've come to realize that there's a lot of highly functioning individuals, highly motivated, highly successful people who you would never think. And you said, and CBD being a big part of that.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm a lifelong entrepreneur, and most of the people that are friends of mine are quite successful. They own businesses, highly functional people, and they never mentioned it. But now, in the last couple of years, there's talk. He goes, I have a drink once in a while. These gummies are pretty good. It helps me relax and get to sleep. And I think a lot of the people are just trying to get to sleep, battle anxiety and the stresses of work, and then also some pain management as well too. So I talk about it openly now. I'm not afraid and shy about being in the industry. I found my position as a person that advocates for the industry, pushing for positive change, trying to help the industry grow and thrive despite all its challenges, and doing my small little part that I can to make the industry a better place for everybody.
What kind of pushback as an adult do you get from your family? I remember it wasn't too long ago. It was very recent that I sat down and actually, for the first time, had a conversation with my parents about because as a non-consuming advocate, like I just sat down and talked, and we had been to the Lyft conference, and we stayed at their house, and so they were constantly kind of like, so where are you going? What is this thing?
Yeah.
And it was the first time and it was just
Well,
it
because they've
was
seen
super
photos and they've
interesting.
seen it wasn't just like a typical, because like I've been to Karma Cup, we've been to, all these events, and I always show them photos, but this one, his mom was like, that looks different. I'm like, well, yeah, because it's an expo, and it's more like business and education, and not just like fun and community. So
Yeah,
like
she would. They just seemed there's still I still think they have a little bit of a kind of a hesitation, but they were interested in listening, and so it's interesting to me that you as an adult have that conversation with your parents, and what was their sense when they're feeling that out?
I actually had to take my dad to a couple of cannabis stores, and then he saw them. They look okay. They look okay. He goes, it doesn't smell like weed here.
Right.
This and that. And he saw a bunch of the different types of products and slowly got customized to it. I did get him like CBD oil in the beginning for his knees, and he refused to take it because thinking that it was going to get high. And then I actually got the CBD oil, but I have a guy that does printing and labels for me, and I changed the label to say hemp oil on it. And then he actually tried the hemp oil,
nice,
thinking it was hemp oil. And a month later, he's like, "Can I get more of that? It actually worked. My knees don't hurt anymore."
Oh my goodness,
And
that's awesome.
then I told him afterwards that this was actually the CBD that I was talking to you about, and that he's opened up to consuming it and even recommending it to other aunts and uncles.
That's
as well
awesome.
too.
That's amazing. So when you open, so you're coming in to the industry not as a consumer, but you see the health benefits of it, and
Well,
it
not
was
as a regular
consumer.
Yes.
Your first entrance into the business side of it was what, opening up a Sativa Bliss?
No, actually, it was designed to get into the LP side of the world for extraction. We were going to have like a CBD extraction facility. We're in the process of setting one up in Quebec and also one in Portland, Oregon. We actually got the facility, started moving equipment in. We're in the process of applying for the licenses, and then Portland started burning down with the Black Lives Matter movements, and then COVID came and just destroyed that entire business. I pretty much all the money that I had, I lost it all waiting for COVID to finish and kind of like restart. And I actually got lucky that when the applications came out for the cannabis stores, I applied for the lottery, didn't win it, but when it came time for the opportunity to apply regularly, I had a friend of mine that had a building in Kitchener, and he told me, he goes, Jazz, you just use my location. If you get the license, you can open up a store here. If you don't, no big deal. We'll lease it out to somebody else. And that was just the start of it. And it was like, okay, we got one location. Let's just, if we're going to do this, and this is what we're involved in now, let's try to do multiple locations and continue to grow this business, right?
And
So
how many do you have now?
I have 6 that are open now, and then one new one coming in Mississauga. That's
awesome.
like applied for and waiting for like building permits and stuff. So a couple months away.
Nice.
How did you? I'm a big fan of branding. How did you come up with the name Sativa Bliss?
I think it came with a lot of the spirituality and the meditation that I do. So I only consume cannabis for my meditation, and I like the Zen vibe. So bliss was a part of it, and I found that even sativa, it has like the qualities of trying to find happiness in life, right? So we're just trying to create that vibe of finding your bliss and discovering your bliss through the cannabis plant, right? Finding your happiness. And that's where the names kind of stuck together. Sativa was like an easy name that resembles the cannabis plant. And then bliss was just brought those 2 words together. I designed the logo, and it felt right. It had the cannabis leaf in the back and also had the lotus mixed into it. So we just kind of stuck with that theme.
I've been regularly I'm a practitioner of yoga for over the last 5 years, which both cannabis and yoga. I preached against for years, and
Which is
now
so
now
funny
both
to
of them
me.
are like, okay. So, but I have yet to do yoga with goats, but now I'm saying, now you're saying maybe I should be trying cannabis with my yoga. That might change that experience.
I do it for meditation, to be honest. I do like every night I do Vipassana meditation for about an hour,
Mhm.
and I found that if I have a couple of puffs of any cannabis product, that something happens where my body opens up,
Mhm.
and it's like a guided meditation I do. So there's some music behind it as well too. That music seems to sync with my energy so much better that if I have expanded myself, I guess into that music. So I just like the enhanced experience of meditation when you are consuming cannabis. I've never tried it during yoga because I'm such a lightweight that I would probably fall over and not be able to keep my balance there. But,
I'm thinking even with like today, this morning, I did every if I'm on my routine, 2 of my days are just a restorative yoga, which is basically, you're not doing any kind of strength or balance. You're just doing long holds
More like
and
stretching, isn't it?
stretching. And I was thinking, when you're saying that, it's like that, that entire session twice a week is just deep breathing, just quiet, just kind of in different holds and folds. Like I'm still on the journey of finding out. We talk a lot about the personalizing of cannabis, the intention of, and me starting to understand the science more and going. I monitor all the other areas of my life in regards to exercise and sleep and diet, and I'm believing at some point that cannabis has a place. Like you said, you found it kind of in your meditation state, and mine is now going, okay, so where is that space for me? Where does cannabis fit in to my health journey and my
and to
overall
just
wellness?
to overall just enhance your life experience, right?
Yeah.
That's what I even preach that to people. I like people say it's a medicine, it's a this and that. No, I agree with all that, but it can also, if you don't do it responsibly, turn into a drug, just like anything else, right? Alcohol, sugar, whatever you want to do. So I'm always a big advocate for responsible use. And we, me and my wife, we have 2 grown up kids that live in the house with us. So we got to be role models to them and not, that was one of the conversations my wife had. He goes, how do I tell my kids not to do this if we're doing this as a business as well?
Right.
And again, it's like we have to be responsible, use it responsibly, educate people responsibly.
And did that conversation with your kids, did that go well? Some kids are kind of like, whoa, like, like I think a couple of my kids thought I was weird.
It went well with me because I had like studied quite a bit of it over the last couple of years while I was trying to get into the industry. And my kids surprisingly knew a lot about it because they were in high school at the time, right? So obviously they already know. My wife didn't know anything about it. So she still had that stigma of drug. And she always preached, like, don't do drugs. Like, school's important. You got to get work and all the other things in life that are more important that you can get derailed from if you hang out with the wrong people and start doing the wrong things at a young age, right? So she was more nervous about it, but then she started eventually taking CBD and all that kind of stuff, and now she's come around. She still won't like get high or consume or anything like that per se in front of the kids.
I think sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's where I think Timmy, when he tried consuming before, it was smoking, and he's not a smoker. And 2, it was both times you didn't like it was when you actually felt it, and they were both high THC strains. So I really feel just like kind of like what you're saying with your wife, like she doesn't want to consume, especially around the kids. It's that feeling of I'm not myself. I don't feel like myself. And especially as a parent, we don't want to not feel like ourselves around our kids.
100%.
Because we want to make sure we're there
do
for them.
enough just to take the edge off. You don't want to get high or all that kind of stuff. So it's like that, right?
Well, I think that's been one thing that I don't like. It's why I wasn't a drinker. I still don't drink. I had seen too many people in my life go off the rails.
Well, there's a difference
And
between a glass of wine in front of your kids and then getting sloshed. Do you know what I mean? Like to
Yeah.
take the edge off is great.
yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not
But-
opposed. I'm not opposed.
Yeah,
My point of it was that my fear in regards to cannabis, based on misinformation, disinformation, and all of that, was that you were basically going to lose your mind. Like you were,
the
it was
reefer madness.
it was going to kind of, like you wouldn't be there anymore. And I never liked that feeling. In fact,
Yeah,
the
being out
second,
of control, I don't like that feeling either. I like
No.
to be in my faculties.
well, I like what you're talking about, the meditation, because with the second joint that MJ had gotten me to smoke,
was
or
a-
the
it
third,
was-
no, the fourth one. It was the fourth one.
It
We
was
were
the
watching
it
a
was
movie.
the last one. Put it
Yeah,
that way, Jazz. It was the
it
last
was the
one
one
he
that did it in
smoked
for me.
because it was almost 30% THC,
Wow.
and it was an indica, and we were supposed to be chilling and just
Mhm.
watching a movie, but instead I decided to carry on a conversation, and now he's trying to focus on me.
Yeah.
While he's trying to enjoy the movie, but not be distracted by the movie, but still
Yeah,
listen
and
to
I
me.
was losing the train of thought with the conversation, and that
Yeah.
freaked me out. I didn't like the fact that I disengaged. However, now though the journey as I've realized that weed doesn't equal weed, and we get into all of the strains and doses and methods, and you realize that what she had given me that night might very well have been enjoyable had I been in a restorative yoga set, as opposed to having a conversation with her.
Or maybe it was the wrong strain.
Or so it's trying to find just where that is. And I think some of that has to come with trial and error, and some of it has to come through the science, and some of it has to come through hearing the personal anecdotes and trying to
That's
find
right.
where that is.
And just knowing your limits. I do, like, I don't drink much like yourself, very rarely. But if I am at a party, I know what my limit is. I have 2 drinks and I stop by a certain time, and I know after dinner I'm gonna wait 2 hours and I'll be able to drive home.
Yeah.
And just being responsible about it, right? So
Yeah.
and I think as you get older, you don't need to like blast your brains out all the time. Right? You can enjoy the company of people sober, right? As well. Too.
Yeah.
Well, depends on the company, to be
I
honest.
guess. So.
Yeah. There's only so much time. I'm in section 2 of my life. I'm going to live to 140, so I'm in the next phase right now, and I want to be completely clear up here to be able to.
I like the feeling of being actually clear when you're working out and healthy and all that. You can get there's a weird type of high that you get just from being really healthy and clean minded.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm not against we just talked to somebody recently about the quote was it's okay to consume, and it's okay not to consume.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like there's this pull of people like, if you believe in cannabis, you should be using cannabis. And it's like, no, it's okay either way. Like I can be in this industry, I can be advocating for the changes of laws and the opening up and the breaking down of the stigmas, and it's okay not to consume. I think sometimes the pressure seems to be going on. It's like, are you in the community? Because then you should. It's just like, no. It's okay to consume, and it's okay not to consume.
And most of the industry is okay with that as well too. One of the reasons why I got into the industry was people told me that I wouldn't be accepted in the industry because I don't consume cannabis. They're like, you don't even know how to roll a joint. The industry's not going to accept you. You don't smoke. You don't do this. You don't do that. And then I was like, you know what? Watch me, right? Let me do something. So that was actually my motivation for
that's awesome.
for getting in and then continuing to grow, right? In the industry. And people are totally fine with it. All the people that know me, they know that, I don't smoke at work. If I go to conferences, I don't stand outside and consume. And
well, there's a
work is
misconception.
work, business is business, and pleasure is pleasure. Right?
If there are people out there that believe that you can't be in the industry if you do not consume, then that's their problem, because you can still have passion for something and not want it inside you. Do you know what I mean? Like,
100%,
I'm huge on avocados, but I don't like to eat them. I know they're beneficial. I'm not going to tell people, you have to have avocados. No.
Yeah.
Maybe you do, maybe you don't.
Well, you should. I'll stand by that.
Yeah. It's personal choice, right? I think
it is.
Respecting other people's choice, I think, is the main thing, right? And
So So right now, so you've got 6 stores, you said, for Sativa Bliss.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the VIP
Working
Media
on a
Group.
7th, but now, then though, the, what is it, the 420 Media Group?
VIP.
The
VIP Media Group.
The VIP Media Group gets started, and where does that come into the story? How do you already had a couple stores, and then you started
I had like 5 stores already open. That came about last June, where I started going and attending events because I wanted to learn more about the industry and just learn more about cannabis and even the retail side of it. And we went to a few events, and I happened to like run into store owners at the event. We started networking, and people were like, "Hey, we should be doing this more often." Like store owners talking to each other and helping and support each other, rather than looking at each other as a competitor. Let's look at each other as colleagues and help support each other, because the industry wasn't thriving either, right? So it's like very, very few people were doing really, really well, but the vast majority were just kind of like getting by, and they were in very similar situations as me, where it's like no bank financing, you have your life savings on the line, the stores don't do amazing, you still got to potentially maybe do a side job to afford your bills at home, and hopefully the business will continue to grow one day. And and the people started saying this is what we need in the industry, and nobody was providing it. So it's like, okay, let's why not me? We can do it. I did an event last September. We had I think about 300-400 people show up to it. It was very well received, and I like the networking part of the industry where we get like retailers and LPs together, because I think those are the two sides that really need to work together to create opportunities and build the industry together. You need successful LPs so they can actually make money and then produce great quality products and do product innovation. And then you need successful retailers as well too that can survive and thrive in this industry. So we just decided to let's start doing networking between them. Our September event I was very happy with it. And then we decided to do a 420 celebration gala in April, and we did like an Arabian Nights theme gala. That was amazing. We had like over 600 people show up to the gala.
That's awesome.
And already looking forward to the next year's gala. They're like, "Oh my God, this was amazing. We got to like dress up and wear like tuxedos and gowns and all this stuff, and like really elevate the industry to a whole new level, rather than sticking to that stigma of stoners and stoners and all that kind of stuff." So I wanted to do more stuff at like an executive level, and
I think
it was well received.
we have 3 things that we're trying to do. It's break the stigma, raise the bar, and have the conversation. And raising the bar is something that we've begun to really start to see at the event level. And it's only been over the last few years. And obviously, I mean, we're still young in the whole, legalized realm of and people still trying to sort this whole thing out. But the events that were being produced that I had been familiar with, even early on, it was almost fostering the stigma. And now you're starting to get these conferences and stuff. Like we've been very, very vocal on our support of say Lift and Kind, and events where I think the one thing that we try to measure these events on is, can a newbie walk in and feel safe to see what's happening, and a lot of that comes from
and not
raising that bar and changing.
overwhelmed as well.
Yeah,
like it's more than just being safe, because anybody who's curious can walk in there and feel overwhelmed very easily. But we've noticed, these expos, they can be a lot. It's very busy, but
especially if you're standing outside on Front Street and it's all people smoking and there's a cloud of smoke in the front. Right. As a newbie, you don't even want to go inside because you're like, oh my God, what's going on out here?
Yeah. They literally, we see people all the time just go walk, and they go walk. They'll almost risk getting hit by a car on the road to avoid walking in front there. Yeah. So what's your vision with Elevate when you're looking at a conference this size? What do you want to accomplish? We know you've talked about, bringing together the LPs and working together with stores and those type of things. but maybe even on a wider level, what other things do you want to accomplish with a conference like this?
I wanted to do a conference that was actually connected with the industry and meet what the needs of the industry are. I started in the last year traveling to quite a few events, and every time I went to an event, my first goal was to always go and meet the guys that had the booths to see if they got a good ROI and if it was beneficial for them and if they would do it again.
Right.
Because I feel like those are the people that, because they're paying to be there, they're the ones that are creating this opportunity for us to even have this event.
Yeah.
And so they are probably some of the most important people because they enable this conference to happen. They need to get an ROI. And unfortunately, most of the time they're like, no, we're not getting ROI. We are handing out hundreds and hundreds of samples, but we have no idea where they're going, what's going on with them. And it started happening that even, I don't know if you went to like Lyft this year, there was really no Canadian presence there. It was all like American companies, very, very few. I think OCS was like a representative of Ontario, and then Bob's Better Buds was one small company that had a small little booth. But really, the industry wasn't there. Our like Ontario or Canadian industry didn't even participate because these opportunities weren't.
Yeah, I think we
ROI.
I think we seen one Canadian LP, and that was Truro. Or Bleu. I think Blue
Yeah.
was there, but I know what you're talking about. There has been
It didn't feel like going into a
drastic
Canadian cannabis show to us, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. And I think you're right in saying the ROI has not been what it had been in the past, because I know that's a common theme amongst everybody who gets a booth at any event. It seems to feel like, and that's a question we have when it comes to getting a booth somewhere, is like, what's the ROI? Is it worth
ROI,
it?
as a business person, it has to be ROI, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the conferences, the people that like hosted the conferences aren't really industry people either. So they don't really understand what the industry needs. Like, I personally don't know the people at Lyft, but when I go to Lyft, I think the conference was amazing 5 years ago when the industry was brand new. But right now, like, you have to be targeted to who your audience is. Are you going after retailers? Sometimes they have a booth for retailers, and there's another booth for a pre-roll making machine, and some guy selling phones, and like, there's no purpose here. And who are you catering to? So I talked to a bunch of LPs, and they told me what they're looking for. We talked to people in the industry. They told us that education is a big thing. Everyone talks about education, and nobody really provides it, right? We keep saying we need it, but nobody wants to make the effort to actually do all the learning involved for it. So when we curated our conference, we were like 4-day conference. It feels really long, 4 days, but we're going to spend like 1 day training like store owners and store managers. They have unique skills that they need to learn in order to run stores effectively. There was a lot of people, stores are struggling, but a lot of people that got into owning stores just loved weed, but they didn't have any previous business experience, retail or anything like that. And they thought, oh my God, I'm going to sell weed, everything's going to be fine. But no, you have to know the business side of things as well too to make it really work. And even when you know that, it's still a challenge of an industry, right? So and we wanted to get the education done by people that have firsthand skills. So one of my rules was no consultants are going to be teaching us how to do this. We have enough experience that people within our VIP group, successful store owners, can pass on the best practices and skills that they use to do it. I have a large group chat on WhatsApp of just store owners, and I think we have like close to 400 stores represented in our group chat.
Wow.
So we share best practices with each other. Questions that people have, new guys want to ask questions, people are more than willing to help each other out and share. If we have great new products that we find in the market, they'll say, hey guys, I found a gem,
That's awesome.
Go buy it, right? So there's, I'm happy to have that type of support. So I think that's an important day for retailers to learn, just focus on what they need to know. And then the second day is for bud tenders. Bud tenders also need a lot of training and stuff that they haven't received before, much more than indica, sativa, and hybrid, right? It's a lot of like sales skills that you need to learn, communication skills. There should be other skills that you can like start implementing to grow your job and your career within the industry. So you start off as a butt tender, but maybe you want to go to key holder and then to a manager and then even higher positions. I want to create opportunities for people that they can enter the industry but spend a life in the industry and be able to earn good enough incomes that they can support a household and family with as well too.
Well, we definitely need bud tender training because
100%.
the cancel was not enough.
Well, that was just
It's not enough. I'm just gonna leave it there.
that was, yeah, it was not
I
enough.
took the cancel, and some people have been surprised by that. I'm technically a bud tender, but on
You
paper.
are a bud tender.
And I took it because I wanted to, it's as part of my growth and wanting to learn. But I was, and we're gonna probably do a video on my thoughts on taking the cancel. Because I walked away from that going, I like what you said there. It's like I walked away from that feeling still very uneducated. In fact, the only things that I learned on there were already stuff that MJ had taught me while doing this podcast.
Stuff you already kind of know, right?
Yeah,
I correlate it to when you're a server or a bartender and you have to do your smart serve.
Yes.
But doing your smart serve doesn't make you a good bartender at all, right?
Yep.
It just gives you a basic foundation, but there's so much more that needs to be learned for them. And I think if the better trained that they were, the better the stores would do, because these are our front end ambassadors to the industry.
Right.
Many of them don't even know what like OCS is and how it works and how products get created and brought onto the market. There's a lot of sides to the industry. Then many of them don't understand the business side of the industry as well too. So we wanted to teach that. And our third day is like LP training day. So we're training LP reps. LP reps I found weren't trained on channel marketing and B2B sales. They were just hired by LPs and say, go knock on doors of stores and hand out our flyers and try to get your products listed in the stores. But that doesn't work either. You can't just like drop into a store and you meet one bud tender and expect that store is going to be carrying your products, right? There's a system of how you sell to owners. Like for me, if they want to get a hold of me, they're not going. The last place they're going to find me is probably at one of my stores.
Right.
They're popping in. They have to make an appointment, and then I'll be at the store, and we can talk about your product or do a Zoom call. So there's a system for sales. So we actually have some people that are going to teach them those sales skills.
Nice.
And there's a lot of small LPs that are micros or just small family businesses that are amazing at growing great products and making great weed, but they don't have the business skills to then take those products and go to market with them and actually have the resources to get them listed in stores either. So that's another business. If we have time, I can talk to you about it. We're finding a solution for all these problems in the industry. And I found that the more I get involved in the industry, the more I learn about all the issues and problems from all sides. I can put my entrepreneur hat on and then create businesses and opportunities to solve problems and offer solutions to people in the industry. So
I think what you had mentioned earlier about that the people that are running some events aren't in the industry, and I think even what you're talking about now, there's some value in the fact that sometimes the person outside the industry can see things a little differently, and like you're talking about this business sense. And I think there was a lot of people who, like you said, they're running around, they've been selling weed and they've, under the table, all that stuff. And now they're just like, well, now I'm just going to sell it like this. And it's like that business level. And sometimes you need someone to come in from outside who says, okay, like I haven't been in the industry, so I don't know how you guys have been managing, even staying alive financially, but here's how we do it out here. And it happened to me like when I was in the church. I used to see all these events put together in the church, and I was like, what? Like I used to think, because I was in the bubble, is like, these are pretty good events. And then I started to work for an organization and began tour managing with an organization that put together like events. And I was like, oh, this is what an event should be like. This the church doesn't even know. They got to bring in people who say, don't do it like, I know you've been doing this for 100 years. What you need to do is this.
Yeah, but but this event actually, I just want to say I'm super excited because like when you said bud tender training and that they don't know, some of them don't even know what the OCS is. For example, I don't want to name the store, but I went into a store and a bud tender said they didn't have the product I was looking for. It was a vape cart. And I said, or he said he couldn't get it, that they don't have it, that they can't get it. And I said, well, you should be able to get it because it's on the OCS. And they said, well, we're not the OCS. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, so now I understand that you don't understand how it works. And when I said, well, can I just like maybe like leave a note of like the product name so you could like, the guy lost it and like yelled at me and escorted me out of the store. And I was like, okay, so when you say just because you know you've been in the industry and whatever, like we really need to teach these people. You're working in customer service. You are, yes, you're dealing with cannabis consumers, so sometimes there is a different type of consumer that you're dealing with. So all of these things need to be touched on, and I can only imagine, like you're saying, like for the key holder and retail managers, the stuff that they have to deal with ordering and purchasing for their stores and just all that stuff. So I'm super excited to be there for all of it. Did we get to day 3 or 4 yet?
So those are the 3 training days.
Yeah.
And then the last day is our trade show day, where we allow like LPs to do sampling. I think 95% of the companies that have booths are all Canadian companies. We have like, I think 2 companies that are from the States. It's Kaya Push and Greenline that provide software solution. But other than that, it's all Canadian LPs doing it. And most of them are the smaller companies as well too. We have a couple of bigger brands, but it's not the corporate big bad boys that everyone talks about.
And for anybody who is listening, if you carry or have your CanSell license, you are a bud tender, make sure you check out this event, especially on day 4 for samples. If you want to find out what's new on the market, especially like you're saying from Canadian LPs, this is when you need to go. This is when you need to be there.
And it's free. It's free to attend as well too. We're not charging people money to attend it. I believe like doing stuff for free brings more people in, and the more people that come in, the more it's going to benefit the industry. We did a cool thing with ROI as well too, because all the booth people wanted ROI. Not wanted, but they were complaining about ROI. So what I did was that whoever books a booth, whatever money that they're spending on that booth, I just take that money and we buy their products for Sativa Bliss for them. So
nice.
It's guaranteed that their products are going to be on our store shelves. And they love that. They love that. They're like, nobody offers stuff like that. Nobody goes out of their way. Because when you ask an ROI question to anybody else, you get this like answer that doesn't, it's like a politician speaking, right? You answer with no answer, and you have to kind of make up all your answers.
Out of the box thinking. That's great.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with what I was talking about, bringing in an outside mindset. What you've got this, what it seems to be is that balance of, yes, you need someone in the industry so that you can know how to teach properly and educate and what needs to be done and get a sense of what's lacking and how we fill those gaps. But you also, you yourself are coming in from outside the industry after years of being an entrepreneur and bringing in a business mindset that maybe is bringing some out of the box thinking to an industry that has been very in the box of how it's been doing it, thinking it's out of the box, but you eventually become the box. So what it sounds like is that your background is kind of doing this both. You've got this understanding of the industry, but you're also bringing an outside force in, and it's looking and sounding like just an incredible balance.
Yeah, it works out well. And honestly, what I do is I just make friendships with people and listen to them. I ask questions and listen to them, and I'm like not afraid to ask like hard questions about their businesses and just learning about their challenges. And the more you hear about what people's challenges and struggles are, then you can think of solutions for them. But if you're like an events company, you don't really build relationships with them. Like I hate talking about other people and what they don't do, because everyone tries their best, but like Lyft, for example, will come to Toronto. They'll do their event once a year, but the moment that the event is over, they're gone. They're not involved in the industry until the following year again, where they'll come and host Dave here for 2 days. And we were like, no, we want people that are in the industry year round, that are helping support and grow the industry together to be able to host events. We can do this ourselves. We don't need outsiders to come in and do these things for us. We have our own ecosystem, and that's the way I believe it. And I personally have Canadian first mentality, where I don't want an American company coming here, taking all our dollars, and then leaving and going back to the States. I'd rather keep every dollar within Canada and also within the cannabis ecosystem as well too. And I think the industry needs it as well too. It's every dollar kept in the industry is a dollar that helps grow the industry here.
Well, the one thing I've noticed that Jazz, you do very well is kind of like an artist. When the artist stands back with their paintbrush and can see where the colors need to go in what areas, it's kind of like by listening and taking all the feedback from other store owners and LPs and just people in the industry, you can kind of see where the gaps are with the VIP media, with the Elevate conference. It seems like you're filling those gaps with the right colors. And I just want to say I'm super excited. I'm excited to go to Elevate. I can't wait.
That's what we're doing with Dank Reviews as well too. Is there's a lot of holes and a lot of problems, and I think that Dank Reviews is gonna really help fix a lot of the problems and save people a lot of money in the industry as well too.
He went there. You went straight to Dank Reviews before I could even put the topping. Okay, so let me throw the cherry on top of the Elevate Sunday. Okay, so Jazz told you about the bud tender, the sample day. This is like my Sunday. Okay, so it's like the sample day, because Timmy's a bud tender too, and he doesn't consume. I get double scoop of ice cream,
She gets all
double
mine.
scoop of ice cream, and then all of the education on the other days, as well as the speed dating thing that you've got going on. All of the amazing speakers. On top of all that, you said the tickets were free, but you didn't mention over the $20,000 in prizes that you're going to be giving away that you're eligible to win, and all you have to do is get a ticket.
Apparently, MJ's done
just go up and you do raffle prizes.
If it's fun, I research it, because that's where I'm like, I want to go and have fun and educate and learn. So I'm like, the fact that you have everything all in once, I'm like, okay, so now we can go on to Dank Reviews, because like I'm equally as excited about that, and I've already applied. So you can explain what Dank Reviews is, because it definitely fills a gap.
So Dank Reviews was designed to solve a bunch of different problems within the industry, and starting off focus is Ontario, but the problems exist the same across Canada. In OCS, by early next year, there's going to be 5,000 products available for us to choose from. The average store carries 275 to maybe 300 of these products, right? So like less than 5%. And the lack of information on OCS, I don't know if you've ever seen the back end, what it looks like. It's not good. They tell us.
I've seen the front end, Jazz. It's just as
even
bad.
the front end. So to be able to choose this product, you need a lot more information. And the way that LPs are currently doing it is they're like giving out tons of samples, hoping people like it, and then they'll order it. But store owners don't really know what's good and what's not good, and they're afraid to take chances on products. Other LPs also are struggling because they have this like flow through system where if I order something, it takes me 3 weeks to get it. And then if I order a case of it and customers like it, then I have to order another one and make them wait another 3 weeks. In the meantime, they've moved on to other products already, right? So it hurts a brand when it can't be on shelves on a regular basis. But for me to like order this product 3-4 weeks in a row to make sure it's consistent, I can't order it. Well, what if it's crap? Now I'm stuck with thousands of dollars worth of product. So I'm not going to take a chance on all these things. So what we did was we created Dank Reviews, and what I'm having is probably a couple of hundred reviewers across Canada. We will be doing blind product reviews of the weed. We're starting off with dried flower and pre-rolls, and we'll eventually go into the other categories. But essentially, the LP will give us We have our own little bag, Dank Review Mylar bags. We're going to give them 100, 110 bags. They're going to fill them for us. We are going to mail the samples to the reviewers. The reviewers will not know what product it is that they're reviewing. All they're going to know it's indica, sativa, or hybrid, the THC range, and how it was grown, how it was dried, and how it was trimmed. And that's it. And then we've developed like a step-by-step, very easy to follow questionnaire that I've worked with a few education companies to help me develop this questionnaire. And they'll go step by step into it. And then the moment they press click and submit, they'll find out afterwards what product that they reviewed.
Nice.
And I wanted to do it blind because I'll tell you a story. I had some weed that was given to me by Tweed. And I tried to give it to my bud tenders. And my bud tender, I gave them the packaging. They're like, no, we don't want to try that. That's Tweed. It's garbage weed. And I was like, no, they got new drops and everything like that. And I gave it to them, tried it, same negative feedback. 3 weeks later, I took the exact same weed and I put it in a black bag. And I said, hey, look what my friend grew for me. Take a look and let me know what you think. And they're like, wow, that was actually really good weed. Where can you get that? And I was like, I didn't want to.
It's Tweed.
I can't swear here, but I was like, you MFer, right? This is the same product I gave you 3 weeks ago, but because of your internal biases and preconceived notions, you were not willing to give it a good review. So we wanted to give blind reviews. And what we're doing is we're giving a score to the reviews. So we'll do like an average score. And we're going to, within the score, so the scoring system is up to 100. Within the scoring system, we also have a weed category code. So we'll do like value weed, mid-grade weed, premium weed, and luxury weed. So that way the luxury weed, if they meet all their criteria, they can score a 90. And the expectations of a value weed, if they meet all their criteria, they can still score a 90. But our code is what we're going to publish to the market and tell people, hey, we had 100 people that are in the industry refer this product and give it this score. It wasn't just consumers or anything like that. These are people that own LPs. These are master growers. These are people like yourself that are consumers. These are store owners, store managers, bud tenders, industry people that are giving credit to these products. And then I'm going to take that score and I'm going to put it on my price tag as well too. Now, bud tenders will know what to sell and recommend because typically,
what's the Dank review score?
Yeah, it's called the Dank certified score. So in order for us to sell your products, you got to be Dank certified, right, with us. But it'll really help bud tenders because now, like in my store, I carry like on average like 150 pre-rolls. They haven't tried all these products and they haven't been trained on how to sell. So they typically sell based on their own personal experience.
Right.
And it's impossible to do that because sometimes bud tenders don't have the budget to try the luxury products either.
Yeah.
So we wanted to just make it fair. So now they have a third-party validation of a product and that they can actually go online to our website and see the review if they want to. But that score will give them a good indication of what that product is and has to offer to consumers. And then consumers will also, they get overwhelmed by just the number of new products that keep dropping and the overwhelming choices that they have. And they don't want to risk their hard-earned dollars to try products out. And what if it's not good? So now they can go off of a scoring system. Store owners can now buy with confidence. The store owners can say, hey, that product's been reviewed. It's on flow through. I'm going to order it 3 or 4 weeks in a row because I trust this system. So we wanted to make like a trusted system. And also it'll help LPs because how as an LP, if you have a couple of SKUs, do you compete with 5,000 other products in the market, especially against the big companies that have, tons of sales reps and they have, advertising dollars and marketing budgets to throw at these things. How do you survive as a small guy? Well, you make a good product, you give it to me, and then we'll put it on Dank Reviews. If it gets a good score, we will market it to the entire industry for you. And the industry will pick it up and recommend it and sell it, and consumers will buy it just based on the fact that it's a trusted product. So we're really going out of our way to help the small little guys stand out in the industry. And hopefully that'll push their businesses to be much more successful, right? And level the playing field, right? Because sometimes the people with the most money don't necessarily grow the best products either.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And our products are going to be by batch. So if you have like a certain strain, your review is based on that batch only. The next time the batch comes out, your review is not applicable anymore. You have to get it retested and rescored. Because we've seen products that come out really strong, and then their next batches are just horrible, right? So I think the industry deserves some sort of standardization and a third-party validation system. And most LP owners, everybody that I've talked to, love the idea. There's also like some of the top guys in the industry have already signed up to be our reviewers, and hopefully in the next week or two, we're going to be putting their pictures and profiles on our website as well too, so that the industry can see who is actually reviewing it. It's not just people off the street that don't know what they're talking about. These are people that are in the industry that have some power, influence. They're doing buying, they're doing selling. So it's from the industry for the industry. I think it's going to be amazing. I'm really excited about what's possible with something like Dank Reviews.
Well, I can honestly say I didn't know. I had heard MJ mention it, but after talking here for almost an hour about a whole bunch of things, I can understand now why both MJ and yourself like completely lit up into this like passionate explosion of it's a very, very cool idea now that I understand it. But both of you,
the Dank Reviews,
like the Dank Reviews is, I mean, you both clearly like just you've lit up as you were telling that, Jazz. I mean you were speaking with such passion there that I was like oh,
well,
this is, and it's a cool idea.
I think I touched on it in the very beginning. I was like, I stopped. I like pre-recording. I was like, I stopped at one of your local stores and they didn't have a product I was looking for. And like Jazz was saying, we carry like how many hundreds of different of products, and like there's so many on the market that how do you carry every single product? So
I can see why you guys are excited.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's a great system. I know there was somebody else that tried to do it when legalization first hit, and they hired, I think it was 5 curators or something, and I don't know where they are now. I don't know what they're doing, but it was a good idea, and they didn't have enough force behind them. So I love that you got the 100 people. That's a great way to test. You know, we surveyed 100 people, top 10 answers on the board.
Yeah, and giving a scoring system and making it totally like non-biased and like honest reviews that people can trust, and making them fair so that, you know, a value product like Pink Kush, which in itself is a great product for the position that it's in the market, can score really well versus a Carmel Animal Face or Volo or some of these like luxury weeds can also score well. Because you don't want to be, let's compare, you know, Pink Kush to Animal Face. Those are 2 totally different products, right? So you have to be able to give both of them a fair chance at standing out within the segment of the market that they're in, right?
Wow.
So it took us a lot of time to think about how to do everything. We did a lot of consulting with a bunch of people in the industry to figure out the stuff. And as we start with the company, I'm sure more tweaks will be made just to create transparency, honesty, and fair opportunity for everybody in the industry. But I know for a fact in my stores, anytime an LP rep comes to me next year at this time, say, I don't care what's on your feature sheet. I don't care what you have to say about your product, because your job is to sell your product, right? I appreciate that.
Right. Yeah.
And nobody ever says their baby is ugly, right? That's part of their job.
Mine,
right?
mine was a little off. Mine was a little wonky. I'll admit that.
Well, he's good now.
So when they're selling me my products, their products, I'm just going to stop them, say, are you Dank certified? Because if it's Dank certified, I trust it and I'll buy it. I don't even need you to come here because I already know what the scores are, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to kill the salesman industry.
Well, I
think you know what? It's okay. It's okay because not everybody can afford the salespeople.
No, I know. Oh, yeah.
You know, salespeople can play a different role in the industry for educators, and there's so many more things that they can offer LP reps to us as well.
Well, and you're right too. I mean, it's I mean, a salesperson, you know, is going to say whatever they can to sell the product, and then if they 2 weeks later leave and go to another company, guess what? That company now has the best products in the world. That's
they're just doing their job, right? They're just doing their job, and it makes it easier for retailers because right now, as a retailer, how do you find out what's good or what's not good? You have to go onto Reddit. Reddit is like all blind reviews, people hating on each other. Half the time it's LP reps. I know certain LPs that have people hired just to do their Reddit post for them.
Right.
So it's not authentic. It's not real. And I stopped looking because I can't trust it.
Yeah.
I don't know who these people are. I want to be able to have recognizable people that are willing to put their face and reputations on the line. And they've all agreed. They're like, yes, I own this other company, but if somebody makes a good product, I have no problem saying it was good.
Especially if it's
That's the beauty
blind
of the
too,
industry.
right?
Well,
If
yeah.
it's a blind test, you don't know what product, whose product it is. If it's your competitors, even if it's yours, if you're an LP and you're testing it, it could even be your product. You don't know. But I do want to take this moment, Jazz, to shamelessly throw in a plug and be like, I do consume a lot of cannabis, so I mean, there's no lack of reviews that could be done, and who better than to have the doobie?
No, you'll be there. You'll be there. You'll be there. Yeah, you'll 100% be there.
Jazz, we have so enjoyed having you on the show today. Thank you so much for taking out so much of your time. I mean, we are now, as of recording this, we are a week away from Elevate happening, and
excited to attend, excited to interview the speakers and do interviews from the floor. And we're just so excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's been so. Where as we kind of close our time together off, what are some final words that you want to say? Where can people find all this information? And we'll try to put links to everything you're mentioning down in our description boxes.
So I think elevatecannabisexpo.com is our website, and I just request people, like, you're in the industry, if you love the industry, please make an effort to come attend. By you being there, it's going to make a difference, and we're going to grow this industry together, right? We need the support of the industry. We can't just sit back and complain, hoping things get better. We have to get involved and play our small role, each person one at a time, and make the industry into something that we've all kind of dreamed about forever, and something that we can live a lifetime in, rather than struggling and complaining. There's opportunity if you look for it, and together we're stronger, right? That's the way I look at it.
Well, and I think that's what I think has come very clear through the talk with you today is that togetherness and your passion to work with others, to collaborate, to ask those questions. And there's so much. There is still, I feel, a lot of division, especially I think legalization kind of split the industry that used to be a little more unified, and people are trying to sort through the legacy versus legal market, and people still trying to kind of figure out how do we still embrace the other side, and
we can have a separate podcast about that. I have lots to say about that side of it, and removing the stigmas, and removing the window coverings, and how to make cannabis more accepted amongst the general public. The stigma's still there. We live in our bubble. We don't think it's there, but it's still there.
We could do probably a whole 2-hour special on the different, what we could change within the rules and regulations to make it more accepted and more.
Some people, I think, felt that legalization was going to kind of, be the end point, and in a lot of ways, it almost seems like it's just the beginning right now.
It's just the beginning. There's so many people that are non-consumer newbies that are still afraid to go into a cannabis store.
Yeah,
they don't know what's on the other side of those windows. Right?
Yeah. Well, Jazz, I think you're definitely one of those people that is setting the right pace down. Jazz Samra from VIP Media Group.
Owner of Sativa Bliss.
Yep.
Founder of VIP Media Group, and who's hosting the Elevate Cannabis
Conference, which is coming up. If you're listening to this podcast in time or watching it on YouTube, it will be coming up September 12th to the 15th, 2023. In where exactly is it? It's in
Etobicoke at Mirage Banquet and Convention Center. It's about 10 minutes away from the Toronto Airport. So
perfect.
Easily accessible from everywhere.
The website will be in our description box. Jazz, thank you so much again for joining us here on the spot.
Thank you so much for having me.
We will definitely take you up on that offer about having another conversation about things that need to happen in the industry still.
I look forward to it. I can talk this all day long.
Thanks, Jazz.
My pleasure.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're coming to you live from paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good evening, Tamara. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. You know, I'm sore because it's freaking humid as hell out here again. But you know, walking on Lego. Other than that, I'm all right, I guess.
Walking on Lego. Oh, I see that's a challenge. I was actually watching like an AGT show, and there was guys that were running on Lego as part of their stunt.
Yeah, and this
I
might
heard.
be. Yeah, and like I said, like marbles, but the best way to describe it is when you're walking,
Mind
on
you,
Lego.
your Lego and marbles aren't actual Legos and marbles. Yours is just the way
No,
that
it's my
it feels.
bones.
Correct.
Yeah, my bones and my joints and my toes and. Anyways, yeah, I just kind of like, but I had an appointment. I went and had to have blood work done yesterday.
Yeah.
And I had to find my doctor today, and I got my certification saying you're not working.
Oh.
So
They've
I quit my job at the store, and yeah, I'm done working at the store.
Now you got to file for
Unemployment, medical unemployment, and then I got to apply for CPP disability. But I'm only
Right.
5 years off CPP old age pension too, right? Like, because you can apply for that when you're 60. So I mean, it's not like I'm 30 years old anymore. I mean, I wish I was, but you know what? I keep, like I said to my doctor, like I keep thinking of maybe it's my pride, my arrogance, but I just don't feel like I'm 55 until my body goes, oh yeah, you fucking are.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you from experience. Yes, disability CPP is can be a bit of a challenge. Like from my experience with it.
Well, I already had been turned down once, right? Like I already applied before, and I
Yeah.
was turned down. And that's when I found out that prior to me buying the salon, I worked for the girl that I bought the salon from. She never paid my CPP or my unemployment or any of my taxes.
Oh, yeah.
So the last contribution that they had recorded was me working at McCain's Foods, which was 2008. So in 2008, I wasn't disabled enough because I didn't have anything but colitis diagnosed at that point in time, right? And colitis is not something that usually CPP, like they figure you can, you know, whatever, right? But with the RA, the osteo, the ADHD, and the colitis all compiled on top of the fact that I'm missing joints, and I'm because of the rheumatoid arthritis, I have a hard time doing buttons and stuff now in my hands. And even like my mobility, like, you know what I mean? Like I don't use a cane, but I probably should be because I waddle because my hips are all like, anyways, it is what it is. My body's, you know, got some issues. And
how's your vision?
my vision, it's gotten better actually. It's improved.
Today I was at the eye doctor's, you know, just my routine check. And he said that Crohn's, you know, you got colitis, can actually affect your vision because of the inflammation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, well, really?
You know, it's funny. I just had my eyes done not too long ago, and my eyes actually improved.
They did, eh? Mine only changed slightly. He actually said, I'll give you the prescription for the lenses, but it's totally up to you whether you want to get them because it just barely changed.
Well, what my optometrist told me that usually when your nearsighted gets better, your close up gets worse, right? Like one or the other. And mine had both improved, which she says is very rare. She has.
Yeah, I know.
And I looked at her and started laughing. I go, well, you know, it's the weed.
No, if I took my glasses off, I'd have fuzzy vision.
and have to concentrate in order to see.
I see. I can take my glasses off to read. I can read like close up perfectly fine. My glasses, even now, like I can watch the TV. Before I couldn't, it would be really fuzzy. Now it's not as fuzzy. It's still a bit fuzzy, but it's not like I don't have 20/20. But it's awfully strange that. But yeah, my glasses, my prescription improved.
Yeah, well, I just out spat a mosquito, so.
Oh, I know you told me that you just got lots of them all of a
Oh
sudden.
yeah. This all of a sudden you're just
And I'm
crazy.
like, you guys got fucking mosquitoes already? Like, and it's like it's rainy and chilly here. Like it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
like it's
Damn.
it's only like yeah, it's damp. Like it almost feels like it's the coast, but it's not.
Yeah, I hate that. I know what you mean. Yeah.
And this is not the like and like this is probably the reason why I don't live at the coast because my body can't handle it. Like I
Right.
would be like I'm in excruciating pain because of the damn humidity.
Yeah. Any updates on CSP?
Yeah, actually, we've been quite busy with that the last couple of days. We've
Oh,
got,
good.
doing that, like I said, found another camp out Perry Creek. I've had like people that like the group home across the street, right, which is a halfway house. So I've got them that I'm pretty much supporting out of there now too. They just
When
come
you
back.
say group home, it sounds like kids.
No,
Teenagers.
it's like it's a halfway transition house for people that are either coming out of jail or out of treatment.
Okay, there you go. Just I want to make sure that
Yeah,
it
no, it's
explains.
not. It's nothing to do with youth. There's no youth.
Yeah.
It's run by the Tanaha, and it is a adult transition house, like
Okay.
for people coming out of either incarceration or treatment. So it's a low barrier. They can smoke cannabis there. They find
Oh.
that is also they're finding it's a gateway out. So they quite happily let them smoke on
An
the back
exit.
patio.
It's an
So
exit.
yeah, so I've got a few of them coming over. So there's that, and then I've got, like I said, other patients that I'm helping, and then me and my friend went and found another camp today. Just depends on my body, but I've been out to the rest a couple. Yeah, things are going to pick up now that I'm probably not working.
Yeah, you'll be able to run around and move around, like get to places now, I guess. Without you
Oh,
were
let's put it this way,
talking about
my car is going in to be fixed next week. So when
Yeah.
my car goes in to be fixed and it doesn't sound like a lawnmower,
Uh-huh.
then I can go anywhere again, right? It's just that I don't want
Yeah.
to take my car to like with the exhaust hanging the way it is. I don't want to rip it off.
Right.
So ain't no 4x4 right now.
Yeah, you can. You won't have to worry about wrecking your exhaust. It already is.
Right, yeah.
Not only does it help with with the other drugs and stuff, but there's some article out right now saying that using cannabis reduces alcohol cravings, which would help in the transition.
You know what else we're finding too, and I hate to say this because it's a pharma, but Ozempic.
Yeah. Oh, I'm seeing that mentioned everywhere. It sounds like it's being used as a cure-all for everything.
Well, apparently what it does is actually blocks the addiction receptors in your brain.
That's good.
Which is like, because they're accessing like obesity to an addiction to food, right?
Mhm.
So because that's what's stopping the craving for food, but it wasn't intentional, but people that were also using it for obesity were also smoking. They quit smoking cigarettes, or they quit drinking alcohol too at the same time. So it's just because of living experience, they're finding that this is
Okay.
what's happening. So people aren't going to doctors and saying, "Hey, I need Ozempic because I smoke." Like they're not prescribing it for that kind of thing, but people that were using it for medical, for diabetes and stuff as well, because that's how it started as a diabetic medication to lower people's RC levels, right? Which
Right.
is pancreatic over making sugar, right? And your body then craves food. So a lot of diabetics crave sweet foods when
Yeah.
they're not even supposed to have them. But it causes obesity and diabetes. And if you're obese and diabetic, it causes the symptoms to be harsh. You end up with gout, you end up losing your legs and your vision and all these things because of obesity with diabetes, right? And I wish that,
Well,
hemp
they
seeds-
said they said in this was a federally funded research study, and they said that they found that across the entire sample, self-administering cannabis for alcohol significantly reduced alcohol consumption compared to when alcohol was offered without cannabis.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, because even like if I were like, for example, I used to drink, a little bit when I was younger, and some days after work, you get that like I just need a drink, and I would sometimes think, okay, I'm gonna go like get something to drink, right, on my way home from work, and then I come home and I'd smoke a joint, and the whole thought of going to the liquor store was gone.
God.
I was like, I don't need to go anywhere,
Yeah.
right?
They said that they found that cannabis and alcohol co-administration was associated with significant acute reduction in alcohol cravings compared to alcohol administration alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't like cannabis and alcohol mixed because they drink first. They get to the point where they're so drunk they can't even stand up.
Yeah.
They'll smoke a joint and they're puking. You know what I mean? Well, that's because you can't over exceed on one thing and then try something else and then expect not to throw up.
They said that they had two, they said each person participated in 2 separate sessions. They said which they could drink up to 5 alcohol beverages. And that was an initial priming drink, followed by up to 4 more optional drinks offered at 15-minute intervals. So you could basically get 9 drinks over, I guess, the 2 hours. They said that in one of the 2 sessions, participants were first directed to consume cannabis in a manner of their choosing and not their typical dose, which was weighed and recorded. So, just however you would normally do it.
But
Yeah, they
I
said
think
that when
first thing that people should be cannabis.
Yeah.
I mean, just because it's as hard a drug as anything else. Whether you're smoking crack or whether you're shooting heroin, alcohol is just as harmful.
Oh yeah, it's nasty.
And it
You can
does,
have
more as harmful things to your body and your brain as any of that stuff does.
Yep.
But again, like, you look at the fact that people don't look at addiction as addiction. It's like gambling. It's the same fucking thing. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You're like, it's a dopamine, in the brain, right? It's a satisfaction. It's an instant,
Yeah. The
right?
bliss.
Yeah, the euphoric, the dopamine, racing through the brain, like, oh, I'm gonna scratch a ticket. Woo! Oh, I lost. Boo! I gotta go to another one.
Yeah, you don't have to go through that anymore.
Ding 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 ding.
Yeah. They said that for some individuals who drink heavily, cannabis may serve as a substitute for alcohol and craving reduction.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not, it won't work for everybody.
No.
That's no. But
No
it's
more than when they give you lithium for alcoholism. It's not going to work for everybody.
yeah.
Either.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
Ativan
Oh,
or
this one.
whatever. Like you can look at it this way. Ativan and all these other drugs the pharmaceutical company would give you to get you off alcohol would give you other side effects like migraines, nausea, diarrhea, suicide, But
Yeah.
cannabis, what are the side effects? Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I think I might go toss the fridge. Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed now. Like what kind of maybe tossing the fridge is maybe get a little
Yeah.
bit messy, but you might leave a bit of a mess behind some crumbs. But I mean that's pretty not very invasive.
Yeah, like we've had reports of studies that have been done on motivation. Actually, we did one on the news on Monday, and showing that cannabis isn't a motivation killer, not like it's portrayed as.
I smoke a joint and I get up and wash floors.
Yeah,
Like,
I go for a walk in the woods or
right?
I do something here around the house.
Yeah, like I can't sit still. It doesn't make me. It
No.
doesn't make me like. To be honest, though, like if I do edibles, like if I'm eating, like I make that caramel, and that caramel's pretty like it'll give me the yawns and then make me want a nap. That's why I don't. That's why I don't consume a lot of edibles because that'll couch lock me. But smoking it gives me motivation. But if you're eating edibles, yeah, that'll put me down. Yeah.
Yeah. The sativas, they just
The
sometimes
sativa
that's
puts
too
me to
much
sleep too.
motivation.
Yeah, the sativa gives me puts me to sleep because of
Oh,
my
well,
yeah.
opposite.
Deficit, most people with attention deficit find that even pharmaceuticals or anything else is opposite. So, for example, hydromorphine, instead of making me drowsy and make me itch and make me do the nod, it gives me energy, makes me want to go and watch a floor,
Oh,
stay up all
oh,
night. Well, I can't take it for pain either. I can't take anything for pain because it's an opposite for me, right? Like, yeah.
yeah. What do you?
Sativa,
Yeah.
I'm sleeping. Indica, I'm zooming.
Take some Ozempic or whatever.
No,
Isn't
I
that
don't need.
prescribed for pain
I
normally?
don't want. I don't. I don't think it's prescribed for
Yeah.
pain. Is it?
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for the thumbs up.
I don't see
Um,
any of that today. Like, I had another on Monday. I had I love weed YouTube and I'm
oh
supposed
yeah.
to and collaborate and do some shows with like come up on their show on YouTube, and I keep meaning to do it, but I've just been kind of like loving the fact that I have no schedule. Like I
Well,
actually
yeah. Well, now that you have no schedule, it might be easier to be a guest on their
exactly,
channel.
and the fact that oh, the floors are getting washed, and oh, my dogs are being neglected, and neither am I.
Yeah, yeah. There's that
And my
too.
son too. Like I'm not working until 10 o'clock at night.
Oh,
Sorry.
late for
Well, it's
you.
not that it's late, but
Um,
if how you expect me to like take my meds, be in bed by
Yep.
10, and when I'm not getting off work till 10?
No, yeah. I see. As we know, Uruguay was the first country that legalized cannabis,
Yeah.
and I see here the first president to do so. He's passed away.
Yeah, but they're also stepping into waters with China.
Oh, I don't know
All
anything about. I don't know anything about that. I'm just
Yeah,
reading the
so
cannabis.
here's some like here's some beautiful news. All of South America have
Yeah.
been in a big old convention with China for
Oh
trade
yeah.
and stuff. And if China starts imposing their morals and laws on South America, that could change some of the cannabis
Yeah.
laws.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 For sure. So yeah, he's passed away. I'm just trying to see
Isn't
if there's
Uruguay though
anything.
where there's oh, that's Ecuador. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, because their system was really weird over there. Yeah, it's 30 grams, and they had to sign for it and stuff like that at one time, and they had to get it from the pharmacy.
Oh, and
They say they got modernized national policies to promote recreational cannabis commerce.
well, I think Mexico too are pushing really hard right now too for recreational. Like I thought they already were in small amounts.
Oh, look at this! One reporter has said to them that 30 grams of cannabis was too much for one person for a 1 month supply.
Oh my God, where's that guy from?
Uruguay.
Yeah, no, but unless yeah, no. Like I know. I was telling my friend today. She's like, "Oh, because I told her I went and bought, whatever." And she's like, "Oh, that's I said, "That's my prescription's twice that." Like I
Yeah.
couldn't even afford my full prescription yesterday because I couldn't. And that's at the legacy stores too. I said, "But yeah," because she's like, "You're out already." I'm like, "Man, that's only half my prescription. Like seriously, like I'm already out."
Yeah. 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 Sometimes it doesn't take long. Like,
No,
I-
absolutely.
yeah. I'll
But this
be.
stuff is called Triceratop, and it's purple.
Oh, it's purple. Yeah, here. I'm gonna move you over to the other side so I can blow up your purple buds. Oh yeah. There you go.
I don't have any buds left. That's the last one. But it's purple. It's beautiful. It's called Triceratop. And
Oh.
I got that out somewhere else, not in yeah.
You got it from there.
Got it from over there, over yonder.
Over the hill, down the trail, and around the corner.
I think the guy's name was Herb.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I heard it's popular.
Yeah, Herb was just over that hill yonder. But yeah, it's pretty nice. But again, like when you get the cost of it, right? Like but now I'm gonna be home. Maybe I can grow myself some 4 plants. I did find some seeds. Like I found like an old, where did I put them? Like from Barasa. Like there was some.
Oh, they're old then. They're old.
What did I do with them? Oh, hang on. They're right here.
All
I was
right.
digging through because I've been trying to like yard sale on it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. So these are from Al and Robin.
Wow, they are
They got
old.
these in
Let's see
2012.
again. Let's see
So
that
it's
again.
it's a God's Bud F1 blueberry, which you can see is empty because that was a strain.
God's Bud.
And then there's mango bubble gum, which is also gone. Oh no, I've got some and Humboldt Snow Cross Bubba Kush, Sweet Skunk and Chronic, Soma
These
Skunk
are
and Blue Dog, Mark Emery mix.
these are different. These are different seeds, or this is all one. This is all one. Oh, okay. Wow, I see. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, 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 for sure.
So we used the blueberry because that was the blueberry hash bud that we grew in Coronation when we were up there. That was my strain.
What
We
was the
loved
what's
that
the
strain.
Humboldt one? What's the Humboldt one?
Humboldt Snow Cross with Bubba Kush.
Okay, all right. I know somebody who lives in Humboldt County, so just
So, and I haven't opened those. That's the one that didn't get open. I still have those seeds. So you can hear the seeds in there. So I know there's
yeah,
still seeds in here.
yeah.
So those are old seeds. Like those are
They
old
are
seeds.
old. Yes, yeah, yeah. They're from Allen Robin. Oh, fuck. They are old. It's like I've got a bunch of old ones as well.
Like I was like, I thought I had lost these. But I was like I said, doing the yard fail. I called it a yard fail
Mhm.
because it was a fail.
Yard
I was
fair.
just digging around. I had 8 people come in the yard. I made $18. It was a yard fail. So
Well, hey, you got $18 worth of less stuff in your yard
well, no, because
or
it
in your
was little
house.
shit they bought. They bought like a little dinosaur, like whatever that some of the kids' toys. But it's all in the veranda. I can put it back out in the lawn, right?
Right
Like
there you go. Yeah. So
keep trying.
keep going.
But yeah, so when I was digging around for stuff, I found those and I was just like, I was ecstatic. Like totally like, oh my God, I can't believe I found these. So I'm gonna put them in dirt.
See what happens. That's all you can do and find out, right? I put about I don't know a week or so ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I put some seeds that were probably at least 5 years old, maybe 6 years old. I put into the ground, not in the
Right?
ground, but into pods,
Yep.
and they grew. 2 of them grew. So
So I've
I
been
got.
packing seeds in water on paper towel for like weeks and nothing's
Oh,
popping.
yeah. I don't use the paper towel route
That's what
because
you
I
told.
always,
That's what you told me. You just go over that. So I've got some rock wool too but I'm
yeah.
gonna pop them right into soil. I've got some little cups. I'm just gonna put some soil in them, pop the seeds in and water them, and hope they grow. Because you know what? I'm sick of farting around and I've got lettuce growing. I've got cucumbers growing. I've
There
got
you
things
go.
growing in my kitchen. I'm just gonna pop
Yeah.
them in. But like I said, now I got some time, right? So,
Yeah. Sounds like Gail's watching the hockey game.
well, who's winning, Gail?
Oh, Panthers 1-0.
And who are they playing? The Leafs.
Yeah, yeah. Second round of the playoffs. Toronto was up 2-0 in the
Yeah, I know.
series. Now it's tied 2-2.
Oh, I heard that yesterday. Jesus. Yeah, well,
And now they're behind in
keep
game
your elbows
5.
up. Keep your elbows up because you know
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I'm a Calgary Flames fan, but I'm not pulling for the Oilers. Fuck them. They can fucking rot. I'll go with the Habs
Yeah.
before I go with the Oilers.
I used to make money on my bets when I was very young. I make 10 cents. I used to bet dad a dime on the Leaf games all the time.
And you always win, right? Because I was lost.
Well, no, you gotta think when I was young, like
Oh,
when
they
I
were
was
winning back
between
then. Yeah,
5 and 10, like they won the Stanley Cup since
yeah,
I was alive.
yeah, yeah. Well, so the
Mind you, it was
Flames,
in my early years, you
the
know.
Flames won the cup when I was 18. I was there.
Yeah, well, there you
30,
go.
was I 19? 18, 19.
I was going to school when the Leafs won the cup.
But yeah, my dad's a Habs fan, so we were Habs fans.
Oh,
Or
well,
Canucks.
they're not in the playoffs.
No, or Canucks.
No,
They're not in
no.
the playoffs either. So who's all left in the playoffs? Because I know we had 4 teams or something. Didn't we? Had the Leafs, the Oilers, the Jets, and
Jets.
the Sens, right?
No, Sens Leafs beat the Sens out.
Okay, so then we just got the Leafs, the Jets, and the Oilers left.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. So As I mentioned, Uruguay, their president died. So what they've done, they've taken Uruguay and Canada, and they've done a study on that fear of, oh, if you legalize cannabis, you're gonna boost up the people are gonna be smoking it like crazy, and percentage are gonna go up, and the teens are gonna get at it. No, 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 it didn't
No.
happen.
No, the teens are getting the fentanyl instead, which is worse.
Yeah. They say in Uruguay, problematic use remains steady, didn't change any. Overall consumption fell over a 6-year period by 2%, and an average age of initial use rose from 18 to 20. The complete opposite to what everybody feared about, right?
Well, because when people are educated, once it's legal, I hate to say it, it's not taboo anymore. So it's
Yeah.
not so enticing. Like even when you're younger, like you drink when you're like before you're 18. Once you turn 18, it's just not fun anymore. You know what I mean? Like it
Yeah.
just seems like the more like when you're younger, the more you say no to somebody, the more they want to do it.
Now this article breaks it down how you can get it in Uruguay. They say that first, one option is getting it through. There's 40 pharmacies that sell it, and they sell specific strains. I think it's 3 strains that they sell, and they have different THC and CBD ratios. They have 76,000 people that have signed into that program. They said the second one is through a new licensed member-based cultivation association, in which there are approximately 460 of them that are active, and they are reported serving 15,000 consumers.
Awesome.
Yeah. They can cultivate their own cannabis in their private residence, up to 6 plants. But you have to register to do that at your own home.
No different than here, then, really.
Well, we don't register to do it at our own home.
No, the 4 plants, no.
No. And that's, they have more plants.
How many plants can they have?
6.
Oh.
Up to 6. Now it doesn't have it broken down, where they're like some places have it 3 mature plants and 3 veg plants, right?
Okay, looks like we're going with chronic.
And now in Canada, they say they did their study of community dwelling adults. So cannabis use frequency increased modestly in the 5 years, while cannabis misuse decreased. So they said these changes were substantially moderate by pre-legalization cannabis use, with more frequent consumers of cannabis before legalization, exhibiting the longest decrease in both outcomes. So what does it say? In the end, they said demonstrate that national adult use cannabis legalization in both countries does not automatically result in massive spike in consumption rates, problematic, or other use, which is debunking claims made by cannabis opponents. Exactly. You're always screaming about that, right?
They've been screaming about that for decades. Yet
Yeah.
they've got no evidence, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's, what's this other one here? I see. Oh, okay, that's something else. All right, so yeah, there you go. Just because 2 of the countries that have done it legalized the longest, so obviously they're involved in that study, and it did not affect or increase in rates of consumption, which they always feared about, right?
Yeah.
It's
Well, that's the thing. They
hey,
always feared that it was like addicting or something. You know what I mean?
thanks for the thumbs up, Michelle.
I can't see the I can't see any of them.
You can? Oh.
No, I can't see nothing.
All
Like
right.
I don't have the same screen normally. Like I don't have yeah, it's like I'm a guest, so I'm not seeing any of the comments.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I think
Yeah.
I think I might know what the problem is there. Okay. I see it's break time. When we get back from break, maybe I'll knock off more of these mosquitoes while we're gone.
Right.
And when we get back, have you ever wondered? You read in the newspaper about the police destroying a bunch of cannabis that they found, or in busts or whatever, and they burned it, and you ever said, "Geez, I wish I was downwind from that."
Yeah.
Well, we got a story on that when we get back from break.
Ooh,
All right.
interesting.
All right. So you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and the 420pace.ca. We'll be back in about 2 3/4 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live. We're live, and the reason I mixed up two words there, Tamara. That's because I'm looking at the screen on this next story, and as I mentioned before break, you read about those times when they confiscate a bunch of cannabis and the police burn it, destroy it, take the dump or whatever, and they destroy it. There's the residents of a Turkish town. Okay, and so obviously in Turkey, this is a town of 25,000 people, and the police there decided to burn 20 tons of cannabis that they had confiscated. And the wind was blowing. The town was downwind from this pile of cannabis burning. Okay.
Right.
Now, what does it look like to burn that much cannabis?
I can imagine.
The police spelt the name of the town with the cannabis. The town is called Lice.
Lice.
Lice, and It's 20 tons.
Oh
And
my God,
they,
that's ridiculous. Look at all that.
they
I bet
burned it.
everybody
They
was
burned it
buying.
all. Right? Now they said that several people in the town of 25,000 felt dizzy, nauseous, and even claimed to have experienced hallucinations as a result of the smoke.
Really?
Yeah, one resident said that for days they couldn't open up their windows. Our children got sick. We're constantly going to the hospital. Now, what made matters worse? How did they burn it all? They used a couple hundred liters of diesel fuel.
Oh no! Are you kidding me?
Yeah. What do you think was making the people sick?
It probably wasn't the cannabis.
couple hundred liters of diesel fuel. Oh.
Oh my God, that would have made everybody sick. That would have made everybody nauseated, given them a headache. Like, hello.
Yeah,
Like,
they
what's
said
wrong with
that
these people?
for up to 5 days
Oh my
afterwards. And they said that the town is located in a spot in the country where there's a lot of illegal cannabis grown. It's
Oh
legal
yeah.
there for medicinal purposes.
And not to be growing it in abundance. Kind of like us. Like, it's legal here too, but if you're growing 1,700 plants, you're probably going to get busted.
Correct. And
You know what I mean? Like, you can't
yeah.
expect to be just growing. I can't believe it. I've been picking away at this and like taking them out and say, I've got I got seeds. I'm just thrilled because I've got like 4 or 5 different there was at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different strains in there.
Yeah. So you're taking the end caps off and rolling out the seeds to see if they're in there?
Oh, they're all laying on my desk now. Now I just
don't mix them up. Don't get them mixed up.
No, as I took them out, I took these off and put them they're all labeled on my desk. Like, I haven't mixed them up.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Or they just open on, or you wrapping them in paper towel?
No, I'm gonna put them in the dirt.
Oh, okay.
But like I said, I wanted to see what was in here.
Yeah.
Right, but like I said, they've been in here for who knows how long. Well, since 2012. And there's no moisture on them. But I do have some Humboldt sculpts. They're, like I said, I wasn't sure what was left in here. I knew I had tried the Mark Emery mix and the blueberry, right? So these are the ones that we've already tried. The white lights, right? So these 3 we've already grown.
Yeah.
But that leaves the mango bubblegum, the Soma skunk, the sweet skunk chronic, the God's bud, and the Humboldt snow and Bubba Kush cross to grow.
Mm-hmm. One of these days I'll break out some seeds too.
Right? Like I said, I wasn't even planning on growing anything, and then all these things just kind of popped out at me. I was like, oh,
yes. Yeah, exactly. I know where they are. They're in the other room. Okay.
Do you know where your seeds all are? That's the thing. I've got seeds everywhere. I just don't know where they all are. And now I found some more. So
yeah, I know they're in the other room. So
yeah, I'm gonna package these. I'm not gonna grow
stuff
them
lately, so things are a little bit scattered around. So
yeah, well, yeah, because you're still moving. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try the Humboldt Snow Bubba Kush.
it sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because I only grow 4, right? So I don't want to
Yeah.
I just want to grow 4 of one strain and not have to worry about. Yeah. And they've got the most seeds. There's 20 seeds there. So if they don't all fail, I got extras. Because the God's Bud, I only got 6 seeds. Some of them had more seeds. I might have tried some of these before. Anyways, I'm just.
Well, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
They've tried them already, right?
I'm super excited because, like I said, these are Albarasa seeds. These are the seeds. These are the OG seeds.
Yeah, because they've passed. Yeah, they're.
Both him and Robin are gone. But Robin was the first cancer patient in Canada that they fought in court to get her rights to be able to grow our medicine for cancer, right?
Right. Yeah, Al told me a little thing to help increase your numbers without increasing your numbers. and it had to do with taking a branch off of a plant and sticking it in the ground. And he says it would actually root and grow.
It does. And you know what Matt taught me?
And go ahead.
So when Matt got busted too, Myrna, they cut all his plants off. They didn't take the roots, right? So they cut everything off at the base of the stem, and he kept watering, and they started regrowing. So like a Dieffenbachia too, right? Like if you cut it, like when you go in and cut a Dieffenbachia back, you cut it off the root, the stem, but it'll start shooting up from the sides and shooting up from the root at the bottom. So
I've seen that in some plants.
Yeah, so these plants started. Yeah, so you can. Some. I'm not saying all. Doesn't always happen.
No, never can. Doesn't always work that way. Like one of the seeds that popped, it was growing really good, and all of a sudden I looked at it, and it looked like the main grow point, was gone. There was just this little nub there, and I thought, what's that? So I thought, okay, I'll give it a little bit and see what happens, and it broke open, whatever it was, and it's starting to grow again. Did you see that?
Oh, there's mosquito. I just saw these wings come across the camera. I'm like, oh my god!
I'm not outside.
I know. Like I remember when you were outside the one time, you were having issues with them. Like I said, like you guys got mosquitoes already, but it hasn't been that warm here yet. Like ours have not. I don't think theirs have hatched yet.
Yeah, we had 325-degree days, so.
Yeah, I've seen bees, I've seen wasps, but I have not seen any mosquitoes. I shouldn't say that.
Now here's some more good news on the cannabis front. Legalizing cannabis reduces the cost of workers' compensation claims and lowers prescription use by patients.
No shit.
You know, we've known for a long time it's reduced the amount of opioids when it comes to states where it's legal.
I did. Did I share that?
Which is good thing.
Did I already share that piece with you last week? Was it last week we were about the fire department posting in town here? The overdoses have been.
Yes. Yeah, we talked last week. Yeah, there was a news article. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I honestly believe that whether it's through my program, through anchors, through the fact that there's so much outreach that's actually attempting to try and help people rather than looking at them like they're just dirty people on the street. I think that there's a difference being made somehow, some way.
They say that adult use cannabis legalization reduced medical payments per claim by $207.
Yeah. And if they'd start covering our cannabis, that would be beneficial for us patients, like a lot of us.
Yeah. The number of pain medications prescriptions, including opioid prescriptions, declined. So that's good stuff.
Well, it is because people aren't people are not looking towards prescription drugs anymore like they used to be. Like it's really changed a lot, and I think that even with natural medicine, like health food stores, the combination of everything together, I think people are looking for a natural way of dealing with their health rather than looking to the pharmaceutical companies. And I think that's an overall health change and diet, people wanting to exercise, like just the whole overall too, right? And now that cannabis is legal, it opens the door for more people to use it for medicinal purposes.
Yeah, for sure. Because now, like I know when back in the MMAR days, I would give people the option. You know, did you want to join a compassion center or do you want to go the legal route and get it through the government?
Yeah.
And at that point, a lot of people just wanted to grow their own.
Yeah.
And still do. But a lot of people didn't want to go to the Compassion Club because of legality.
Right. And that was they got stuck with Flin Flon, which was the crappiest crap that was ever produced.
The mine shaft weed. The mine shaft weed.
Whatever that, I wouldn't even call it weed. That was, I don't know, grass clippings. I don't know what that was.
It looked
Anyway.
more like well, it was all ground up anyways, right? When we got it.
Yeah, like
When it
stalk and
finally
stem, probably the fan leaf and everything, because nobody knew what the hell they were doing.
Yeah.
You know, in those days, they had no education, no patients telling them what was good, what was bad. They were just winging it.
I bought some that first like when I got my license. The first thing I did was order some.
Yeah, me
I
too.
more or less I didn't need to order it, but I more or less ordered it because they give you that option to order some before your plants get matured and bloom and all that. So I did it that way, bought an ounce, and then in the end I used it to top up when I was getting low on the stuff that I was getting until my own crop was ready.
Yeah.
Just use it to top it up, mix it in so I didn't have to smoke it straight.
You couldn't smoke it straight.
Well, yeah.
Wouldn't even
And
burn. What do you mean smoke it straight? It wouldn't even burn. This shit wouldn't even burn.
And we only got one strain, Cannabis sativa L. That's what it was called.
Yeah, and if you didn't like
And
sativa,
12.5% THC.
it was garbage. It was such garbage. I can't even tell you how much garbage it was. It was like dirt. It was like they went into
Obviously things have improved with the way things have gone, but still
they went into a ditch in Manitoba and swathed out a bunch of crap from the ditch in Manitoba, ground it all up, put it in envelopes, and sent it out.
In the ditch weed. Sounds like
That's what it tasted like. It's exactly and let's be fair, like the first few crops that we started growing weren't the best either, because we weren't really sure about curing, and we had to learn about, you couldn't just pitch. Here's the thing, you couldn't just pinch it off the plant, throw it out there on a dry it up and then smoke it. You had to cure it, and I didn't know that until
you just even had to be able to grow it. Like I started to water our house plants because I had to get used to just watering plants, period. Never mind learning how to grow it.
Right, and then never mind not overwatering, underwatering.
That too, yeah.
Too much nutrient, not enough nutrient.
pH, all that stuff.
Right, right, temperatures. Fuck, like everybody goes, oh, it's not the same as a house plant.
Yeah, I would. I'd run my room for a few days to a week by itself when I first set them up, just to see what they were like, to get an idea on the temperatures and stuff, humidity in the room.
Yeah, that too, and like all the equipment and the timers and
make sure everything's working right. So
yep.
Yeah. All right. Now, you know how the volcano vaporizer, they have one that is a medic version. It's been certified as a medical device. I see here that a company called Cureleaf down in the US. They have a vaporizer that has received a medical device designation in the EU of all places, because it's over there. EU is. I was surprised. It's just not as open and as friendly to cannabis.
Well, because it's different power outlets, right? So when you go over, you even have to buy like different, like for your hair dryers and all that kind of stuff. Same type.
They say it's the first ever liquid extract vaporizer certified for prescription to medical cannabis patients in the European Union.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's for derivatives like distillate, live resin, full spectrum oil. So that's progress, no doubt about that.
Well, it is, because I mean, but even like the Czech Republic and these places are opening up. They really want tourism, like, and in order to get people to come over, they have to open things up for people that have medical need, and that's why you can purchase it there now too. They don't want you bringing it with you, but there are places like even in Turkey, they're opening it up for cannabis too. Qatar, all these Middle Eastern places that were so against cannabis are now looking at it for medical.
and opening it up for medical purposes.
Yep.
But some places also restrict tourists from accessing it as well.
Yep, like Amsterdam and where it used to be. That's where you went to Amsterdam for.
Well, yeah, it would depend on where you're going, I think, there as well, because Cindy just got back from Amsterdam and she visited several of the coffee shops.
That's great.
Yeah, but there were, you know, there was things like $45 for a gram, depending on where you went. Now it all wasn't that expensive, and then some of them were shops that had like 3 seats in them, and then other ones were, you know, bigger, like a small dining room type thing.
Right.
And then they would have like maybe 10 options of what it wasn't like when you go into our stores and you have, you know, a whole fucking menu up on the wall, you know.
Yeah, I think they really downsized that.
Well, we've read reports on them switching over from using illegal suppliers. Then they went from illegal suppliers to a mix of legal and legal, and then apparently they were just switching over to legal. But it depends on where she was located, because that's being done as pilot projects in certain cities, not the whole country.
Oh,
Yeah. So
interesting. I know even Germany, like Germany's now legal too, right?
yeah.
Like
Well,
we're exporting our edibles over to Germany, because I know Dykar here in town, that's where their main export is Germany.
yeah. Oh yeah. Over in Europe, you know, Australia as well.
Yep.
Cannabis is going there. There's
Well, Tilray set up over there. Tilray
Yeah.
actually built a facility down there.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, and then now I think it's Israel. They want to put 165% tariff on our cannabis because they believe that we flooded their market with low price stuff in order to, you know, force their industry to suffer.
Whatever. They can fuck off too. I don't
8 more minutes.
even recognize Israel as a country.
I see in Winnipeg, they had that. Do you remember a while back, like a month or so ago, people were getting stopped and checked for like ride programs specifically for cannabis?
No.
Yeah, well, they did.
Okay.
Let's see. They specifically went at people shopping at cannabis stores.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and one guy says that his license was suspended despite not being under the influence of cannabis. He said he was one of 97 people who were swept up in the Winnipeg police who were targeting people that police said were shopping at a cannabis store.
When was that illegal?
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know that was illegal.
Yeah. Now this guy, he tested positive at a roadside stop. He wasn't impaired, he says, and because he hadn't consumed for nearly a full day.
Wow.
Yeah. It said that the police told him there's no visible reason for them to be suspicious. It was just purely on the basis that he had bought cannabis and then drove.
So what? So what if he drove? It's like are you going to stop somebody that's picked up a case of beer and then have them blow and have them not be impaired because they haven't consumed any alcohol, but then give them a ticket?
No,
Like, what?
Yeah. They said during the
ridiculous.
campaign they made 302 traffic stops, administered 207 drug screening tests, and nearly half of those drivers, which was 97, tested positive for recent cannabis consumption.
Well, yeah, they might have. That's recent? What does that mean?
Yeah. Recent. I'm just seeing if it says a. Usually that's within the last couple hours.
All right.
Now, only one driver had been charged for refusing to be tested.
I would say I would be one of them. I would
Now,
refuse.
the police, the head guy there, he said he focused the campaign on areas around the more than 100 cannabis stores in Winnipeg.
That's
He said
bullshit.
that there was 130 or so throughout the city. So what I did was I made a plan to basically target those areas that were those dispensaries, and we watched the traffic coming to and from the known stores. The officers still have to form the proper grounds to make all lawful demands.
I would charter challenge that.
Well, this guy's challenging it.
Yeah, I would challenge that. I would totally challenge that. That's crap. That's against your. That's totally against your charter
Yeah.
rights. It's illegal. That's bullshit.
Yeah, he's challenged it.
Good.
Yeah.
I would too. That's crap.
I'm just seeing what else I can find here.
Wow.
Yeah, they talk about they say the police in Winnipeg recommend not driving for 12 hours after consuming cannabis edibles.
Well, you know what? People work, and people consume cannabis edibles because they use it for medicine, and they work. So, what are you supposed to not work for 12 hours in between you taking your meds? That's like saying, okay, well, don't take your Dilaudid or your hydromorphine. You can't drive on that for 12 hours.
Yeah, that's basically what they're telling you. Don't drive for 12 hours.
Okay, well then that's a definite charter. I'd be challenged.
And from the reports that we've seen quite often, 12 hours isn't going to be enough.
No, 6 weeks isn't enough if you think about it. They want it to be
for
true,
heavy users especially.
right? That is just such bullshit. I can't even.
There was a chart that was put out recently that advised people on how much time they should wait.
I'll tell you, I'd be driving around in peril.
Yeah, because of the fact that it wasn't anything that said an hour or two. It was usually days, a week, for it to be come out of the system.
Well, it never comes out of my system. I am 99% cannabis and 1% blood. The rest of me, I'm 100% weed.
Yeah, well, I had a friend for years. He always told me, he says, I don't have blood in my system. I got cannabis flowing through it.
Me too. Like when you smoke like we do, or you consume like we do, because we're patients. So my chronic pain is sitting at 6 or 7 before I even get out of bed, right? Once I sit up, I start walking. We hit about 9 or 10 until I'm able to actually get a couple DBs or some vape or something into me, and then I can actually get moving. But I'm stiff, I'm sore. So what would you rather me do? Pop some morphine, lay in bed for 20 minutes for it to take place, and then fucking keep cracking? Like, seriously. Like,
it does really, in the end, it just masks your pain so that you go out and do something else that's going to make it worse.
Well, yeah. I don't want to have to hurt myself either.
No. Well, I always felt like, with my pain, using the cannabis to deal with pain, it never really takes it completely away. It more like makes it a dull roar instead of a big roar. And
yeah, it's never totally gone. But even like morphine just makes it, for me, I can't even take that crap because it's just crap. It has nothing.
That's the only time I've had to take morphine for pain was when I was hospitalized because I couldn't use my cannabis, obviously. But that's the only time they gave me a prescription for it. And I take it, and when Gail was visiting me, she knew that she'd be going home in a matter of minutes because I'd be going to sleep.
Yeah. And that doesn't do that to me. It makes me want to get up and start doing shit. So it's not helping my pain, and it gives me a headache. So then I'm up doing stuff because the pain's in mask, which I probably shouldn't be doing because I've got the motivation to move because I can't feel the pain. So that's when I'm getting up and doing stuff when I shouldn't be.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was the problem I ran with sativas. Made me too physical, and I hurt too much when I was, especially early on.
Yeah.
And lose all my muscle mass and the whole bit. So you start trying to rebuild that. It hurts. And smoking sativas just,
I can't do sativas. Really puts me to sleep.
All right.
They want me to do too is like build muscle mass, like all these things for your health, right? Anyway.
Yeah. Well, time for us to go to commercial, pay some bills, and let everybody know who supports us. So, all right, you're watching the Pace Radio. Yes, actually,
I just placed an order from Limestone City Hydroponics today.
Nice.
Just so you know, I placed it today. It was, and it's going to be delivered to my house. Okay, so I am an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half, probably an hour and a half from the store. That was picked up today, and it's going to be here tomorrow.
Nice.
So, basically next day delivery.
That's awesome.
All right. Way to go, Limestone City Hydroponics.
Right on, yeah.
You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and for those who are watching the hockey game or following the hockey game, the Leaf game, like we were at the beginning of the show, I got some bad news for you folks. She's 4-0 after 2.
Is this like the last? Like, is this like their 2-1, right? So if the who they put the
2-2.
right?
2-2 series.
Oh, 2-2 series. So this will put the Panthers in a. They have to win tonight, right?
Oh, really? Gail says she's got 1-0. I'm sitting here looking at the NHL live tracker on Sportsnet, and it says 4-0 after 2.
We're only at 15 left of the second.
Well, maybe then what I'm looking at. Why would it say? Yeah. Well, what's that? It doesn't say what game. I'm talking to Gail upstairs. If you can't hear her.
Oh no, I can hear. Hi, Gail.
All right. Well, it's
Feel
good.
better soon.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Look at.
So it's 1-0. 1-0.
You got 1-0. Look, I got 4-0.
Oh, it's 4-0. I don't know how. I'll look. Hang on, let me look. What mine says. I got 4-0. I got 4-0 too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says live game on here.
Ended 4-0. And she's watching it live and it says 1-0.
No, we can't watch the game live like
Oh.
on Sportsnet because we don't have Sportsnet and we don't
Yeah,
have we just have internet.
yeah, no, I can't watch it even if I like
So
my cable.
what we there's I follow a channel, Steve Gaggle something, and he has basically he does his own commentary of the game. He's
Oh, yeah.
as if he's sitting there like you and me. I'm watching the game on a monitor off to the side, and I'm telling you what's going on. Right? He's got headphones on, listening to it, and he's repeating things and stuff like that. Right? So that's the only way we can really watch the game.
Gotcha.
But,
Yeah, no, I don't have Sportsnet. I've got cable,
So-
but I don't subscribe to the sports channels because we don't watch them.
Yeah. Well, I know the last game was 4-0, but yeah, the as the calendar moves along here, we are getting closer to the long weekend, which is actually this coming weekend, and a lot of people like to put their cannabis in the ground.
Yes.
But I would suggest anybody who's looking to put their cannabis in the ground to take a look at the long range weather forecast first.
Yeah. Well, we say out here, if there's still snow on the top of Baker, don't
Yeah.
put anything in the ground. And like we've got still a lot of snow in the Rockies. Like it's still
Right.
pretty chilly here. Like it's barely like I'm not even sure. I mean, I'll just double check and see because we've got lightning. I got lightning strikes going on right now. Like,
Yeah.
we got a lightning tracker, so we've got a storm rolling. It's been rolling and through all day.
Well,
Back-
we got some nights that are some low single digits still coming up, like 4 degrees. Like
So
I
it's
know
14
cannabis,
degrees,
I know
but it feels like
cannabis will
12.
stand 4 degrees, but you're just putting your little plants. If they're just little, they're not weather hardy yet. You
We
know,
had frosted at Wycliffe the other night.
did they?
Yeah.
You know,
It's getting
I-
down to like 4 degrees, 14 day for out here.
Yeah.
It's still, it's like highs of 14, lows of 4.
Quite often I've recommended the 1st of June to put the plants out. But
Oh, I'm just gonna be putting these in the dirt today.
Damn
So
mosquito.
that'll
But,
mean so in
take a look at your long range forecast because there's people obviously south of us where the weather is much nicer, right? But yeah, take a look at the long range and go from there.
yeah, that's
I know that I've already started working on my holes, getting them all ready.
right.
Yeah, so that they're ready
I
to
mean,
go.
you go
Getting
inside.
the soil all loosened up, and I've got I compost soil, my own soil, and I've got a composter that spins, and so I got a bunch ready. Took it out the other day, put it into each of the holes, mixed it all in, and I've got some more now. Doing the compost thing, I'll put it out. It'll go out after the plants are in the ground, but it'll feed them continuously.
I went to put some check my out here on the deck, and my cats have used them for cat boxes.
Oh.
So all that was nice soil that I bought when I was working at
Oh.
Chopra, I'm gonna have to dump it all in all my
Yeah.
buckets because the cats have used it for a cat box.
I think I just heard him say 2-0. I'm just waiting to see if Gail confirms it.
That's weird because mine's saying
yeah.
it's so weird.
Yeah. Lots of worms. Lots of worm activity
Oh,
going
lots
on
of
in the
worms in my
holes.
garden too.
Yeah.
Tons.
Yeah. Even the stuff I composted, like I don't put worms in my compost. I just add worm castings into it. And I get worms. I get good sized worms in my castings.
You know what? Because I'm digging out around a lot of the grass and stuff because it's been overgrown for 2 years because I haven't been home to do anything.
Yeah.
I'm finding a lot of baby worms, so I'm making sure that I'm shaking it all out so that the
Yeah.
worms can actually fall out into the ground so that they're not being tossed out. But I've been taking big chunks of the piece and putting them in the chicken area, so the chickens are going to have grass, big chunks of grass in there for them to, Choose.
Right.
Yeah. 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 I don't know what this means, but it says 402, end of 2. I don't know what to tell you, Al.
I can hear it upstairs. But yeah, I don't know. Cause that was Sportsnet. What are you checking on?
Just Google. I'm just
Just
Googling it.
Google. Well, it's
Sportsnet.
TSN.
End of second, 4-0 Maple Leafs or Panthers. And the Oilers Golden Knights doesn't start till 7:30.
It says
Yeah, it's showing 4-0. It's showing 4-0.
yeah, game 5, 4-0.
And it's end of third now. So the Panthers won 4-0.
Well, it says what I got here is 1959 in the third. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. That was 2 hours ago they posted that. Or actually probably when the game probably when it started because it's a live video feed.
Well, and it's 9 o'clock your time right now. Like it's 9:11. So it's only
It's 9:11 here.
only 7:11 here, right? So
Right.
the Oilers game hasn't even started yet.
No.
No, starts at 7:30. I'm in the Florida, whatever it is, Florida. I don't even know when Florida got a fucking hockey team. Like, when did that happen?
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
know.
yeah.
Yeah,
Stanley Cup playoffs. Yeah. Game's over. 1933 third. Yeah, Florida 4, Toronto Maple
yeah.
Leafs.
Oh, now I got 1932 third. The time changed when I refreshed it. But still, yeah.
I don't know, Al. But the Oilers, yeah, the game starts at 7:30.
Does it? All
Golden
right.
Knights.
Let's
And I don't want
see.
to
Talking about sports, I just happen to have a story here that says that teens who do sports activities use cannabis less often.
They do choose cannabis less often, and I think that's because it's a prerequisite. That because it's smoking, right? And they don't encourage smoking in any athletic.
Yeah. They
Right?
say they surveyed 5,000 adolescents across 81 secondary schools. This was in Ireland.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't know about here. I think if they check with Canadian teens, I think they'd find that a lot of the Canadian teens are using it for antidepressant. They're using it for stress.
Yeah.
Our kids are stressed out. Our kids are over pressured. They're like, being a teen when we were young was hard. It's harder now because of social media. And it's just overwhelming how much stuff's thrown at them and expected for them to just be able to handle.
Yeah.
So,
Well, in this survey, they had to do 73 questions. Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think, like, unless you need it for medical need, I don't really think that kids should be smoking anything either. Cigarettes, cannabis, like, you're a kid. Be a kid. If you need it for medical purposes,
Go outside. Go outside.
Right? Be a kid. Like, to quit trying to be an adult. Quit drinking beer and smoking cigarettes and smoking weed at 14. Like, be a kid. We the rest of people, like,
I was smoking cigarettes when I was 8. Yeah.
That's the gateway to this. And then the gateway to
well, smoke cigarettes, and then eventually would have a little bit of wine here and there.
and that's the thing, like Taven, like it's a vape for him, but he doesn't want to smoke nicotine vape. And he's really not into like smoking joints. He doesn't like the smoke.
Right. Yeah.
And I understand that. Like whatever, but it helps him sleep, it helps him eat. Because he's like I said, he had his colonoscopy.
Yeah. I saw him getting your hospital shots online.
And it's like the conclusion of the same as me. So they took the biopsies, but there was no polyps, and I had none either. And it's probably colitis, like I've got lymphatic. So we have to learn to eat better.
Yeah.
I was working all the time. It's really hard for me to eat better myself and help him eat better too. So
you help each other.
Again, I had to tap. Like I didn't really want to give up the job as much as I didn't, but again,
Mm.
like what's better for me and my family? Me working till 10 o'clock every night on walking on Lego or being home, at least if I'm walking on Lego, it's my Lego on my
Yeah,
own.
yeah. You can try to at least get a young lad onto a
Some sort of routine. Get him back to
some sort
school.
of routine.
He
You know,
hasn't been to
food
school for
wise
2
too.
years. Like 2 years he's missed a school. Like
Yeah,
so much. Like, yeah.
yeah.
Anyways, this is the first day of the rest of my life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Studies. I got another one. Something that a lot of us already knew, but it's you always need more studies, right? What's the latest study say about cannabis and MS? Right.
What does it do? I've got
Let's
several
see.
friends that use it that don't use any medical and use
Yeah.
nothing but cannabis and have been quite successful. So what are they saying?
These people are saying that the most recent studies out of Greece, their researchers vaporized with a 13% CBD and a 9% THC to see what they actually used. If it was just bud. But this is a weed formula, so that's what it was. They said 69 patients with MS. The participants had varying symptoms, including muscle spasticity, bladder dysfunction, disability progressions. All of them were analyzed at baselines and evaluated again at 3 months and then 6 months. And according to researchers, significant improvement was observed across all outcome assessments after they vaporized the cannabis. Is
I
what they
believe that. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that. And I believe that if these celebrities that had cancer in their brains and their livers, like, would have actually heard us, like, and actually ate some RSO, it might not have saved them, but it might have given them a little more like longevity. Like, like
spend their life alone and maybe not do what they were doing, but still, be with their loved ones for an extra 6 months
right?
or
Like look at how long Corey Yellen, like
yeah,
and she didn't die from cancer.
years. Yeah.
Cancer didn't take Corey. It was bloody and viral infection, right? Like
Oh. Yeah, yeah. Let's see what else here. There was, I thought there's something here about later improving their quality in life as well. Here we go. They say in conclusion, recent studies of the benefits of cannabis and MS further highlights the therapeutic use. We now have a growing number of studies that solidify the medical benefits of cannabis for MS patients. It has helped to reduce the severity of symptoms, improve the quality of life, and reduce dependency on pharmaceutical drugs.
it's also like made it so it's not so progressive, I believe, because I mean, mobility is a huge thing with people with
Yeah,
MS, right?
yeah,
And a
yeah.
lot of people that we know or I know like that have MS, some of them are still like not in a wheelchair because of their use of cannabis, where people that are not using cannabis at the same stages are in wheelchairs, right?
Mhm.
And a lot of the people that are in wheelchairs with MS are absolutely deniers and refuse to even try or even listen to you when you talk to them about cannabis as medicine. It's like la 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 la.
Yeah, that's too bad, eh?
It's like you can't pull a horse to water, right? But I
Yeah.
think that's one of the hardest things when you're an advocate is when you see somebody that you know you could possibly help and they are
Yeah.
absolutely no. It's like the stigma, right? It's like you
Yeah.
got 3 heads and it's like I said la 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 la. I'd rather die of cancer than try anything because I don't want to be high. And it's like, wow, you're dying of cancer. You've been
Yeah.
given a stage 4
And
terminal. Like,
there's people who demonize it, and then once they're sick with cancer,
I think the one that gets me is, oh, God will save me. So, hey, I'm out. I won't try cannabis for too long. God, all right, I'm out.
you have a better chance with the cannabis.
I don't know. I know nothing. What do I know?
Yes. Well, what do we
I'm
got?
frozen. It's summer, isn't summer supposed to be here yet? I'm like sitting here in my like
It's
frozen.
May. But, you know, like we said, like a few minutes ago, May long weekend. You still can't guarantee that you can put your plants out depending on well, you're in the mountains.
And it's 14 degrees here. And it's like it's 14 degrees in the cold wind. That wind is chilly, like it's blowing
Is
off
it?
the mountains. And
I
like I
don't know
said,
about
there's
wind.
mountains. Like the rivers are not like running up the top, even at Perry Creek today. Like there was not
Yeah.
it wasn't as high as it should be. We're just starting with runoff. And the
Yeah,
sheriff's
this
isn't near what it should be.
this game score, the timer on it is running down. It's now down to 13 minutes left in the period. Still 4-0.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Game 5. It's the right game.
Well, you know, them Leafs better get cracking. They got like 18 minutes to score 5 goals. So I don't know. Rub that cannabis leaf.
Well,
Come on,
yeah.
boys.
They can do it.
They could do it. They absolutely could do it. They just need like some, you know, some
Yeah.
motivation. Give them some indica.
Yeah, no, I know that the goalie that they were using, he got hurt, but I don't know whether he's playing tonight. And the other fellow, the backup fella, he had a good record as well. He's just that sometimes some goalies get hotter than others at different times, right?
I think that they've got. I'm not even going to say it because Toronto does this every year. They get this far and then they.
Hey.
Either it's like, oh yeah, you guys made your 92 points. You won your, you know, your whatever, but you can't even make it to the fucking playoffs. So it's like, why do I? That's why I quit watching hockey because it's just like a big old fat disappointment every year.
Yeah, I just can't. I get to watch the highlights, get it on the news afterwards. So
Right? Because like I said, I can sit through it, and then it stresses me out. So it's like I can't do this. I can't watch you guys fail again.
hey, they're trying. They're
Hey, I'm
trying.
not saying they don't try. They got a new team, and they always got new and upcoming young great players. I'm not saying that they're not good.
Yeah,
teams.
they just go on to someplace else and be that great player. They're not upcoming and young anymore.
But there's, like I said, they switch teams, and like I said, there's new teams now. Like I said, the Florida fucking Knights and Vegas this and
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
who the fuck are these people? Like I've never heard of them before.
There's the Seattle Kraken.
What, the Seattle Kraken?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a name, the Krakens.
And you know, like you said, Las Vegas and some of those teams are making the playoffs. And usually they start off with the lower end of echelon of players.
I think the biggest piss off for me is when Sidney Crosby went and played for the fucking Pittsburgh Penguins. And it's like, you're a Nova Scotia boy, like, and you're gonna go play for the fucking Penguins, like.
Hey, they drafted him, right?
I know, but he could have said no.
No, you don't say no when you get.
I know that.
When you get drafted,
I
and they
know.
offer
I
you.
know. It was just like, what do you mean the Pittsburgh fucking Penguins? Like, why couldn't you stay in Canada, eh?
You know,
I'm sure what choice he would have.
I don't know what team did he cheer on when he was, because there's no East Coast team, there's no Atlantic team.
No, I think he was a Habs or a Leafs kind of guy.
Canadian team.
Any Canadian team, I'm sure. But again, like I said, like our Canadian teams do really well to a point, and then they don't. So we're left with the fucking Oilers. If the Leafs are out, the Habs are out. We got the Jets.
The Leafs are still in. Just because they're down 4-0 in the third period doesn't mean that the series is over. Come on.
Is it a 7-game series? Is it a 7 or 5?
Let's hope Florida's winning streak ends at 3. And
But
the Leafs start a new one. It's at least too long.
Right. So we got another, they have other games. It's a 7-game series.
Yeah, well, whoever goes beyond this will play the next series. Yeah, 7 games. Yeah.
Okay, well, they still got a chance. It's only 2-2.
Yeah. Yeah, and it'll be 3-2 after this. You know, you're not eliminated. It just means you can't lose the next one. That's all.
No, that's right. That's right.
You know, sometimes that gives that little extra oomph to some people.
You know, I think you have to empathize a bit because at this point of the game of the season, they've been playing a whole, like, they've already played their, scheduled games.
Oh yeah.
They, now they're in the playoffs. They're fucking tired. They're traveling. They're rehearsing or practicing.
Every team has done it. So it's not if one team's got a disadvantage.
No, exactly. But you can imagine being that tired. But they're young. They should be able to do it.
Yeah.
So they're old, like a 55 years old. Oh, I
That's
gotta
why
go.
that's why they're paid millions. They can get paid millions of dollars, right? I can hear some cheering. I can hear Steve upstairs yelling. So
Maybe they've scored.
no, just close calls.
No,
That's all. Got it down the other end or something, right?
Offside. Don't pull the goalie. Whatever.
Oh no.
Jesus. Yeah, they're tanking. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I have little faith when we get to this point. Even
Well,
my magic
no,
will not help.
yeah, as far as penalties, 3-2 for the Leafs had 3, Flores had 2. Shots on goal are pretty even, 26-24.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's been a decent game. But
Yeah.
again, depending on the goalie the defense, right? If you're seeing the goalie caving like that, where's your defense? Like, where's the defense?
Toronto,
They never get past the defense.
Toronto's their players are blocking a lot of shots. They've blocked 4 times as many shots as Florida has. Come on,
Yeah.
let's go.
But that's I don't even know. Like I said, I watched hockey a lot. I never played, but I played soccer. And I was a defenseman when I played soccer, and that's you gotta protect your goalie, right?
Oh yeah.
Same shit, different fucking different field.
Yeah. I coached for several years and was the vice president of our local minor hockey.
My dad reffed, so we grew up in the arena. I had no choice.
Yeah.
My brother played.
And he was the bad guy on the ice. Everything was his
all the
fault.
time.
It was always his fault.
Right, and I was a girl in the 70s. We weren't allowed to play hockey. We could play fucking ringette. And
I remember ringette. Yeah.
I thought ringette was ridiculous.
Well, look at we've got a professional women's hockey league in North America that just announced the expansion of 2 more teams.
It only took 50 fucking years.
Yeah.
Just saying. And it's still not going to be equity unless them bitches are getting paid millions of dollars just like the men are.
Yeah, I don't know what the salaries are like.
Well, they better be equal too. I would hope, but I guarantee they won't be.
Their stars are stars, right? Now, not everybody gets paid millions and millions of dollars, but
no, not all of them. But they are still making they're making bank. Like none of those guys are on the ice for anything less than.
They're making more than the lady at the convenience store.
Well, let's put it this way: they're not getting on the ice for anything less than $1 million a year. None of them are. Because in hindsight, $1 million a year isn't that much money anymore. When you look at the fact that your house that you're sitting next door just went up for sale for $549,900.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you think about it, a house is like a $500,000.
Put yours value of your house up.
My house value is 0.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's old, dated, crappy, falling apart. Fuck, needs a new roof. In fact, the guy that's gonna roof, he's trying to get a hold of me. I'm like, I'm busy right now. He doesn't know I do a podcast, right? And he's gonna come give me an estimate on this roof, and it's like,
the lowest salary in an NHL player per year is $775,000. That might just be the base salary because there's all the bonuses and all that stuff all on top of it.
Never mind, sponsorships and kickbacks, golf clubs.
Golf clubs. Hey, they get expensive,
I know. I was gonna buy Alvin some for his birthday, but it's coming up in July, and I went and looked at him and went, yeah, fucking
no, not them. All right.
$5,000 for a fucking driver? Are you kidding me? What?
How much?
$5,000. It's
wow.
not. It's gold plated,
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess
I mean,
so.
they weren't quite that much, but it's just like ridiculous amounts of money for what?
Yeah, really, exactly. Yeah. Well, they hit a ball.
Another lightning strike.
People find it therapeutic. My dad played golf all over the place.
My dad does too. Still.
Yeah. He went over to Europe, played golf. He went down to the States, played golf. He played
Oh,
golf
that's
across
cool.
Canada. Yeah. He was good at it. So,
Obviously.
yeah. So,
Yeah, my dad's not
I
there.
golfed with him a couple times, and there's no way I was keeping up with him.
You know, some people just have talent for that. Some people
Yeah.
just have the thing, a knack. Like that's how I kind of look at it too with some of these hockey players and stuff. Like you can put both two kids on the ice, they can go through the same training, the same shit, and one ends up in the NHL and one
Mhm.
doesn't.
Well, before we moved to Campbellford, we actually were at one time looking at buying a miniature golf course, and a 9-hole golf course that had miniature golf on it.
Nice.
But we ended up heading east instead of north. So
Right.
yeah. All right. Anything that we didn't cover?
No.
No. All right. Other than that, thanks go out to our sponsor, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. Don't forget, as I said, I ordered today. It's going to arrive tomorrow. It doesn't happen to everybody, but there are lots of options there and all different kinds of prices when you go to do your shipping. So, also thanks to Camel for Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca. Plus, a big thank you to everybody who's watching or listening to the broadcast. I'll get it out. Other than that, thanks for tuning in and watching the program. We'll see you all next week. Bye bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's May the 15th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education on News. Good morning, Rep Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning. I got my phone put down like 2 seconds too late, but that's okay. I'm here.
That's all right. That's all right. We're good. We're good. So, what's new and exciting before we get into the news?
What's new and exciting? Well, gosh, there's so much. Like, I mean, I'm still reeling on Amsterdam.
Like you are.
I chatted with Steve last week on, or this week, I should say, on Mushy Moment. We, instead of finding a guest, we just wanted to talk about Amsterdam. So we told a few stories there. So if you want to hear a few stories, just go look at this week's show. And Steve asked me a bunch of questions, and I did my best to answer them. So yeah, that's still new for me, even though we talked about it on Monday. So
yeah, and people would be curious. We hear all these different stories of what's going on over in Amsterdam, whether there's pilot studies going on in this town or that town, whether it's legal cannabis, illegal cannabis, coffee shops being shut down to tourists and stuff. So your experience would be good for people to hear.
the coffee houses are all open for tourists. They love us. The thing with the coffee shops or the coffee houses, there used to be over 1,000, and now there's about 250. That's the big thing.
That's
just
basically
regulations and taxes and whatnot, shut them down, red tape, right?
right.
People didn't want to cut through it. They didn't bother. So it went really downhill. But let me tell you, with 250 coffee houses in Amsterdam, there's more than enough. I had trouble keeping up with them all.
Well, there you go. There you go. Got them coming out. Got them coming out of everybody's yin yang.
Yeah,
So-
pretty much.
and they thought they had it bad in Toronto with cannabis stores on every corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Amsterdam is amazing. So if you can ever make it, I highly suggest going.
All righty. Good to know. All right. Maybe. You just never know. Put it on my bucket list. So, all right. Time for us to get into the news. Here we go. First story's up.
Yes, coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. This one caught my eye. Residents of Turkish town get engulfed in intoxicating cloud of cannabis smoke.
Caught my eye as well. And that was because, you would read these reports in newspapers about the police, destroying cannabis and burning it. You think, geez, I wish I lived downwind from that smoke.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's happened here in Nova Scotia back in the 90s. There was a home grow or, illegal grow going on. The cops busted it and they took everything they found after the court case was open and went to a facility in Hansport and piled it all up and burned it. And although you couldn't get high from the air, you could definitely smell it in the air from indoors.
Well, as you can see, I've left this picture here. This is the fire, the look of the fire from above. And it spells the name of the town, Lice. So, unsuspecting citizens of a small town in Turkey got involuntarily stoned last month after local police got the bright idea to burn 20 tons of seized illicit cannabis in the center of Lice, which is town within a province there. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that word. The incident occurred on April the 18th and started to attract media attention this week. The massive quantity of chronic is estimated to be valued at about $261 million US, was collected by Turkish law enforcement throughout 2023 and last year.
Wow. 20 tons. Holy.
20 tons.
They only had a few pounds here in Hansport years ago. So 20 tons.
That's it. So that picture, that's 20 tons of cannabis on fire. Wow.
I'm going to stop saying wow now. Several locals in the town of approximately 25,000 felt dizzy, nauseous, and even claimed to have experienced hallucinations as a result of the cannabis smoke plume. Wow.
Yeah.
For days, we couldn't open our windows. One very upset local said, our children got sick. We're constantly going to the hospital.
Local outrage about the unpleasant incident was amplified by the fact that the cops decided to arrange the bundles of cannabis to spell the town's name before setting it ablaze. They also used a couple hundred liters of diesel fuel.
Wonder why everybody was sick.
As an accelerant. Right. Exactly. Many consider this to be quite foolish and unprofessional. Of course. Yeah. Hundreds of liters of diesel fuel. Wow. No wonder people were
There's a lot of wows in this story, isn't there?
There is.
Yaye Auger, who is a concerned local, says while the operations conducted by the security forces are commendable, for strike a significant blow to production and street dealers, burning the cannabis in the city center is unprofessional.
Yeah,
I'm going to agree with you. I think that's how they pronounce the name.
Yeah, imagine going downtown Toronto and having the police burn all of the cannabis that they confiscated.
I mean, especially with the diesel fuel, because I'm sitting there going, okay, well, some of that sounds like, like decent, like some dizziness, especially if you're not used to it, worried about the children getting sick. But the diesel fuel, well, no wonder the kids got sick and no wonder people were hallucinating. That makes complete sense now, right? Residents were plagued by lingering effects of the THC infused bonfire for at least 5 days after it occurred. And if you put in the fact that they had a quote unquote couple hundred liters of diesel, like, I mean, not just gas, but diesel fuel. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They don't mention that. It should say diesel-infused bonfire.
Exactly.
Now, they prescribe medical cannabis for the treatment of severe health conditions. Has been legal in Turkey since 2016. Aside from that, flower and derivatives are highly illegal, and getting caught with even small quantities can get you 2 to 5 years in prison. Now, the province where the town of Lice is situated is known to be a hotbed for illegal cultivation operations. It is estimated that 2/3 of the nation's illicit cannabis is grown there, and the Lice district in particular.
So when visiting Turkey, we want to go to Lice. This is where Lice is a good thing.
Yeah, that's where Lice is a good thing. Yeah, correct. It's just too bad that their federal laws are nasty.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got this town, burnt all the cannabis, all that stuff, got the smell going about, and up next, our next story.
Yeah, coming to us from Newsbook Malta, a euro 235 euro fine introduced for cannabis smell nuisance.
This sort of goes. Obviously, they don't have that law in Turkey, but if they did,
And the cops would be in trouble.
yeah. Now, amendments to Malta's cannabis legislation have introduced new fines for those whose cannabis consumption causes odor disturbances to others, following unanimous parliamentary approval earlier this week. The revised laws, which await the president's signature before coming into effect, will allow authorities to impose a euro 235 euro penalty on individuals whose cannabis smoke creates a nuisance to third parties through odor emissions, regardless of whether consumption occurs in private residences.
I got 2 words for you: smoke buddy. It's going to save you all kinds of money.
I had another 2 words, but go ahead.
Yeah. Under the 2021 cannabis reform, smoking was permitted in private homes but prohibited in public spaces. Pardon me. The new amendments expand enforcement capabilities, targeting not only public consumption, but also private use that impacts neighbors through smell. Joey Reno Vella, who's the executive chairperson of the Authority of the Responsible Use of Cannabis, explained that the change addresses numerous complaints from residents disturbed by cannabis odors from neighboring properties.
Yeah. Vella says that a lot of people were smoking on their balconies and annoying people who lived above them. This is the right to consume cannabis in your private residence will remain, but you cannot exercise that right of being a nuisance to others. Now, he has suggested using users consider carbon air filtration systems to mitigate odor.
Yes, yeah, well, which is what a smoke buddy is, right?
Yeah, and I know that when it comes to condos, like here, anyways, people have complained about even though your condo is separate from the next one, the smell is still getting through to the next unit.
Yeah, and like, and there's all kinds of things out there to help mitigate that. So yeah, the legislation also establishes stricter rules for cannabis cultivation, with fines between 300 and 500 euro for plants that are visible, emit disturbing odors, or remain accessible to minors.
So yeah, plants are visible. That's balcony. So BC has that law. You can't be visible. So cannabis associations face significantly increased penalties with fines for allowing underage members, rising from the previous 500 to 1,000 euros to 3,000 to 10,000 euros. Maximum penalties for serious breaches have escalated from 10,000 euros to 50,000, or double the value of the illicit proceeds, whichever is higher.
Additionally, the amendments transfer jurisdiction over cannabis association offenses from tribunals to the Court of Magistrates, reflecting their serious nature. The legislative changes also clarify the legal definition of cannabis to distinguish between psychoactive cannabinoids and non-psychoactive substances like CBD, bringing Maltese law into alignment with European Union jurisprudence.
ARUC has received expanded regulatory powers, becoming what Junior Minister Rebecca Buttigieg described as a one-stop shop for the enforcement of cannabis regulations. The authority will now
oversee enforcement against unlicensed commercial operations, advertising, or selling cannabis products in addition to its existing association oversight role. So there you go. €235 fine for
Smelling like cannabis.
Smelling like cannabis.
Well,
Yeah.
really, for like, it's not for personally smelling like cannabis. Like, I mean, if you were like sitting on your deck and like
Yeah.
it's the smoke going to your neighbor's deck that seems to be bothersome.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously you can't consume in public. They said that there. So there's no walking down the street with a doobie.
Can't take it
And
to the
if you're
beach.
smoking, can't take it to the beach. And can't smoke in your own place if it's going to bother your neighbor. So, just see what happens. So, see, who knows? Maybe we'll get in a couple of weeks. We'll find a bunch of people who've been charged, and people are outraged over that new law. So
We shall see.
we shall see. All right, we'll get our next story all lined up. And this one here, we're heading south. We're heading to the U.S. for the next story, and it is ready.
It is ready. Coming to us from MSN. Trump cabinet used same illegal psychedelic to find love that Prince Harry admitted to using.
Casey Means, President Trump's cabinet pick for Surgeon General, spoke favorably about the use of psychedelic mushrooms to help treat her mental anxiety and find love. Means wrote about the use of psychedelic mushrooms therapy in her 2024 book, Good Energy. Oh, don't be jumping around on me here now, screen. Where she said she personally experienced the benefits of the treatment.
Yes. If you feel called, I also encourage you to explore intentional guided psilocybin therapy, she wrote. Strong scientific evidence suggests that this psychedelic therapy can be one of the most meaningful experience of life for some people, as they have been for me. In one of her newsletters, Means revealed that taking mushrooms was one of the 9 steps she took to find love at the age of 35.
I did plant medicine experiences with trusted guides who wrote extensively about my experience and insights. She wrote, adding that mushroom emojis to illustrate what she was talking about. She also revealed her experience in a book about taking mushrooms for the first time.
Psilocybin can be a doorway to a different reality that is free from the limiting beliefs of my ego, feelings, and personal history, she wrote. The experience, she said, helped her break from previous patterns.
I felt myself as part of an infinite and unbroken series of cosmic nesting dolls of millions of mothers and babies before me from the beginning of life, she wrote. Psilocybin is legal under federal law as it is listed as a Schedule I drug.
But a growing number of celebrities, podcasters, and champions of alternative medicine are sharing anecdotal stories about how hallucinogens help them move past their traumatic experiences. Prince Harry revealed his use of psychedelics to help treat his past traumas, especially surrounding the death of his mother.
Psychedelics did me some good as well. I'd experimented with them over the years for fun, but now I'd begun to use them therapeutically, medicinally, he wrote. They didn't simply allow me to escape reality for a while. They let me redefine reality. Now, the use of psychedelic mushrooms is frequently promoted by health advocates in the Make America Healthy Again movement, pioneered by John F. Kennedy, as an alternative-based, plant-based medicine to treat medical anxiety and addiction.
Podcaster Joe Rogan routinely mentions the benefits of rescheduling cannabis and psychedelic psilocybin for medical research, citing successful anecdotal testimonies and treatments for veterans. He also promotes other psychedelic medicines. During the 2024 campaign, Rogan spoke with J.D. Vance about the issue during their October 31st interview.
He says, I know a bunch of different guys that have gone down to Mexico and had psilocybin journeys and all these different things where they've encountered these experiences that have made them sort of rethink who they are. Now, former Navy SEAL Sean Ryan, now a prominent podcaster, shared his personal experience of 2 psilocybin journeys that took place over several days, helping him move beyond the use of sleep meds, anxiety treatment drugs, and Adderall.
Wow. Wow. I went down a skeptic and came out a completely different person. The person I am supposed to be, Ryan said afterwards. Means' brother, Callie Means, is now an entrepreneur who has said he was so impressed by psychedelics that he invested in companies that are researching the benefits of those treatments.
Trump's appointment of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as his Health and Human Services has raised hopes among investors of psilocybin-based treatments that it could get removed from government classification as a Section 1 drug to a Section 3 drug, allowing it to be researched for health benefits. Now, during his failed 2024 presidential campaign, Kennedy endorsed the freedom to use psychedelic drugs for treatment.
I would legalize psychedelic medicines, some form of legalization, he said, adding that there's so many people being helped in different ways by them, and we have to make it easier. Kennedy revealed his son successfully went on an ayahuasca journey that helped him heal from the trauma of losing his mother as a young boy.
Yeah. When he came back from the trip, he was completely changed. He was very open about talking about his feelings. He was a real spiritual quest, Kennedy said at a town hall discussion. I thought the story would open up more because it says read more, but I did click on the link and it just takes it to...
It's the same story in a different form.
Correct.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah. So there you go. You know, somebody within the administration talking positive.
It is. It's really exciting to see that. You know, and as much as he's, you know, kind of tried to ignore the whole cannabis thing, you know, kind of putting somebody in there that's all for psychedelics has kind of made me raise my eyebrows. I went, might watch this for a while. See what happens.
Yeah. All right. On to our last story before we go to break. What's up?
Yeah. Coming to us from the Portugal news. First psychedelic meets much felt need in depression.
As president of SPPSM, I can only see the approval of a new therapeutic tool and its funding in Portugal as very positive, which fills a need that is deeply felt by our population, specifically in the area of depression, in the most resistant cases. I think it is good news for everyone, says J.O. Peza. Now, the president of SPPSM commented on the approval by Infamed of the first psychedelic for severe depression of the first psychedelic for severe depression to be used in a hospital setting.
In a statement, the National Authority for Medicines and Health Products, which is Infarmed, informs that the medicine in question, Spravato, is now being financed for use in a hospital environment in adults with treatment-resistant major depressive disorder who have not responded to at least 3 different treatments with antidepressants. Bessa, we're going to go with just the last name there, however, regretted the delay in approving Spravato, which is already used in most European countries.
It is clearly late. That is, despite the generation of evidence that has been carried out in recent years in this area and the approval of this new therapeutic tool in most European countries. In Portugal, we will only have this hypothesis financed in the national health system, he says.
According to the decision dated May 7th, Spravato, in association with 2 other antidepressants, may be used with combination or oral potentiation strategies in the concurrent moderate to severe depression episode in adults who have previously undergone psychotherapy and have resistance or contraindication to electroconvulsive therapy, do not have access to or have refused this therapy. This information comes on the same day that a working group that includes medical, pharmaceutical, and psychological associations and the National Ethics Council presents a set of recommendations for the clinical use of psychedelics, arguing that they should be classified as medicines. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, they want to do electroconvulsive therapy?
Yeah, that's yeah. I can see the
Wow.
Yeah. More wows. More wows.
All kinds of wows.
All kinds of wows. First 4 stories caused lots of wows, but it's time for us to take a break. All right, we're going to take a wow break. And we'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at peaceradio.net and at 420pace.ca. Gotta make sure I get the right intro here. There we go.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 more stories to go, and we're going to go back to Malta.
To Malta?
Back to Malta in our first story from the break. Here we go. What's up?
Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. Malta's parliament approves changes to adult use cannabis laws.
All right, here we go. Malta becomes the first country in Europe to adopt a national adult use cannabis legalization measure back in 2021. The only countries to approve national recreational cannabis legalization before Malta were Uruguay in 2013 and Canada in 2018. Now, roughly 4 years after Malta implemented its legalization model, the nation lawmakers unanimously approved changes to the country's cannabis laws. Part of the changes clarified the definition of cannabis and put stricter regulations on cannabis associations.
The bill includes new rules which would require a minimum distance of 250 meters from schools, sports facilities, and youth centers. Any association found allowing minors on site could face a fine of up to €10,000. And this is reported by Malta Independent and its local coverage. It also clarifies the definition of what counts as cannabis under Maltese law, with the clearer legal definition including both THC and CBD. And non-psychoactive cannabinoids with less than 0.2% THC will be excluded, the outlet also stated.
The Malta Authority for the Responsible Use of Cannabis recently introduced an amendment to its regulatory framework to allow cannabis harm reduction associations, sometimes referred to as cultivation associations, to produce and distribute cannabis concentrates. Concentrates are restricted to solventless extraction methods only. This measure addresses a critical gap in the current framework. Until now, individuals who preferred resin had no legal avenue to access it, often turning to unsafe, unregulated sources. By extending legal access to resin, ARUC is supporting informed, responsible use while strengthening the harm reduction aspects of the reform, according to the website.
Yeah. To prevent unintended increases in consumption, the ARUC has established a clear equivalency rules. 1 gram of resin will be considered the equivalent of 3 grams of dried flower due to its typically higher potency, the ARUC also stated. The existing personal possession and distribution limits, 7 grams per day and 50 grams per month, will remain in force and will now apply to the combined total of dried flower and resin equivalents. Currently, 19 cannabis harm reduction associations have obtained an operating permit, although it's worth noting that not all of these are dispensing cannabis to members right now, with some still being in the early stages of operation.
The personal possession limit of 50 grams per month. Wow, that's not a lot of cannabis for some people. It's lots for some, but it's not a lot for a lot of patients that I know.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't really go with 7 grams a month either, like, to be honest.
Well, 7 grams a day. Yeah. It only gives you a week. So.
If I can get 7 grams a day, why wouldn't I go back and just get 7 grams a day? But are they going to cut you off at 50 grams a month?
That's what I'm thinking. That's
because 50 divided by 7. I mean, that only gives you a week's worth of cannabis, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that'll be in the next changes of laws that they have coming up. So
it's interesting.
All right,
those are the numbers they pick.
Talking about changing laws, I think our next headline tells us the country south of us should change theirs. Here we go.
Coming to us from Ganjapur, report. U.S. cannabis sales reached $30.1 billion in 2024. Oh, the taxes they missed out on.
Oh, yeah. U.S. cannabis sales grew to over $30 billion in 2024. That's a 4.5% year-over-year increase, according to the third annual Bank's Jobs report produced in partnership with Whitney Economics. Now, cannabis employment fell slightly in 2024. The industry supports an estimated 425,000 full-time roles after dropping 15,443 positions in 2024, a 3.4% decrease from the previous year, according to the report. Now, the biggest job growth occurred in emerging markets, including New York, Mississippi, and Ohio, and the report forecasts the cannabis industry to grow by another 13% in 2025, reaching $34 billion for something that's federally illegal.
Yeah. Carson Humiston, Vank's founder and CEO, said the changes reflect a shift towards operational discipline in the industry. This recalibration reflects a maturing industry focused on sustainability and efficacy. Despite a slight decline in jobs, cannabis remains one of the nation's leading employment sectors, with over 425,000 full-time roles and revenue projected to grow more than 13% in 2025. The industry is still a powerful economic engine. And this is coming from a press release in Humiston.
Right. Now, Bo Whitney, the chief economist at Whitney Economics, said cannabis companies are adopting more disciplined hiring models and staying resilient through challenging conditions. With $30 billion in retail sales and major job growth in new markets like New York and Ohio, the long-term outlook for cannabis remains incredibly strong, Whitney says in a statement.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
So all that money
all those jobs, but it still says federally illegal. It's just makes me Here we got some comments from Shadow. Shadow says that here we go. It won't come up. Come on, there we go. Is black market or legal market or both? I'm going to say that it is probably just the legal market, like as far as state legal market, because federally it's not legal, right?
Yep. Yeah, I would have to agree. They're talking about legal, and I mean, like, even though it's federally illegal. Well, no, they're looking at the money, and they're looking at the money that has been brought in per state. So that's all legal stuff that they're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. So, all righty, time for us to move on to our next story. Here we go. It is ready to go.
Coming to us from Medical Press, psychedelics may induce right brain dominance, research proposes.
The secret to psychedelic drugs links to greater empathy and insight may lie in their ability to coax the right hemisphere of the brain into a position of dominance over the left, according to a proposed new theory. Researcher Adam Levine, I don't think he's the lead singer, has combined his experience in therapeutic psychedelics research and psychedelic training with a review of imaging, numerous studies, and previous models to support his proposal, which was published in the Journal of Psychopharmacology.
In this context, Levine emphasizes not what the two brain hemispheres do, but how they approach a topic or task, working in parallel with left brain dominance during typical modes of consciousness. When we're solving a problem or evolutionarily speaking, hunting for food, for example, the scope of attention differs. The left hemisphere focuses on manipulation of individual parts, while the right hemisphere maintains a big picture frame of reference.
Yes. Now, Levine goes on to say, in the psychedelic state, there's a unique combination of the hemispheres coming together in a way that doesn't usually happen in normal states of consciousness. It's almost a new encounter between the left and the brain hemispheres' way of thinking and perceiving the world.
Yes, he calls this model of psychedelic attention HEALS, hemispheric annealing and lateralization under psychedelics. In effect, he suggests psychedelics reverse the hierarchical relationship between the two hemispheres of the brain, releasing the right hemisphere from inhibition by the left. Levine was initially inspired in part by the writings of Ian McGilchrist, who is the author of The Master of His and His Emissary, The Divided Brain and the Making of the Western World. But his own clinical experience as a medical student and psychiatry resident gave Levine an up-close look at how disorders affecting one side of the brain or the other affected patient's world's view.
Yeah, he says, in people who lose the right hemisphere to stroke, the attentional window gets so narrow and they don't even recognize the whole half of the world. He says that, where we go? I lost it again. Whereas people with an intact right hemisphere who lose their left hemisphere still have a broader general picture of things. He says a lot of these people's experiences seem to me to be similar to what I'm seeing in my psychedelic research. Now, previous hypothesis, where did it go? It jumped.
Previous hypotheses about psychedelics' effects on the brain have suggested unrestrained cognition occurs through the weakening of control exerted by frontal lobes and the top of the brain.
Yeah, I've still lost it. Keep going.
Okay, well, that is likely true. Levine said patterns observed in people's reports of their psychedelic experiences suggest there's more going on. There are increases in psychological flexibility, creativity, and social and emotional intelligence, greater empathy, harmony, and connection, a broader attentional window toward novelty and aliveness, and clarity and insight about one's basic existence, and in some cases, need for healing. Those general. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Those general feelings or patterns are awfully similar to the pattern of the right hemisphere, he says. And I think psychedelics provide access to this whole picture, this whole view that could have been operating in the background. And that's this right hemisphere view. Restoration of this natural balance is an interesting way of explaining some of what's happening. Now, neuroimaging studies of lateral changes to brain blood flow and metabolism, brain regions use of glucose that Levine analyzed showed signs of heavy activity in the frontal lobes in the right hemisphere, as well as an overall rightward shift in metabolic activity under psychedelics.
The growing evidence that mindfulness meditation practice is linked to building new networks in the brain and increasing brain thickness in the right hemisphere is relevant to the HEALS theory as well. Psychedelics have been linked to improvements in mindfulness with just one or two uses, and sometimes these capacities are almost at levels consistent with practiced meditators, Levin said. That makes it likely to me that many core right-sided networks that are enhanced with practicing meditation might be enhanced briefly or maybe longer through psychedelics.
And I keep going, it jumped again on me, so I've lost.
Okay, I think there's an opportunity after the use of psychedelics to increase and sustain mindfulness capacities in these areas of the right hemisphere.
I found it. We're good.
Okay.
The field of psychedelic research is focused on therapeutic applications at Ohio State and elsewhere, but Levine expects that expansion of the field will stimulate pursuit of other research questions, including testing theories about how these substances act on the brain. He considers HEALS a complement to earlier theories about psychedelic action and expects the growth in research to produce more hypotheses.
I think to explain something as complex as the brain, especially in a human being, you need a variety of theories to more closely approximate what's actually happening, he said. If we get too fixated on one explanation or the other, we're going to lose track of reality.
And there you go. There you go. Shadow says, so can you imagine the money that's being made by nobody, but that nobody knows about? Oh yeah. Yeah. There's lots of money being made that nobody knows about. There's no doubt about that. All righty. So there we go. Last story of the day is coming up. And I can't remember when this all was being sort of talked about online, but here we go.
Yeah. Coming to us from StratCan, questions arise from Winnipeg police targeting cannabis consumers.
Yeah, a man in Winnipeg who was swept up in a recent police effort to target people shopping at cannabis stores says his driver's license was suspended despite not being under the influence of cannabis. Now, Sean Vipod, 30, recently told CBC that he was one of the 97 people swept up by the Winnipeg police who were targeting people that police said were shopping at cannabis stores.
I see this a lot, actually. Despite testing positive for cannabis in the roadside stop, Vipon said he was not impaired by cannabis, not having consumed it for nearly a full day prior to being pulled over in February after stopping at a cannabis store. Police told me to my face that there was no visible reason for suspicion, Vipond told CBC. It was just purely on the basis of I had bought weed and then drove.
That was it. To see, it says Winnipeg police, boasting about this and acting like everybody who was caught was recklessly smoking during the day and driving high
when that's really not the reality of it. It's humiliating, he added. And in April, police in Winnipeg said they had been targeting cannabis store customers as part of an ongoing impaired driving enforcement campaign.
I'm not going to say which store I was at, but one of the cannabis stores here in Nova Scotia, and as we know, all but one are in liquor stores. I was in purchasing cannabis, and when I purchased it, they said, "Please go put this in your trunk because the police are outside targeting people leaving here with small bags."
Wow, really, eh?
Yeah. So, like, I mean, and this was, government store. Just make sure you're seen putting it in your trunk. So yeah, it was quite interesting. Yeah. Between January and March of 25, the Winnipeg Police Service Central Traffic Division launched an enforcement campaign that they say focused on drivers under the influence of cannabis and other illicit drugs. During the campaign, officers conducted 302 traffic stops and administered 207 drug screening tests using improved screening equipment. Nearly half of those drivers, 97 of them, tested positive for recent cannabis consumption. This was similar to the rate of those tested in a similar campaign in 2024.
Now they stopped 302. They tested 207. Wonder what, other than the fact that they were coming from a cannabis store, why did they, basically, why did those 100 people not get this drug screening test?
But exactly. And if you're coming from a legal cannabis store, because I assume they're talking legal cannabis store, you can't consume in any of them.
No.
So if you're walking out with a bag you haven't consumed, it makes no sense to me.
They're just assuming that you consumed before you went in. So, now, all drivers, including FitPod, faced an immediate roadside suspension of their license. Only one driver was said to have been charged criminally for refusing to be tested. Now, during a press conference in April, Winnipeg Police Patrol Sergeant Stephen Fontaine said that he focused the campaign on areas around the more than 100 cannabis stores in Winnipeg.
There are over 130 or so dispensaries throughout the city of Winnipeg. So what I did was I made a plan to basically target those areas where there's dispensaries, and we watched traffic coming to and from those known shops, Fontaine said. The officers still have to form the proper grounds to make all of their lawful demands, but that's where they spent their time. He also noted that many of these individuals were testing positive on their way to a cannabis store, although he did not indicate how officers knew their destination. Fontaine added that most drivers who tested positive for THC were found between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., which he notes is different from the enforcement against those impaired by alcohol.
The 420. Strachan sent a request for further information to the Winnipeg Police Services in April, asking for more info into how Winnipeg Police selected vehicles for drug screening tests, or how they had determined if a driver was on their way to a cannabis store, but was told that as the questions speak to operational tactics, they will not be able to respond.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Winnipeg police say they used an oral swab to detect cannabis. The accuracy of oral swab tests and blood tests have been challenged by different researchers. A 2014 study found that THC could be detected in oral fluid for up to 8 days after admission, leading to false positives.
Yeah, I was part of two of those studies when they were holding them here in Nova Scotia. And, I specifically went in not smoking anything all day, not eating it, and I tested like I was, completely incapacitated. And then the other one I smoked all day and I was told I was fine.
Yeah.
And I was high.
Yeah,
like admittedly high, right? So yeah, it was quite interesting. A 2024 study in Ontario looking at the effects of edible cannabis on simulated driving and blood THC levels found that driving impairment was not correlated with blood THC. Police in Winnipeg recommended not driving for 12 hours after consuming edible cannabis products.
Penalties for driving while impaired for cannabis can include criminal charges, loss of one's driver's license, vehicle impoundment, and fines. Police can use both oral testing equipment and assessments from the drug recognition officers.
In Canada, drivers with over 2 nanograms of THC but under 5 nanograms per milliliter of THC can face a straight summary conviction offense. Drivers found with over 5 nanograms in the blood can face a drug alone hybrid offense.
Wow. Drivers found with over 2.5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood combined with 50 milligrams of alcohol per 100 milliliter of blood can face a hybrid offense. The penalty for the summary conviction offense is a maximum of $1,000. The penalties for the 2 hybrid offenses are the same as for alcohol impaired driving. These include mandatory minimum penalties of $1,000 fine for a first offense, 30 days imprisonment for a second, and 120 days imprisonment for a third.
Harrison Jordan, the managing lawyer for Substance Law firm focusing on regulated substances, including cannabis, tells Strat Canada he could see future attempted challenges to the law behind such charges, but notes that the court's decisions thus far have not struck down the law. While consumption may not necessarily equal impairment when it comes to cannabis, it's the best corollary law enforcement has right now, he explains, noting that the evidence of such testing determining impairment is mixed.
Mm-hmm. Unless and until the science becomes crystal clear or there is some better, more reliable, scalable, and deployable way to measure impairment instead of just blood levels more precisely, we're likely to have this framework remain in place. A judge is going to be super cautious about removing a tool that law enforcement says is effective at detecting and deterring risky driving. Someone charged with at least 2 nanograms but less than 5, which is a straight summary offense, may have a slightly easier time attempting to challenge that offense, as the degree of evidence that blood level is correlated with impairment or increased risk of vehicular accidents is likely lower than the evidence for 5 nanograms and above, which is viewed as a more serious hybrid offense.
So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
They targeted the stores. That means they could target stores anywhere like that. Right? And some people, the people who drink alcohol would say, well, they target us because they park down the road, set up their ride programs from bars.
Well, you know what? Give us, bars to go smoke in and then park down the road. That's fine. But they don't do that. They don't, breathalyze people as they're walking under the liquor store.
Yeah. Shadow says being pulled over. His concern says that he's concerned about being pulled over after I pulled out of my favorite dispensary, which is true.
Yep.
Yeah. We can stop and search. Yeah. He says they don't care. They don't care for your luck here. Yeah. And their job is try to find impaired drivers. And the unfortunate thing is that, as they said in the article, the judges won't change anything until the police come up with another way of
they're
finding
believing
it. And
the
if they're
police
getting
that-
people, if they're getting people at this level, and if it's not really an impaired level, they're not going to push for something that's going to say that these people aren't impaired.
Now, this isn't an impaired level for you or I. Let's clarify that. Now, somebody who has, discovered cannabis and just started using it, they may not be able to drive at that level because they're not used to it. Their body hasn't adjusted. Like their body's being overwhelmed with cannabinoids that they have been denied for years. So
I know of a newbie that ate 1 10 milligram edible, and they couldn't drive.
I know a newbie that ate. He's like 2.5 times the size of me. Had 5 milligrams, 5, and he was out for a day and a half.
Yeah, but I could imagine that the nanograms in their blood would be less than the 2. Like they just ate 1 gummy.
Yeah.
Or
I don't know, but I would be interested in studying people like that to see what their blood and their saliva says.
Yeah. We need more testing. It's not. We need more research.
More testing.
We need more testing, more research. If they can call for it, so can we, right?
Right.
Okay. That's what I thought. All right. Anything else that you want to mention before we say goodbye?
I just want to tell you something about one of the things in Amsterdam. When I was over there, I find this very interesting because a lot of our people are standing up for cannabis and other psychedelics to help heal people, especially from addiction. It's a pandemic here in North America. Especially in Canada and the United States. When I was in Amsterdam, I saw 2 people begging on the road. Two. That was it. I saw 2 homeless people begging on the road. Compared to the many that we have here. And as well, I saw one of those 2 people, one person, and he was, I don't know what illicit substance he was using. I don't know if it was crack or meth. It was something that you put in a pipe and you burn. So it could have been, one of a few different things. So I don't know what he was doing, but he was doing and didn't bother anybody. He didn't get to a community. He didn't go out. And they have legal flop houses, where people just go and if they don't have a place to go, they can just go. And they're legal. A bunch of people who used to have to do it pooled their money. They bought a place. They have some stuff going on, I think a cafe and whatnot on the bottom floor that helps to pay for the rest of the floors. And then they open up the rest of the floors for people to go stay if they need. So that really caught my eye when I was over there, and doing what we do on the network, and the fact that we support it for many medical reasons, and some of those being, of course, recovering from addiction and whatnot. They're doing something right. There are test strips in the stores. You can go into so many stores and get test strips so you can test your drugs, specific testing for cocaine or fentanyl or crack. And it's all there for anybody to buy. And I just wanted to give a shout out that they're doing something right, because it seems to be working.
Now, is there any way that somebody can get their blood tested for how much THC is in their blood without having to require a lab?
I don't know.
For curious,
but when I saw the test strips, there were THC testing strips in that as well. I work at a head shop, and you can get THC testing strips for saliva and urine at my shop.
Correct. Yeah, but does it tell you whether you're 2 nanograms or 5 nanograms?
No, but it does give you layers
of
testing. So it'll tell you if you're 15 or under, 30 or under, etc.
And that's nanograms or 30?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Be interesting. Should look into that.
It was just really interesting to see how they handle everything over there, and the fact that I was in their capital city. I walked around the red light district in their capital city, and if you're going to see that anywhere, that's where it's going to be. And like I said, 2 people, and only one of them was using.
And that was it, eh?
That was it.
Now, as far as driving in, Shadow's got some advice. Shadow says, if you stop, don't talk, get a lawyer immediately, and invoke your 5th Amendment. You must say it, he says. So there you go. All righty. Other than that, done.
Great weekend.
All right. Yeah, exactly. Have a great weekend. Long weekend, too. That's right. No news.
So Monday. We're not here until Thursday.
That's right. A week.
Oh, wow. See y'all Thursday. Well, Tuesday.
See y'all next week. Exactly. All right. That's our report for today. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And don't forget, you can order stuff online. They'll send it to you. I got stuff within 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And we also got to say thanks to atease.ca. And as always, we say thank you. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.